Edie. I know it's only 8:24 and we set an 8:30 start. We just wanted to do a quick check-in before we roll into our day. So thank you all for being here on time / early. Thank you for settling in. So we understand that one group is not quite where they need to be to present recommendations. So we're curious if everybody could use time from now until 9 o'clock to kind of put finishing touches on things, get their heads where they need to be. And we aim for a 9 o'clock start, which gives you about 35 minutes in your subcommittees. Would that be helpful for folks?
Yes.
Okay, great. So why don't we do that? So take the next, 35 minutes to keep working, and then we'll plan for a 9 a.m. start. Cool, thank you.
Cause like you wanted to do like.
Going to invite everybody back in and we're gonna get started. Okay, we've got post-its. We're back on Zoom. Okay. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Officially, formally welcome to session 3 of our IBD solicitation process. As a reminder, my name is Julia. My pronouns are she and hers. And this is Laura. Her pronouns are also she and hers. And we're excited to be back with you all today. Before we jump into doing the work, we wanted to kind of talk through some logistics so that we all are on the same page and you can help us clarify things if we have gotten things wrong with the process. So a couple of things that you will note, you all should have a copy of the agenda. And then there are a handful of these 2-pagers kind of scattered around the room. And this is the same document that we had at the midpoint check-in. It's essentially kind of what came out of your first session. We didn't print enough copies for everybody because we figured y'all could share it, but that's what that is. So a couple of things to lift up with the agenda. The calendar invite for today was for 8 to 4, and we acknowledge and we recognize that we are here until your decisions are made. So what you will notice throughout the agenda is that we have put in breaks, so a mid-morning break, a lunch break, a mid-afternoon break. We don't know when there's going to happen, so we're going to kind of look to you all to help us suss out, is it time for a break or are we good to keep cruising? But we do intend to take breaks because that is important. You will also notice that we are hoping that during lunch, Rob let us know that historically you all have taken an actual lunch break and invited folks to sit, teachers and admin together to kind of do some debriefing of the day so far. So inviting you to do that during the lunch break. And then we're going to do a process check-in after the lunch break to see kind of how we are doing on time. If it feels feasible that we're going to get done at 4, if we need to think about extending, if we are going to think about extending, what does that mean for people? Do we need to give you all some time to make childcare arrangements or cancel evening plans, do whatever needs to happen? So we're going to build that in for an after lunch conversation so that we can check in before we get too far down the road.
Is there something we can do about whatever echo is happening or the talking?
No. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. It is.
What's on that?
Where's it coming from? I'll keep talking till we make it stop. If it's still going, can you still hear the echo?
No.
Hello, hello.
No.
Hey.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, so that's kind of what we are thinking in terms of breaks and timing for the day. Are there any questions or concerns about that approach that we are taking? Okay, wonderful. Also wanted to just check in, the order of the subcommittees is what was recommended to us by Begonia and Rob. So just wanted to gut check, does this still work for folks to start with teacher comm, move into teacher workload and PD, and then do health benefits and close out our day with the policies and practices group? Okay, wonderful. Let's see, I think, is that it on logistics on the schedule? Okay. In terms of the process, here's what we are thinking. We will go through an iterative approach. With group 1, you will start by presenting. We will pause for discussion, dialogue, questions, whatever there may be. And then we will kind of look to your groups to tell us, does it make sense for you to pause after every recommendation for us to do discussion, dialogue, and 5th to 5? Or does it make sense because things are interconnected for you to cruise through a few things at a time? So we'll kind of leave that up to the subcommittees, but if you can be thinking about that and just help us help you know when you want to pause and do the voting, so that we're not kind of interrupting your flow, but we are keeping things moving. And our kind of expectation with the 5th to 5 is we understand that we don't need to get everybody to 5, but in order for something to move forward, we need to get people off of FIST. Is that how you all understand this? Okay, great. So we will leave it open for you all to discuss whatever level of discussion there needs to be if there are people in the 0 to 1 range, in order to get folks to a place where they feel comfortable with where we are at with recommendations. So Laura and I will be here to kind of hope to move through and facilitate that process. If we start to feel like conversations are getting circular, we will interrupt you and maybe offer that that's what might be happening. So we are here to kind of be your process guides, and we are looking to you all. If you feel like, hey, we're ready to vote, can we just do this? Say so, and we will happily move into that phase. So we'll be trying to check in on that stuff and looking to you all also to help us with that. Laura is going to be taking notes both on the computer, and we will be capturing things up on whiteboard or chart paper if and as that is helpful for folks. We are incredibly fast typers, so she is going to be pretty close to verbatim capturing what is happening today. So please don't worry about taking your own notes unless it's helpful for you and your process. We will be capturing them for the process as a whole. And we're going to kind of suss out throughout the day what is helpful to put up on whiteboards or on chart paper. So if there are things that are easier to see there than on the screen, we'll do that. And if there are things that you would like us to be capturing on the whiteboards or on chart paper, just let us know. We're happy to do that at any point. We are on Zoom. We did a sound check this morning. All of the mics should be on at this point, and they're picking up sound much better than they were in our midpoint session. So you do not need to worry about passing the mic around. You don't need to worry about getting right up on the microphone. It's picking up voices pretty well. But what that also means is that it's picking up voices pretty well. So it will pick up side conversation. It will pick up side chatter. And for all of our friends who are on Zoom, it will become quite distracting if we've got multiple conversations happening at any given time. So we can try to keep to kind of the one mic rule throughout our time as best as possible. That would be awesome. And I think those are the things that I wanted to let you all know about. Any questions? Yeah, thanks, Megan.
Just a process question, because we will have to present this to the board and to staff that, we always have trouble with like finding that time that it might be useful as we're presenting. If you're kind of creating the thing that is the final product. If you are able to do that, that'll make your life easier later. Does that make sense?
You mean within people's presentations?
Yeah, so as we come to final agreements and we, fix the five and then we're like, yes, this one's good to go. Do we have a presentation ready to go that we can just start plugging things in? Can we make that? I could start that and put it in the folder or something, like each subgroup just starts putting their stuff in when it gets approved or something.
Okay.
Just to make the time afterwards, that always takes time, a little easier. Do that. Okay, and then I want to know where where are you putting these notes? If they're in our folder right now, we can look at them, or the previous notes. I don't know. I'm not actually sure where they are. It's sent in my email. If there's a place where you can put them, where we can all have access to them right now. Yeah, we needed to look at them. Or whatever.
Yeah, if you want to, can you send me a link, or I'm not sure where that is right now.
The folder?
We don't
Yeah,
have
access to
access.
the folder.
I can make a folder and share it with you, and you could make a copy of the document in there, and then we can look at it that way. Okay.
Megan, are you hoping to have real-time access to today's notes, like as Laura is taking them? Is that what you're wondering about?
I like
or-
that, and I also would like to know like where the mid-year and beginning
Yeah.
year ones are, so that we can all see them without having to go. Like, I know Angie shared it in our, subgroup, but I'm not really sure where that is. Like, it's just nice to have it in a consistent
Sure.
place that I know about.
I'm wondering if for today, if we should upload the notes as a Google Doc. And then maybe we can just have can we add the link to the Google Doc to the calendar invite or something for today?
That's great.
Why don't we do that? So we'll work on doing that for today's notes, and then we'll figure out the best way to get the previous notes shared with you all. Awesome. Any other process questions? Yes,
Are we gonna go over our group norms before we start?
we are. Yep,
Okay,
thanks
thank
for lifting that up. We'll do that in just a second. Okay. Awesome.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a location for the Zoom link for this so that we could push that out to people? To
Great
join
question.
us?
Is it on the calendar invitation?
No, it's not.
Why don't I Well, we're gonna have you all do one quick grounding activity. When you were doing that, I will text Kelsey and ask her to.
Just
add-
attach it to the invite?
Yeah,
Yeah, if
Yeah.
she attaches it to the
Great.
invite, then we have it. I just can't seem to find it.
great. Would you mind texting Kelsey while I'm talking? Okay, great. What else? Okay,
If you guys are wanting to access the presentation, I'm calling, it's in the IBB 2022-23 folder. Does everybody know where that is? And then it's called Final Proposal 2022-23.
is that searchable?
So if you,
It's a shared.
you are in, like, everybody in this group is shared into a folder called Certified IBB. And then within that, you'll see all the different years. I always add that into my drive, so I don't have to search for it. I just put like a shortcut in one of my folder.
The Zoom invite has been added to the calendar, if someone can confirm that with me.
Oh, well, it's being streamed on YouTube. Yeah, I know that. I think that's where people watch it. I do something like on YouTube.
Oh, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, so Zoom is like the carrier to live streams. So people don't have to join to do.
You all want the YouTube link?
I just shared it in an email.
Okay, thanks.
Or responded to Autumn.
It's in the-
Awesome.
or in the calendar, but-
Let's all, let's file.
All right.
Great. Okay, so it's cool. All right, any other logistical things? Awesome. Okay, we have also put up a parking lot, so in the corner of the room over here, there is a piece of chart paper. There are Post-it notes scattered about your tables. If there are items you would like to add to the parking lot, please jot things down on Post-it notes and throw them up there. And we'll take time throughout the day to kind of be checking in on that. And then, yeah, your group norms that were discussed in your first session are up here. So if you'll remember, we talked through both operational and relational group norms. So the operational are kind of the logistical things about how you want to show up in the space. And the relational are about you all and your relationship with one another. So I'm just going to read these out to you all. They're also on the top of that 2-pager that is kind of scattered around your tables if you want to see them there. On the operational side, all efforts will be made to reach consensus using 5 method and allow adequate time for processing, exploration, and questions. So those are the 2 key operational norms. And then on the relational side of things, we are going to presume positive intent, maintain a broader perspective, make space, take space while maintaining equality of voice. Hard on issues, soft on relationships. Seek to understand by listening and learning. Relational confidentiality, operational transparency. Address difficult issues as they arise and exercise the elephant. So we'll encourage you all to keep these things in mind as we move through the day today. And I know that I don't need to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. We are all here for a shared purpose, which is to make sure that this district can be the best that it can be for everybody that touches it, from the highest level admin to the student that is walking in the door for the first time. So the goal today is to find consensus over shared goals and to create space for learning and dialogue and discussion. And if necessary, compromise, because part of this is figuring out what are you willing to give, what are you willing to take in order to get to a place where everybody feels like their needs are being met. And they can continue to show up day by day for your students, because at the end of the day, that is the point of all of this. So just encourage us all to kind of keep that in mind. And before we jump into our first subcommittee, we're going to do just a quick kind of centering grounding. I know that you all have already been doing work with each other today, but we're going to invite you to do a 3-2-1, which if you'll remember from our midpoint, we're going to invite you in just a second to stand up, touch 3 walls, give 2 people a high five, and find one person that you have not spent time yet with this morning. And with that one person, say hello, check in on your morning, and then come to consensus on one word that you are bringing with you into the space today. So as you think about where we're headed today, how you want to show up, come to consensus with your partner on one word that encapsulates how you are showing up today. All right, so 3 walls, 2 high fives, 1 person with 1 word. Ready, go. And if you can push your chair in and stand up.
My daughter's
Can you tell me what the problem is?
Yeah, I see.
You hear my voice, give your partner a high five. All right, before we invite you to sit, we want to hear your words. So what is the energy that we are bringing into the space? Why don't we start over here and we'll just circle around.
Our one word is focus.
Curiosity.
Hopefulness.
Advocacy.
It's 2 words, positive learning.
We'll allow it. Creativity.
Hopeful.
Curious.
Focused. Said hope and specifically that we don't have to work again.
We don't, great, we could advocate, but we also said motivate.
Awesome. So I invite us all to keep these words in mind as we are moving through the day, maybe particularly the hopefulness for not ordering dinner. No, I'm just kidding. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Excited to be here in the space with you all. Thank you for showing up as your full selves. Thank you for being willing to engage in dialogue with each other. Come with a spirit of curiosity, creativity, hopefulness, and hard work. So let's have a seat and get started. Thanks. Yes. Why? All right, and I know that chairs and things got moved around, so let's make sure that people have a seat at the table. There are seats, literally a seat at the table. There are seats up at the head so that we're not all squished in there. Okay. Let's speak here. Jesus, do you have the clicker for your group?
I do, yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Around, we need that extra.
Yeah.
Can I invite you to scooch so that we've got more?
Oh, that's right.
Great, all right, thank you. So we've got a little bit more space, more body space. Spread around. Lovely, okay, fantastic. So I think with that, we are ready to hand it over to subcommittee number one, looking at teacher compensation, salaries and benefits. So I will hand it over.
Thank you, and I've got the clicker, and I think that after our initial slide. I'm gonna switch into another deck, and Nathan's gonna talk a little bit just about the fair share agreement specifically. Then we'll come back to this deck where we'll talk about the interests that we've discussed over the course of the year. I think Adam is gonna kick us off a little bit to address the learning acceleration plan, and then I'll round it out.
And I just would like all of you to know, Kenny just figured it out. There's a little switch down on the bottom right. If you feel like you're at the wrong elevation. I'll raise up just because I'm pretending.
I was hoping I figured out more.
I had to turn my chair over to figure it out. Yeah, see, you guys, that was useful.
Up to a good start.
Okay, so we're exercising elephants here, giddy up. We thought that this was sort of a last our final consideration slide that we added because these questions came up recently and there's been a lot of conversation. So this slide is really just to clarify what's going on with the LAP. And I linked it there, but you can find it, the comprehensive plan on the district website. It's like bookmarked on the first page. So if you really are unclear about its specifics like I was, then it's actually very easy to find. And that's what that link is. So it's the learning acceleration plan. These were some of the points that came up that we thought were useful, was that it really was an outgrowth of the strategic plan that was developed in 2019. And that's a strategic plan that expires next year. And because of certain global events, we kind of lost focus on it. And so this is an effort to refocus on those goals that were articulated in 2019. And it's in an interest of helping students move forward and narrowing the achievement gap, both of which, forward progress has been lost a little bit in the last few years, and the achievement gap has grown. The second bullet is the first part is the plan to backfill many partial positions that are being cobbled together with building discretionary funds and grants, which will now be funded by the district. And that's kind of in the sense of just getting more full-time people on those tasks that we've determined are important. CLD coaches and student interventionists are certified teachers that are already included in the fair share agreement. The deans of culture, those are the other added proposed added positions. And it's still undecided if they're on the admin salary schedule or if they will be on the certified salary schedule. So that is relevant to us because if they're on the admin salary schedule, then they don't affect our 61% of the fair share. But if they're on the certified schedule, then they do have a small effect. And in the spirit of collaboration and transparency, we will continue to work with IBB if and when the LAP affects the interests of this group. And I think that just came out of, our question of like, we are a really experienced and conscientious, like representative body. And we feel like it's helpful to the district if these kind of big considerations get run by us or just ask for input. Even in this sense, this isn't a specific interest, right? So this is outside of the stated interests, but that's kind of where the question came up. And it's not written anywhere like how IBB operates outside of the specific interest bargaining process. And so that is something that's just been being clarified through a lot of conversations. So that's the update.
And I think a few things that I want to add, I've been sharing this, every opportunity that I get. I think not often enough, but just a huge thank you to Stacy Park and to Nathan Markham. The two of them have spent, really a lot of time, I think, hearing feedback, developing ideas for implementing the learning acceleration plan and refining it, answering questions and just making it better. And so a huge thank you to the two of you for your work on this. And then also just want to name that even though I'm shutting the two of them out, there's been a lot of people who have given input to the learning acceleration plan. A lot of indirect input, some direct input, some this year, and I think as Adam shared, some as far as 5 years ago, right, with the development of the strategic plan for 2019 to 2024, which happened in the 18-19 school year, which was approved in 2019. One of the things I've heard a year ago as a candidate and since being superintendent this year is just that the strategic plan is something that's very important to our community, our stakeholders, and there's a significant amount of input and voice in the development of the strategic plan in 2019. And so one of the things that as a superintendent and as the executive leadership team, we view as one of our core responsibilities, and I think the couple of bosses I have in the room would agree, it is our responsibility to help to implement the strategic plan across the school district. And so some of the things that you will notice from the strategic plan and from the learning acceleration plan is that they're hand in hand. The major tenets of the learning acceleration plan come from the strategic plan. And I sort of joked a little bit with our subcommittee group. I wish that I could say that, you know, I made up all of these ideas, their original thoughts, that they're brand new to our school district. They're not, right? So again, you all, especially those of you who helped to contribute to the strategic plan in 2019, have informed the learning acceleration plan that way, right? So when we're calling out things like professional development or coaching or data or assessments or even culture, all of those things are already captured in the strategic plan. And as Adam alluded to, this was adopted in June of 2019, and then of course none of us had March 13th, 2020 on our calendars. That sort of interrupted the world and the world of education as we knew it then. And so there's been some delay in implementing some of the major components of the strategic plan. And so when we think about acceleration, we're not just like saying, you know, we have less time to learn. We do have less time to learn, but we also have just less time to implement these strategies that are identified in the learning acceleration plan. And for my science teachers in the room, there's only two ways, right, to accelerate. You have to change your direction, or you have to change your speed, or both. And so the learning acceleration plan, I think, does a little bit of that. And I think in particular, it's the speed and implementing the strategic plan tenets in shorter amount of time. We've got a year left on it. And of course, this fall, we'll revisit our strategic plan and go through a process which will be community informed to develop a strategic plan for our school district for 2024 and beyond. And then what would be helpful, our team, for if there's any questions from our recent conversation that I could add on now, or we just want to pause and kind of open it up for folks to ask other clarifying questions that might be helpful.
Can you go to the next slide?
Yes.
It just kind of shows the investment. I wish there was
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I've had this, a lot of my teachers ask this. When we talk about the direct and indirect feedback, I think we can identify the indirect, but they would love to know, like, if I could say, like, what are direct ways where like actual teachers' eyeballs have been on this and they've given feedback, so I can share that back with my teachers.
Yeah, and I will say, one of the things that we try to do strategically, and I think there's in hindsight, I shared this with Rob Norville recently, you know, we've got the webinar that's scheduled for Monday. I wish we would have scheduled this webinar like in December or January or February. But one of the things that we did was share the proposal early. So like the board has not seen an action item. They haven't had a proposal to take action on, but we publicize it in January with the intent of getting feedback, and we've gotten quite a bit of it, right? So I think one of the things that I commented to you all at the mid-year check-in was the questions that we were receiving, the feedback we were receiving were really helpful for us to identify some frequently asked questions, again, to make some refinements and changes, improvements, I would say, to the plan. And we now have the learning acceleration page on our website. There's an FAQ that is a working document that will continue to get refined. Again, the board has not taken action on the learning acceleration plan. So as I mentioned at the mid-year check-in, we just, all of that open time is time for teachers to give feedback and, you know, and leaders, you know, as we've shared with them some of the proposed allocations. Some leaders have changed their minds, right? Or some schools' needs have changed, and something that they shared in December as we were sort of developing this idea is different, right? And then some cases that hasn't changed. It's been the same needs from the beginning again. It's still a work in progress and developing, but I guess what I would say is that the open space is some of the ways, and again, we're still open to making it better.
So I think too, I can just communicate, like, I think my teachers are used to having it be done a different way. So just reminding them, like, it's still open for feedback right now. It's not like it's been presented to the board and so that's set in stone. That won't change. And so if they still have thoughts, they can still, the
Yes.
webinar on Monday and other places. Okay, thank you.
I think some feedback I want to give just in the last, since this has kind of come out more publicly in the last couple of weeks, I've had 2 teachers at this point really curious about like where the money is coming from. And I know we talked, you know, Nathan spoke to that last time. I think it's super timely to have something put together for all of the teachers to understand this isn't, you know, with some of the cases, this isn't their pot of money. I mean, I have teachers that are like alarmed thinking, you know, I think it just needs to be put together in a very public and quick way. I don't know if that's like a slideshow with recording that you share in the next week or 2, but I've had 2 people come to me, and I think that if I've had 2, I bet you it's everywhere. So.
Well, and just this kind of like goes back to the one of the points on the first slide, but and we like, there was an article, I didn't read it, but that was like a little bit misrepresenting the plan and said that there was this huge group of, you know, people being hired or whatever, or that was the implication, which is not how the actual plan is working. So I think like your answer, some of the money is going to come out of the, you know, our fair share, but not nearly as much as it seemed like.
Right.
And so that I think it's like there's kind of 2 sides to that, 2 answers to that question. It's not like an alarming change like people were perceiving, but there is something, and that's why I feel like it falls within like the discussion of this group. So
I also, I guess, just wonder, because the plan includes, if you look at it includes interventionists, right? But that's not at the high school level. And so I guess that would be one bit of feedback that I might offer is, since that's a purely student-facing role, that something like that at the high school level would be helpful as well. And so that's just, yeah, my personal 2 bits.
And I think something that's gotten lost, that this is, you know, a 3 or 4 budget cycle plan to fully invest, and it's going to be new resource, reallocation of current resource as schools grow and shrink and needs change. Like, how do we move those resources to address? So this is not like
One and
you got a gain and that's it, and you're
Yeah.
never going to see anything again. Like, we know that there are things that need to change over multiple budget cycles. We can't fund everything.
All of it.
And I
Yeah.
will say, like, as high school, as leaders, we vocalized what was needed at each building and at each level. So like, I didn't feel we needed a interventionist. We needed a dean of culture. Different schools
Which is
have,
also student based.
right?
Yeah,
And it's not to say that you didn't think that you needed an interventionist, but the dean of culture
it was
is
higher.
a higher need.
Priority.
I actually think that, some of the limitations, of course, of learning acceleration plan and of our work in general is that we have a pretty small and finite resources, right? Where we need to be paying teachers better, like yes, right? And we also, it'd be awesome if we could have a dean of culture at every school and interventionists at every school and coaches at every school. And I wish we had the resources to do that. Of course, we don't. And so I think for this initial year, some of the feedback that we received, again, as Megan mentioned, that yes, we do have a need for all those things, and this is our highest need. And then we sort of tried to piecemeal our small pool of resources to try to satisfy as often as possible the top need at schools. And of course, that wasn't always the case, right? We have a lot of schools who are actually saying like, hey, thanks for the 0.5 allocation, but we really want a 1.0 dean, and we just don't have the additional 0.5 allocation for that. But yeah, I agree with you, Alicia.
I think the other thing that we're trying to do is that, in some of these cases, like at an elementary school, if they were allocated a 0.5 interventionist to like redact money, they were taking their discretionary dollars to make that a whole position. So now by the district funding it, they've got discretionary dollars to move within their building, and that is happening in some cases. They now have more flexibility with the budget they already had. So trying to free up those dollars. Then, talking to Megan, her strength is coaching teachers. So if we can remove some of the, the work from that will be occupied by a dean, that allows Megan to lean into her strengths and be in classrooms and be coaching, and like, again, trying to reallocate and be more efficient with those resources to best use our people's strengths.
Can I ask a clarifying question? You talked about like right sizing and like as schools get bigger or smaller. So for sake of argument, if a school were to get an interventionist and then their population were to decrease, would we lose that FTE like we would regularly if our school decreases? Or are these like safe positions that no matter what the population is, it stays?
Yeah, so we're trying to make sure that there are guaranteed positions in every school, so you have an interventionist to rely on. Because now that's something that Dave and Carrie have been vocal about, is we've been getting smaller. Redact and Title I is based on free reduced lunch, which SOPR says the lowest percentage, and so that continues to shrink. So we're saying here's 1.5 that you can count on year in and year out. We'll figure out how it's funded on the back end. But that's a question I asked every elementary school principal. Do you care if you have an interventionist? Do you care if you have Title I money? And so we don't care how it's paid for as long as I have this thing. So we'll figure it out behind.
I think the other thing too, just to clarify, and this goes to Adam's point about like, it's not necessarily a brand new person, but it's actually filling in so that currently the percentage that's not funded by Title I or Redact and is currently filled in by discretionary funds at a school level, that money actually goes back to the school because we're funding them. So it's not like now every school has 2 additional humans that are joining.
Right, no, I got that.
Yeah.
Like her position, it just
Yeah.
keeps getting smaller. and
Exactly,
smaller.
yeah.
So I was
Which
just
we're
wondering
aware of.
if this would stabilize it.
It's like an attempt to stabilize that.
Okay.
I think the other thing too, I want to name is that, like, I know the slide that was there is actually looking at positions, but there's more than that, right? It's like making sure we have really strong curriculum at every grade and level, and that there's training for it, and that they're like, we're taking schedules, things like that. Even though I think the most like front facing or publicized thing is a table of people, like, I just want to make really clear, we know it's not just adding people. There's a lot of things around interrelated programming that is.
That's PD, additional curriculum, additional assessments, better data visualizations, so you have access to data that we're already collecting. It's just not super accessible.
It's kind of clunky to gather, like, is it all Excel sheets right now? Can we actually make that more streamlined?
Some of those one-time costs, last spring we received $2.6 million for additional at-risk support. We saved that for a project just like this. We're using that money. Again, it's one time, so it doesn't really go towards recurring salaries, but it can be used to pilot a lot of these data and tutoring and those sorts of things. without having to touch recurrent funds. And I think when I talked about growing and shrinking, like, you know, because it's a 2021 class that tends to be really small in most elementary schools. So saying like, hey, when they get to 5th grade, you may only need 3 sections a year. So what can I do with that person who really by 4th to better use them? So we don't, you know, just those sorts of like planning ahead as opposed to like showing up in February and just planning for the next year and look forward to the next 3 or 4 years. So you can better use that because you can see that small class going through. I think the opposite happens at LaSalle Elementary. The next year, 21, 22 is like a huge,
140 kids.
yeah, like 140 kids, right? And so it's like, you can say, I need an additional section. And how do I? Is that right? Yeah. So you can start having those conversations now with DLPs and with entire staffs, like, hey, we need to be flexible as this small or large class rolls through our school.
On this slide right here, where it says total existing, what total are we, like, what does it mean by total? Total
So
what?
those are CLDE coaches
Okay.
and interventionists
Okay.
that we're currently investing.
Okay.
So I had a few points I wanted to make. Some are kind of echoing what some of you have already said, but really I hear 2 things from people about the LAP and one is how is it going to affect teacher salaries? And Adam, you said like it will, but you know, it's not that much. Like, can we see like a with the investment and without the investment? Like what would salaries look like? How does that, can you show us what that would look like? That was just one.
I can answer that now if you want.
Oh, okay.
So we did the math. So this year, the pool of money to allocate to current staff after we did step increases. It's about $2.4 million divided by 409 FTE. If you add 8 to that, assuming all the new positions are certified.
And brand new positions.
And brand new positions were,
people.
well, they are all brand new positions, but the difference is $91 per teacher.
So the $91 per teacher per year.
Yeah. For the rate.
So, I mean, I think that's really important to let people know because teachers want the support.
Yeah.
They're not out there saying like, we don't want these additional people in our school. I mean,
Right.
I need a math interventionist in my school desperately. I don't know if that's part of this, but like, that's kind of my another point I want to make is like the kind of people that come into school, but it's worth it to teachers to have this, but they need to know the amount.
Yeah.
And that like, if they hear it's $91 a year, I think that's worth it to teachers, even to teachers who are only making the lowest amount on our salary schedule. I think that's worth it to them. So I think like advertising that and getting that out is important. Another thing that I think that I hear, the other big thing I hear is we want those positions to be student facing. We don't want them to be coaches. And I know that there is a feeling that coaching helps improve teachers, but we don't see that as teachers. We don't see coaches coming in and improving our teachers. We don't see that helping overall student achievement. Not to say that there aren't great coaches. I'm not saying that at all. But what we want is teachers to work with our students in student-facing positions. And so you've talked about having teachers having feedback. I don't know, do you plan to take that kind of feedback into consideration, or are the positions that have been recommended or, you know, on this list, are they set in stone? Because that is a huge thing that we're hearing from.
Stacy and I can lean into that together, but I mean, one is we're already doing CLD coaching. So
It's not a new.
it's not kind of a new practice. If we were to do math or literacy coaching, that would be new. And again, it's the concept like we're fully funding this person, so they're always in your building, right? Splitting a CLD coach between Bonus Springs Middle School and Bonus Springs High School that have a combined 1,500 students, I think, sometimes like each need 1.0, just given the amount of teachers that result for their buildings. So in the words of Ron Swanson, we're going to whole ass one thing rather than half-ass a bunch.
So the answer is these are set as coaching positions.
CLD.
CLD.
I think that's.
And I think you're gonna find that teachers are very disappointed in that. Because
I-
they wanna have an interventionist in there helping them with that student. I'll give you an example from my classroom of a student who is still having trouble counting to 10 and in second grade. And I have other students who are, working on multiplication and division, very big range, and I'm having a hard time. And I know all teachers are having this, they have this gap and they have a hard time meeting the needs of such a wide range. They want to work on with these kids, but they have a very small amount of time and a curriculum they have to meet and, assessments they have to do and all these other things. And it's just not happening. Like, I would like to have somebody who can work with those students who should have come to me or knowing how to count by 10, or count to 10. And we just want that
Yeah.
more than we want the coaching. And I think that's one area that we're hearing a lot from teachers about the dissatisfaction of this. So
There's not
But
actually,
you want that. Like, you
yeah,
Got more intervention at the elementary. You already had a 1.0 CLD coach.
allocation.
That's
I think
been
like,
there for years.
yeah, the elementary already has that allocation there listed. The intervention for Title I and REDAC was what was partially funded. And so that resulted in either having one person or not really having it be 0.25 of a person's role. And so the decision in elementary actually to fund the interventions, particularly because there's already CLD coach allocation. The intervention is a critical need also because you get to second grade and you have kids who can count to 10, right? Or read anything like that. That's a critical issue. I think the other thing which was included in the FAQs is that because we understand there's a capacity issue, there's a person issue, there's a time issue. It's part of why we're piloting the high dosage tutoring that is actually it's virtually delivered. It's not forever. It's very expensive, but I think trying to figure out in the interim where we're not in a space where we can add like a bunch of FT at every school, what's the interim solution to support kids who are far behind, who don't necessarily have an IEP, who are like Jenny kid who's just like, I'm far behind. And so it's piloting right now because it's new, it's different. It's only at like a 4 schools total with a small number of kids. You're like, what are the kinks we need to work out? Because like Nathan was saying, there's a bunch of things we'd like to fund right now. We can't, like, we don't have that kind of money. But we're trying to, I'm aware, I think we're aware and heard. I need like support for kids who are far behind. I'm one person of 20 kids. But I have like 6 different types of needs. How do we like do that?
Well, and I think like. Megan, you make a really good point, and I think you're hearing it, like even beyond the numbers and the allocation, like you could have a coach, whether you call it a coach or an interventionist. I'm gonna do better with somebody, if there's someone in my building. I don't necessarily want that person giving me a CLDE training on a Wednesday afternoon, telling me strategies that I should be using. I would rather have that person work with me and be like, let me help rebuild this unit for you. And then I'll come into your room and show you and teach it with you. Or take some of those kids, that's what we mean, I think, by student facing is that like. Yeah, just someone in the building that is working with the kids with us, as opposed to telling us more about, and not that there's anything wrong with like getting a training, but I think the concern is like about having a trainer whose job it is, their job is, and their job performance is based on, getting us to do things that they see without offering that assistance. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
I think so. And I would
Yeah.
say, I think like. Megan, you said something I was thinking, you're right, because it's not just a person, it's not just coach, there's actually like good coaching is going to be effective, good teaching, good
Yeah,
leading, right?
right.
And so
Right.
I don't think it's just let's put a position, but it's like how can do it well.
Yeah.
Effectively. So it is doing those things like planning or like the feedback, the support of planning. It's not just about the person, and that's true for any role.
Yeah.
Right. So
And to add like to what Adam and Megan are saying, a lot of people have come to me and they're like, we would love the coach to actually teach, show us exactly what we should do. And then we're there taking notes and so we can implement it. So I've heard that a lot, but I'm grateful that you guys brought that up.
Or even just co-teaching with us, just sharing that burden with
Yeah.
us.
But could that not be part of this position? To me,
I think
that
that's
would
what we're
be
trying
what
to
that
say.
position would be.
Yeah.
doing it that way. And
Yeah,
sort of-
instead of
That would just feel
directing,
better.
telling what to do, sharing the burden and doing it with our
Yes.
teachers.
It's almost a verbiage problem. I feel like when people hear coach, they think I'm gonna have another person like, you know, yeah, that's trying, you know, and maybe we just need to be creativity, was that what you said?
Well, that's what Megan said, actually.
Yeah,
I have
um,
a different word.
And like what we call these things, you know, and like call it really what, not just the first word that comes to mind, but really accurately describe what we're trying to have that person be. Yeah.
I just had a quick question or clarification on the funding piece. So in terms of like where the money's coming from and what pots and all the different things, like. We talked about this last time for a long time. And then a memo came out. And it says in the spring of 2022, the district received approximately $2.6 million to support at-risk students in the district. The money has been held in reserves by a developed plan. To me, that answers all the questions. I thought, I mean, and it seems like, I mean, it sounds like this money was there. We have to use it for this type of stuff. That's where we're getting the money. That's what that's.
But what happens when it's all used up?
Yeah,
no, that's we're using, that's one-time money, like a
Uh-huh.
grant. That is not funding any of the positions.
So
That was the
Okay.
concern. They have to be sustainable from recurring funds that we get every year, not a grant-funded type program.
So does that mean we have that much money to use for like curriculum and stuff?
Yeah, so that's what I talked about before. And we're talking about piloting tutoring, getting better data systems, investing in PD to use those data systems. That's coming from those are one-time expenditures that will come from that 2.6.
And with the curriculum that's gonna be purchased, when does that happen and how do we know what it is? So we can start planning to use it. Is that-
There's no like list right now of like, these are
Yeah.
the things that we haven't bought, that we're gonna buy. Like,
That's-
like,
that's
you know,
what
there's like a
work is
vetting
still-
process
yeah.
and research and piloting and
Yeah,
stuff, so.
okay.
It's
Okay,
like
so
thinking ahead.
that's a different funding, okay.
Yeah.
And just to further clarify from that same memo at the bottom, it says. A detailed budget proposal will be presented to the board on March 1st for formal approval. And I think people are still referring back to this memo of teachers in my building and, you know, coming to me and saying, has this already happened?
Mhm.
And now we've got the town hall happening and that sort of thing. So no, we haven't received a detailed budget proposal for teachers to view yet.
There's the 3 items on that are for the 22-23 school year, with this high dosage tutoring pilot, 200,000 for PD and better data systems. That was the detail listed there. We discussed the detail after. The positions, we talked in detail, but that's gonna be part of the 23-24 budget adoption process, which will happen in June.
I'd like to just say one more thing, and that's that, this was something that we, the teachers in this group, somebody had mentioned this, that. You know. This group, the power this group has is the collaborative spirit and being able to get a lot of voices in the room. And, like, this is our district and we want to support this plan and we want to support what's going on. And, we also want to be able to continually allow for, feedback into things like this, especially when they affect our positions and our students that we're teaching. And so we just really encourage you to continue to work through this process and other representative processes to get feedback from people who know they're giving feedback about certain things, and so that we can really all be on the same page and really make sure that we can support it, because we want to support this. But I just think there's more work to do as far as, and maybe, you know, that next step is the Monday webinar and how that's going to look. But
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that one of the things that, you know, it was sort of this, how are we implementing the strategic plan? And then it sort of turned into this, and we gave it a formal title and had to figure out how to spend these dollars. But it wasn't an identified interest for either party at the, you know, kickoff. I think that moving forward, in particular, because it is sort of this long-term vision and plan and multi-year budget. And even if this year there isn't an impact on the fair share, there could be next year. And I think that it would be really appropriate for like learning acceleration plan to be an identified interest that has a formal space for RFCEA and IBB to, you know, inform and give feedback on and collaborate on, again, in just a more direct and formal way. I'm certainly open to that. And again, I think hindsight 2020, there's a lot of learning over the course of the year, but certainly in the last couple of months with the learning acceleration plan that, you know, I wish we would have done the town hall a long time ago, right? And so apologies for that. And again, just I want you all to know the sentiment of our team is that we do want your feedback and do want to collaborate and work on this together.
And I appreciate the webinar next Monday. I just want you to know there probably won't be a good teacher turnout. It is conference week. So don't let that deter you that teachers don't want to hear it. It's a week of saturation and overwhelming for them.
Totally. And we're recording it. We try to, you know, it's got to be after IBB. It's got to be before spring break, before the conferences. And so thank you.
And sorry, I just going back to that because I just looked over my shoulder and saw Nathan had those notes pulled up from that March 1st meeting. And you did present. I didn't attend nor obviously thoroughly review those slides from that meeting, but you did present a budget. Has that been formally approved?
It said on the slide on March 15th, so next week.
Okay, thank you.
And that's just for those three specific things that we're gonna start to invest in this year. Not the positions I've talked about. That'll be part of May and June's.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I realize, I mean, I really appreciate like this collaboration. It's cool to see. I think you guys are learning in like a roundabout way that there's this weird thing that happens, which is that when stuff comes up and teachers are worried, these are the people in the buildings that they come to. And that's like something maybe separate from IBB specifically, like even people that aren't in RFCEA, they just know that we are the people that, you know, have, and so it's definitely like to all of our, like, it would make your job easier, you know, to work through this group, because if we have the message clear, then that will be naturally disseminated in a very like organic way, instead of like, oh, you can look at this website. And I definitely think in the future, because you know, that's where my one like remaining concern is that at first it was like, oh, there's going to be all these positions, and then it was like, oh, there's not going to be as many as it feels like. But then I also hear like at the board meeting and today, people saying, well, we wish we could have one of these at every building. So like, you know, I don't want it to, you know, I just think moving forward, we just need to be very like discerning, right? And of course, you all think that also, but you know, those $91, like I totally agree with Megan. That's a really good point. I think some people perceive as like, oh, these people are being hired, I'm not going to get a raise next year at all, you know, or whatever, and that's way off base. But you know, even if it goes from 91 to 100, like that's a discussion that we want to have, right? So anyway, that was good.
I'll just echo what Adam said and kind of just say that uncertainty breeds opposition. And specifically the next slide, the bar graph, the horizontal ones. I think if you could delineate current positions and label them, and then also label the future positions, that would ease a lot of people's worries, because they know exactly what is happening at their school.
Nathan, when that $91 you mentioned, does that have the possible dean of cultures as a district scale or as a teacher scale?
The teacher. So
as a teacher,
the full 8 positions were all certified.
So that's a maximum.
So that would be
Yeah,
maximum.
so if it was only 4 or 5, like it'd be less than $91.
Thank you.
So yeah, and part of our subcommittee, you know, we wanted to put this forward because we wanted to give space is before we move on to the three things we discussed and then vote on recommendations, anything further that we want to bring up for this?
I guess,
No, you go ahead.
so the conversation keeps happening that at the high school level, that it will be the CLDE coach and then the dean. So that then the administrators can take on more of a coaching role. And I was just curious if that's part of the PD is going to be supporting them in that larger role as a coach.
Depends on the school.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna have halftime coach, full-time dean. Glenwood and Basalt are getting.
But I'm
full-time
referring
coach.
to administrators, like the district efforts to, because now instead of dealing with. They're saying the shift is gonna be from the discipline off of their plate so that they can take on more of a coaching role. Is part of the PD to support administrators with more of the coaching role. Like, is there a PD program or a model we're gonna take? Cause I know some, like, there's like cognitive coaching, for example, is like a format that administrators use for coaching that. We could invest in as a program to support them in that role as now more of a coach. That's my only question.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the work that we need to do with leaders what repeatedly is happening is that there's limited time. For several leaders to spend time in classrooms. Observing, giving feedback, so, but yes, to answer your question, that is what it is.
Okay.
It's like I said, like, good coaching is what's coaching, right, or good teaching, and that's our, like, good continuous improvement cycles. To your question, is it like a particular, like, specific cognitive coaching, or is it like more like CNE would do it or something? I think that work needs to be built out in the immediate term. There's like new coaches cohort that we need once a month. We have a meeting to specifically about like coaching strategy, so.
Okay, thank you.
There's an investment for sure. That's what I want to actually emphasize.
Okay.
Anything else on this?
Yeah,
Obviously.
Oh, I was just gonna say, thank you for giving us space to have this conversation.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I feel in a better place that I can go back to my teachers.
Yep.
And represent.
Can I just say one more thing that I actually don't know is already, but like the acceleration plan is an action plan that came out of the district UIP. And I think historically it had the UIP process, I think, had been mixed in terms of investment or success or work, but even those are required part of the state. And so just want to like emphasize again, connection to the strategic plan that's been with the district now in its 5th year, or will be in its 5th year next year. And the district UIP is connected to the school UIPs. And so this is the action plan. It's not a brand new, like totally disconnected to anything. So if you look at the district UIP it's publicly available actually for all the schools, like it's directly from there, and those improvement strategies are directly from the UIP. So I just wanted to like make sure that delineation is really clear. Even if it's called Learning Acceleration Plan, it's the action plan from that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. That also reminds me too. I think you all know, but our district rating on the district accountability framework went backwards this year, and so we're on an improvement plan this year. And so I think there's a little bit more scrutiny on our district to make sure that we're updating our unified improvement plan and taking actions to address our major improvement challenges. So thanks for the reminder. This is sort of similar. Before we go into the 3 agreements, Megan had shared some really good questions with Nathan over the last week or so, and we just wanted to spend a little bit of time to talk a little bit about the monies themselves, the fair share agreement, and etc. And so Nathan put together this deck with a little bit more information about that. Hopefully, provides a little more clarity for us as we engage in our work today.
Thank you, Jason. So this, we talked about this a little bit at the mid-year check-in. There's a request that we go over what this means. This has been a lot of learning for myself, because this isn't something that we'll go into. The district has been able to meet for various reasons, going all the way back to the Great Recession starting in 2008. So it's been some learning for me. last night at whatever 10:30, after reading this for the 30th time, I had like an aha. It's only like half a page long. But, so. So quick agenda, purpose, history, the details of what's in it. A link to the actual fair share agreement. That just kind of explains the stuff over here. And that's all available in this presentation. The fair share agreement is in the certified items and overall. So the purpose of fair share, it's a philosophy which defines a process of allocating fixed negotiable components, in this case it's money, in budgetary development that allows for fair and predictable amounts. The fixed component is tied to per pupil operating revenue growth. That's the legislative amount that comes out every spring with the School Finance Act. And the negotiable component is tied to student population growth and all other recurrent revenue growth. So basically anything that's not per pupil operating revenue. History. So I was in high school when this started, so I had to go back to my predecessor to she was in Mexico for a while, so I spent about 2 hours on the phone with her yesterday to get as much. Some of this I heard before and some was for the first time, but from 1997 to 2009, the fair share agreement was honored and used as part of the ID bargaining process. The Great Recession saw years of decline in the per pupil amount, which for the agreement would have meant a reduction in salaries and benefits. In order to avoid that, the fair share agreement was suspended. To balance the budget during that time, all of their expenses were cut to the bone to try as hard as possible to preserve teacher positions and pay. So curriculum, custodial, support department budgets, capital transfers were all limited. The loss in revenue, all those measures did not completely mean no adjustments to teaching staff. There was a reduction of 15 certified staff. That was all realized through attrition. There was no formal revenue process. So as per pupil operating revenue began to grow again, the deferred items, the deferred capital maintenance, the deferred curriculum purchases, all had to be funded first to make sure that our facilities weren't falling apart, but our curriculum was up to date and accessible. So still, we're not able to meet the terms of the fair share agreement. We had maybe one brief meeting about it during the 1920 IBB salary negotiations, then COVID hit. So again, kind of a delay to returning there. But in 2021, there's requested that we make an effort over the next several years to get there. And I really think this year we mostly got there. I think personally, I think we honored the spirit and intent of it. Which I think I would say we did. So the details, there are two components of the fair share agreement. A fixed component dictates a minimum percentage of the increase in per pupil operating revenue as determined by the Colorado State Legislature. This legislature is allocated to certified salary and benefit increases. So that minimum percentage is 61%. Historically, that is the percentage of certified salary and benefits as a percent of all expenditures in the district, not just general funds. It's not just general funded teacher positions, it's everything. So we have a lot of grant funded positions that's all rolled into that.
Can you, sorry, before you go on to the next slide, I don't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure that like people need time to process this because we're not all money people like you are. So maybe just before you go on, let's let people look, think. Maybe I'm just speaking for me. You guys are all wonks, but I always need time.
Yeah, Nathan, the per pupil count I thought was a fixed component.
No, increase in pupil count and the per pupil amount are different things.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
It's like you just said, blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah.
Charlie Brown.
Right.
Total program funding is made up of a per pupil amount times number. The increase in the per pupil dollar amount is what's fixed. The change in pupil count is what's negotiable. Because typically an increase in pupils, the way we budget, you need more teachers, so that money is first allocated to pay for the growth of teachers.
So when you say-
Negotiable, it's not like you can negotiate how many students you have. You're negotiating in terms of like, well, we got like 3 more students, but we're.
I think that's kind of where some of the gray areas, because it says priority would be given to growth initiatives and district strategic priorities. So that to me is like, that's where you would spend that money first, and whatever's left from there is kind of the negotiable, what goes to classified, what goes to certified, what pays for an increase in liability insurance, what pays for, our out of, everybody's seeing crazy utility bills. So as a district, we're running systems 24/7 for fair exchange, and it's more expensive to do so, and it's like all those things. Money. So.
So we're not, you just said the word, it sounds like the word negotiable is negotiable. Or it's confusing or unclear or.
So I mean, well, you can go to the agreement. That's where my aha moment was. I thought the negotiable was referring to, we're negotiating over how much goes to the certified interests. I think the other interpretations, we negotiate over the entire pot and how it should be spent, whether it's on this strategic priority or the strategic priority or utilities or. So I was interpreting it in my conversations with Shannon, made me feel like that's how it's been honored in the past. If there's $1 million in that negotiable bucket, how much can go to certified salaries? And that's what we're negotiating. Is it 40%? Is it 20%? What are the other needs that are taking precedent? That is how I've interpreted it. And I think that's important with my conversations with Shannon. I think the way Megan was interpreting it is like, no, that full $1 million is negotiated over how we spend it. Even if it's not going to certified teachers, how's it going to be spent outside? Which I started to, is that really, we're talking classified salaries, that's outside of IBB, and it feels like that's where the gray areas. I don't know when the last time the fair share agreement was reviewed and updated for kind of clarity.
It was implemented in 97. That was the first time it was used, and I don't think it's been changed at all since then.
And this is what this is a district specific thing.
It's my understanding that we are the only district that has such an agreement at least in the state of Colorado. I could be wrong, but from talking to Eric Hansen, he's like, you guys do it all different, so.
And Nathan, am I understanding from the previous slides that 22, 23 is like the first time we've been back onto the 61% as a yes since forever?
Since 2008 or 9. Yeah, the calculation was never really done. It was after we paid for all the required capital maintenance, so our buildings are in good shape and all the other things, like here's the amount we can afford.
So the hope was that we were trying to do 61%, but we weren't able to.
Yeah, the amount that could actually go towards salaries, like I talked to Shannon. I mean, I found a back of the envelope calculation from her. I think there's 3 different calculations with 3 different percentages all for the same year. So it's like, which one of these is actually used like ballpark or. So it's kind of wasn't a clean calculation for what you got.
Do you think that we should be talking about revising or improving the wording of the fair share agreement?
I think it's a worthwhile interest for next year's.
All right.
You have more?
Is there another slide in this?
So here's the details. So the big component comes from increase in per pupil funding. The number of students from the prior October 1 count, so this will be October 1st, 2021. Times the per pupil operating revenue times the fair share percentage. So 21-22 PPOR was 9,410. Our budgeted was $10,000. That difference is $590. That's the increase in per pupil operating revenue. The October 1, 2021 pupil count is 5,343.4. So the total increase available to the district and the change in per pupil operating revenue was $3.2 million. Fair share at 61% was $1.923 million. That's what was allocated to certified IB to apply towards salary benefits.
And apply it, we did.
We did. So the 1.923 million allocated to certified IBB. That's for salary and benefit interest, not necessarily just the salary schedule. Certified IBB also encompasses coaches, guest teachers, those sorts of things that you can also elect to pay for that money, or use that money to pay for. The amount also pays for the step increases everybody gets in August. That's when you move up a step from step 10 to 11. There are associated benefit costs with that, paramedicare, and then change in healthcare costs. That comes out of that money. It's estimated at 600 and very specific amounts, $695,979. The remainder can be used to change the value of the salary schedule or for other salary related interests. A caveat was actual per pupil operating revenue came in less than expected. If we've gone back and revised it, we reduced those funds by $80,000, but we did not make that adjustment. We already started negotiating in order to negotiate in good faith. We just left it as is. On to the negotiable component. The negotiable component of the agreement comes from an increase in student count and other recurring revenues, which is basically anything not related to an increase in legislated per pupil operating revenue. Exceptions would be rural school funding, PE funding, which was one-time funds we got that would be excluded. Those were spent on one-time clauses. Specific sources of revenue can be, we've seen an increase in interest rates. Our investment earnings are up. Specific ownership tax is up because our percentage of specific ownership tax went up because our MLO passed. Mineral lease revenues are up. The MLO revenues themselves are up. So our 2021 mill levy we passed floats every year with inflation, but it's also capped by state law. And then turnover credit is also outside of the people operating. So the total for the school year was 2.1 million. 1.2 of that was allocated to certified salary interest with the goal of reaching $50,000 starting wage. So BA step one would be 50. Which is some foreshadowing. This excludes designated purpose fund revenues, which is almost exclusively grants, which are inherently one time in nature. So the certified share of the 2021 mill levy override increase. So we milled, I think it was $7.4 million initially. This year that grew by 350,000. So 61% of that. Kind of made sense to stick to that because that mill levy was specifically for salary increases. So we allocated 213,000. Certified turnover credit was 292,000. Turnover credit is when a highly educated, long tenured teacher leaves, MA 70 step 25 and replaced by someone who's a BA 10 step 2. That difference is turnover credit is what's kind of been credited back to the district. That was given as well. And then the share of other revenues, investment earnings, specific ownership taxes, an additional 625,000. Total negotiable 1.13 million. Go back up a couple slides, the remainder of fixed. After step increases was 1.227. So we had a lot of money, $2.4 million to invest in teacher salaries.
So that first bullet says 61% of 349 is 213,000. The certified turnover credit, we're not taking a percent of that. That's all the certified. And then it says share of other revenue. So like, is there a percentage associated with that? Or is that kind of like
that was going to go
this year we go this way and this year we go that way? Like
so
is there a formula for that or anything predictable about that?
No, I would say it's kind of been all of that's the negotiable component. I'd say the most fixed thing out there would be that increase in MLO. Because we invested almost all the MLO in salaries, we should make it an effort to divide the same as we would. For the per people operating revenue. The 625 came from what do we need to get to 50? And
So
also still fund other strategic priorities.
So kind of like in harder terms, for example, you might be saying, we need this money and I know I have 82,000 coming in from specific ownership taxes, and I have, 174,000 and totally making these numbers up in interest. And you just keep doing that until you reach 625,000. Which would be the amount to
I
get
looked
to
at the whole pool
50,000.
and kind of did, what additional money do we need to get to 50, and it was 625. I thought that was something we could afford and still meet our other investment objectives in the district.
And so what is the other revenue that's not included there? The share, when it says share of other revenue, 625,000, what's the other revenue amount
Like,
that
what
we
was the
can't
total
see?
amount?
Yeah,
So with 2.1 total, certified got 1.1, which is 53%. So the other 47% was held, so that's about $1 million. So 1 point. So 1.7. When you take away those 2.1. Total for school year 22-23 was 2.1 million. Minus 213, minus 292, which is basically 500,000. So that's 1.6 million. We got 625 of that 1.6.
and teachers didn't have any kind of input into, when we don't usually have any kind of input into, like, hey, we want more than that 625,000. There's 1.2 million. Why are we getting 800,000 or something like that? Or like, who's determining that?
I came to
other
our
number?
group and said, here's the amount of money we can contribute to get to $50,000. He said, that sounds awesome. Have a $50,000 starting wage. We're happy with that.
Do you guys get where I'm going
Yes,
with
I
that?
think, but, like, all the other expenses, like you have to manage, like these buildings need this repair, and we need these supplies or whatever, like he's looking at all of that and saying like, well, what could we put towards salary? Because we need to also fund all this other
It
stuff.
increases the classified staff.
Yeah.
I mean, the first year I was here, Shannon, and I think this was because it was still kind of a lean year, but we went through the entire district budget line by line in this group, and we saw where every dollar was being spent. And so maybe that's the clarification you're asking, and maybe that's something next year, like we want to just take the time to do that, because it was super helpful to me to just know, like, this is how much the buses are, this is how much all this, and also just going back to like other people, when people would say things like, well, why is the district like holding all this money for, I'd be like, no, like, there's no extra, because I could know. So is that kind of the question you're asking, is like, there's a bunch of line items that we can't see, and what are those? And yeah.
Kind of, I mean, this is sort of foreshadowing our group too, but one of the things that we wanted to know was how do we know that the fair share agreement is fair, basically? And how do we use that, and how do all groups in the district understand that the amount that they're getting is fair? And we'll be talking in our group about other groups that aren't here today, but a little bit, but like, if they were to be coming into any kind of process trying to negotiate money, if they say the custodians were trying to figure out, do they get the right amount? Like, I assume that's part of that, in that it's the other part that we can't see. And then teachers are constantly asking us like, well, why 61%? Like what's magic about that number? And so maybe that's something we need to continue to talk about as like next year goes along, or maybe not. Maybe there is a perfectly good reason. And I feel like that other revenue area is kind of that area that we're like the negotiable area, which, is interpreted. Maybe I've been interpreting it incorrectly, but
I think the way that 625, I mean, all those up there are negotiable because they're outside of PPOR. This is what I presented to our group. We did not have a lot of discussion, or like what you would say traditional negotiation. I didn't say here's 1.1 and they said we want 1.5, and I held a hard line. It's like, no, this is This is what got us to $50,000. We increased our starting salary by $8,000 over 2 years. We were like stoked to do that.
So Megan, maybe this is the question I'm hearing you ask. It says share of other revenue, $620,000. Nathan, would you be able to say like where this other revenue started? Did the share of other revenue start at $2 million?
Yeah.
And
It's 2.1. You pull it from the bottom. Of that 2.1, 213,000 was from the 2021 MLO that was allocated using a 61%. Certified turnover credit represented almost 300,000 of that 2.1. That entire amount was given to certified staff. So 2.1 minus, that's about 500,000, which is 1.6 million left. Of that 1.6, 625,000 was given to certified staff. So 52 or 53% of the total amount of negotiable money. The remaining million is covering investment in LAP, other investments across the curriculum, all the other things that we have to invest
And that's the money that under the current fair share agreement, the top priority is growth, right?
in. It's growth in districts, strategic priorities. For a long time, a strategic priority was to increase, and still is, all salaries across the district.
The certified turnover credit, is that big or small? Is that about what it normally is?
Maybe a little big, but it's typically in that kind of $250,000 range.
And thank you. And I guess I assume that was generally a wash as the whole salary scale moves up. So that's what we redistribute back into Everett. Got it. Thank you.
And in prior years, again, talking to Shannon, there's been years when she needed to use that to balance the budget because there was unexpected utility cost increases or needed new boilers out of school and there wasn't reserves to pay for it. Like that's what that was used for, because it was a strategic priority.
But generally, it's poured back into the salary scale to help move it.
When it, again, it's negotiable.
Okay.
When it's
Okay.
able to, but that's the first priority. Thank you. Or a top priority.
I feel like the word negotiable is sometimes maybe this is part of defining the agreement better, but it's like negotiable. Does that mean you come to me and tell me we need more money and that is a negotiation? Or is a negotiation like when we say, okay, we need these things, how are we going to allocate them?
I mean, I think there's a process we could potentially do better. Again, we did, but you would traditionally think of negotiation. You're gonna sit down and have it back and forth. It was, I think we can get to $50,000. We didn't because it's be achievable this year and we did it. Everybody was happy with that happened.
My other question is kind of like a process question, which is, what does the word agreement mean in fair share agreement? As Katie has so wonderfully explained to me, and this is a little foreshadowing for our group, but like we were looking at something that was called the IBB process. I always thought it was the IBB policy, and it's not a policy and it's a regulation. I was like, what's a regulation? So learning what that was, and now I'm like, well, what's an agreement? I don't know. Like, can anybody change this? Does it have any kind of, is it just something, is it a memorandum of understanding? No, I don't think so. Well, what is an agreement? And maybe that's just part of looking at how that document is worded in the future, but. Maybe we don't have an answer. Right? I'm curious.
Come up. It seems like this is this, all of this kind of falls into the category of like, this needs to be an interest next year.
Yeah.
And I mean, and I don't want to like get ahead of myself. I don't know how many more slides there are on this fair share. But I'm kind of excited to get to like the we haven't started our presentation. So I don't, and I think this is important. Look, we're done this. So my question is like, do you guys want to like, should we just take a little break before we do our intro? Because we've been here for an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
And then hopefully,
Eventually, yeah.
we can go through these ones like relatively quickly, but these were. These were elephants we needed to exercise. So, yeah, okay, well, let's come back in 5.
Five.
Yeah.
When can I
5 or
just
10?
quickly,
8?
when we come back, can I ask one clarifying question? Just on like how, that 61% comes, I'm looking at this fair wage blueprint that came out after the mill levy override. With an explanation of like wages and such, and so I just have a clarifying question about that, because people have asked me about the MLO.
Yeah.
And like, don't we get all that money? So.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I understand that question.
Thank you.
During the break, do we leave the mics on or? do-
I'm gonna mute it. I was just waiting for her to finish up.
Yeah, I had that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
It's gotta tell this was-
Okay, but
Okay. Thank you all. I know that those first two conversations were outside of the kind of stated interest, but I think they were helpful to lay some foundation. So we are gonna dive back in now to subcommittee 1.
Ask that clarifying question.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, just because somebody, a teacher that's watching also just sent me a question about the question I was going to ask. And so for Nathan, if you can just clarify for us for the MLO, and I don't know if you can pull that slide up again, but that you had up, but for the MLO, you had a 61% figure that went into that that fund that Megan was asking about, where that 635,000 figure came from, and part of that was MLO funds, right? And so
The MLO funds was separate.
it's separate, yeah. So actually, thank you.
It's,
The MLO is the two.
So the MLO is the 213. And that's 61% of the total increase.
Yeah.
What's the increase?
340.
But I mean, was the increase just because?
So the mill levy passed in 2021 is supposed to grow by inflation.
Okay,
Inflation at the end of September on a 12-month basis was 7.7%. We hit our cap of 25%. We can only issue mill levy override in the amount of 25% of our total program funding. It's fairly complex, but that's the gist.
okay,
We hit that cap. So I think we really could have milled, if there was no cap, like 550 or something like that. So another 200,000. So we hit that cap. So the most that grew by was 350. 61% was given to certified staff for salary increases, which is how we did the original mill levy allocation. The other 39% goes to classified staff.
okay.
that's the question.
So in this fair wage blueprint that I realized that we're not all looking at from March 16, 2022. It says the voters approved the MLO in November to be used for teacher and staff retention and recruitment efforts. The majority of the funds were used to provide a competitive and living wage for all employees. So all employees being classified and certified. While a small percentage, approximately 12%, were set aside for other retention and recruitment efforts. And so is there still 12% being set aside for that? And then the 88%, we get 61% of that, the remaining after the 12%. And then classified gets the rest.
I don't know if I have a clear answer for you. The original 61% you have is baked into your salary schedule, big increases from last year. That's baked into the salary schedule. That's there. The only difference this year is the additional $350,000 that became available. That other 12% was really coming from shares that need to go to the charter schools. So Two Rivers is not part of the district, they get a big share. And then Ross Montessori, were they to come in, we would have to pay them. You know, we'd have to, if we were spending that money, we'd have to cut it from somewhere. So we're holding it aside to spend on one-time projects such as 15 units at Meadowwood for staff housing. But because Ross's pupil count decreased, the amount we need to allocate to them decreased. If they get 100 new students next year, that will change. So there's a little bit of an odd year. There's a bunch of moving pieces to that question. But again, I'm trying to balance against multiple moving parts and
Is Ross applying to put their charter with us?
they're not, but if they were and we owe them 600 grand, if we were spending it on salaries, we would have to cut 600 grand from salaries.
All right, so that was this person's question. what the charter school money that's part of MLO is being used for, and basically you're saying it's just in reserve.
Yeah,
No,
last
no,
year.
So this year,
Yeah.
so last year it was about, I think it was 1.5 million. $1 million was reserved to invest in staff housing, 300,000 in education opportunity fund, and 200,000 left to fund professional wage supplements that all teachers make a minimum of $50,000. This year, that share is going towards supporting staff housing at Mother, which is again recruitment and retention efforts. So the employee opportunity fund still has $300,000, maybe a little bit less. I think they've done some consulting work there. But to get that program up off the ground and running, in the event that they know a recurring need, we'll fund that as long as we can. Last year to come in, that funding dries up, and we have to do something else.
Okay, so is this document still a valid thing for people to refer back to if they have questions about how the MLO money is being divided? Okay,
You guys know what document she's talking about?
it's called the Fair Wage Blueprint. If you just search it.
It seems like that's you were just making sure that like the staff is still getting 88% of the bill levy increase, which they are.
Well, this year they got 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for clarifying that. That had just, a few people had asked me about the MLO money and wanting to make sure that teachers were getting what the voters voted for. Thank you.
And now for our first group.
Yeah. I know.
All right, so yeah, the topics that we were charged with was to review pay for other duties, guest teacher rates, ignoring students, district employee back. Athletic coaches and updating the salary schedule. So the first one is the extra duty. Like I kind of mentioned at the mid-year, this was a little bit of a rabbit hole to go down in terms of what other districts are doing and just the variety of things that are happening across the district in each school. So to try and standardize that a bit, we did create a little bit of a schedule that categorizes some of these things, and like overnight trips, after school activities, like taking tickets or working on the field or picking up trash, doing dances, proms, plays. That would be a minimum of 1 hour per paid event. There was admin on duty. This seems more to be a high school duty at activities or games when the AP or AD or principal cannot be there. There's other rates, so things can be put into that based on a BA step 1 rate, which is 34 an hour. Or there's also the 47 an hour average certified teacher hourly rate. And so we kind of basically made those buckets. And that is linked in there. Adam also has it up there. How do we pay for this? Currently, a lot of schools are already using discretionary funds or their general funds, or they for some of these things, or finding ways to, for example, pay for overnight trips while other schools are not paying for that. So we just want to make it fair and equal across the district. So in order to make sure that each school is also adequately funded to be able to support teachers in this way, we're proposing a $50 per student allocated to schools for certified stipends. You use it only for that purpose. You cannot use it for other things. So it has to go into teachers' pockets for extra duty pay. It can't be used for anything else.
Can you say that again? Sorry, I just want to make sure.
So it's $50 per student. So at, GSMS, we have this, this year 408 students. So each student, $50. So, whatever math that is, that's how much we would get to allocate for our extra duty pay. We can't use it for something else. So as an administrator at the start of the year, we would probably start to, collaborate with our
teacher leaders and just teachers in general. Where are we currently seeing extra duties in our building? Make sure that we budget accordingly so we don't spend it all at the beginning of the year. And then, you know, for things such as, like currently we're not paying teachers to run the clock or take tickets at our games, you know, so kind of think about how many teachers would we need for that? How many games do we have, and start to kind of build that out. If you don't spend what's allocated to you for extra duty pay, you lose it. So it's motivation for schools to use that money to compensate teachers for any time outside of their contract. So the total cost is $250,000, and it would come from the 23-24 allocations. It's not coming out of the.
Because it'll go into effect next year, it'll come out of next year's fair share calculation. You funded with that.
The only thing that I would say that we struggled with a bit, and that, you know, where the most questions might come from, it is nearly impossible to come up with an exhaustive list. Douglas County had I don't know, using Joel Hathaway's approximation, approximately 1,000. Yeah. You know, it's like very long document that Douglas County has to outline every possible scenario you might use extra duty pay for. We don't have the capacity to create something like that, nor do we see the need to do that right now. We created buckets and kind of a loose schedule. Obviously, it will need to be fine-tuned as we begin to go down this pathway in terms of making sure it's equal and fair across the district. So that's where I guess we would ask for a little bit of grace with that, and understanding that there's no perfect calculator for, I will have 4.5 students and I don't have a half student, but and I will be taking them in a minibus and I will be doing this, and and then this spits out this perfect wage. So we're trying to approximate that as best as we can.
Wanted to give everybody an even playing field. So it says that all overnight trips have to be $150. That is not discretionary. It's the same across buildings. Minimum of one night. So you can't say, oh, you're only gone half a night. No, you're gone like a full night. Same for post-school activities. We try to give some examples of what that means. And then admin on duty. Typically at as Sarah said, typically at the high school level, but when there's 4 different events going on, or there's 2 events every night, just to give APs, ADs, and principals some additional support. We came up with a rate for that. And it's basic. It's I think I put it up there. The average teacher hourly rate plus the hourly value of the annual athletic director stipend, get $53 an hour. So that's something that the high schools have to build into their budget. That's an additional expense that you're not going to incur at the elementary. So we'll have to build that in. And then other rates. Again, it gives everybody the same starting place. So if you're doing certified work, we try to give some examples. Participating activities that require general certified teacher knowledge and experience starts at $34. So you can have one billing say, oh, it's $19. Another billing say, I don't know, 50 sounds good. It just kind of depending on what their budget is looking like, and then just an estimated number of hours. And then a protocol around, communicate that amount, 34 hours, or $34 an hour times 10 hours. We expect the stipend to be $330 before the work is started. Sure to be happening, but I think it just reiterated. This can only be used for certified staff. So if you have parents taking tickets, that has to come from a different source. We're not going to use certified funds to pay for other compensation that's not certified.
Does this include like translators? I know that like, or is that?
That's
separate?
that's good for something.
What clarifying questions do we have? And then maybe if,
I just have a question for like the outdoor ed trips, because there's teachers that are multi-grade levels. So they go on these trips and then they still have to do lesson plans. Did you guys keep that into consideration? For our compensation.
I don't think that specific scenario. I think that
I
might
was
be
just kidding.
like a building level negotiation, perhaps.
I mean, we did have discussion about the number of hours, which is a lot that it takes to prepare for these trips. But I think we decided that this is a good starting place. Because that can be really subjective and vary from building to building.
And maybe that falls under those other rates. Where if you're leading that work to create those lesson plans for outdoor trips, it starts at 47 an hour, so. Your building leader might say, well, you're expected to take 5 hours to do those lesson plans, or whatever the.
And for example, like my building, we currently compensate
For the kids, like.
that stay,
that are
yeah,
not going on the trip.
yeah.
So it's health and plans for the trip.
Okay.
What regular lesson.
And yeah, I mean, I think that's where you know, like negotiating at the building level. I mean, like, for example, we have currently a stipend at our school for the trip leader, the person organizing the trip. And so that might be, you know, that's where I think it's gonna, we may want to revisit how it's gone, how it went, you know, next year and, you know, and refine that process to make sure it's still consistent and fair across, you know, and that might be something that we take on too as admin to compare, you know, how we're spent that money to make sure that it's fair. And
Yeah, it's a little bit of work for the admin, you know, and we talked about, hopefully they'll bring in like their BLT or some teachers, but to just be like. Because every single building has a different scenario, and that's why we should line item everything, but the idea would be that. But your building should have enough to pay for like all these things, like even the schools that take like the most trips of any school in the district, they should still have like a lot left over after they pay out for those trips for other extra duties in their building. So that would be something you could negotiate, like how, like all the teachers going on this trip get 150 a night, but the teachers who have to plan get an extra, you know, that's something you could negotiate. There will be money for that.
yeah, like even the level of like the difference in how BLT is operating at every building is very different, you know? And so it's like that one, you know, might be trickier depending, you know, like to find the equity there.
Can you give examples of what the differences would be between 12 and 13? So what would be a leadership versus just a general certified teacher knowledge and experience?
Like a building grade level lead or a subject lead within a building, that's like leading the work around curriculum or instruction design within that building. I think that's kind of what we talked about.
So it's like the other one, like the LP then?
If you're a teacher might want to chime in here, but if you have, you know, a first grade team at Sopers Elementary, you have a person who's designated as the lead, and each building again is kind of set up differently. It might happen more in high schools around subject. But if someone's leading that work to design, how are we really going to, you know, so making sure that's a cohesive instruction, that leader would get 47 because the expectation is probably that they're more experienced, using more specialized knowledge, different leadership skills, all sorts of things, as opposed to just kind of participating and giving your feedback and being more reactive. And, you know, Rob Norville and I propose we meet, you know, 1 or 2 times a month to kind of, as these things come up and we get questions to act in kind of an advisory capacity, you know, encourage building leaders to reach out, you know, to talk with their principals, with their leadership team, and just really make sure we're making an effort to not be arbitrary.
And are these numbers a starting spot or these, that's what it is?
That's what it is, so that everybody is paid, this, again, starting at the same spot. Now, it might be, the hours might be different.
Right.
Just content lead work at Sopers Elementary might be 5 hours, and at CRS, for whatever reason, it's 50. That's the difference.
And this money is gonna be within the budgets of the schools then?
Yeah.
And so when we see, for example, in our board meetings, this routine personnel, we often see stipends in there, though would not be included in that. Because that would be separate.
I mean, the buildings will have a line item that says stipends budget. If you have 400 kids, it'll say $20,000. And then it's up to the building leaders to schedule out what they think those individual stipends will be, and it'll show up in the budget workbooks that every school has. How it will, I don't know. To figure that out.
Saying if the building doesn't use it, then that money is absorbed by the district.
Yeah. Just encourage that it's, you know, taxpayers give us money every year to spend. my personal opinion is we already carry over too much money. Both at the building level, and the district level, so we're doing staff housing, which is gonna cost, take a lot of reserves. But just, we don't want to encourage people to kind of hoard resources when it should be going. To
And I
staff.
think the main consideration for all of you, what we are like thinking about doing our first list of 5, is that.
Sorry, can I interrupt you and ask you to step closer to the mic? I can't hear you. Sorry about that.
Is that, this $250,000 is coming out of our 61%. So this is money that could have been infused into the salary schedule, right? But we realized, so that was the
Well,
big
just for
struggle
next year, right?
For every year.
for every year. This is money
Right.
that's coming out of the teacher pile, right?
Right.
And so that was the big like hinge point that we had is like, okay, do we want to just not pay anyone for any extra duties and put all that money into the salary schedule? Or how much do we want to pull out? And, this number, it took us a long time to get to it. It's what was it, like 7% of the total amount?
Well, it evolved from there.
Yeah.
It basically amounts to the turnover credit.
Yeah, and so that was the one thing that kind of felt like elegant to us was that it's about the amount of the turnover credit. And so that turnover credit is going to go, because we all know that like different staff members lift different amounts depending on their life situation. And we want to honor people that are putting in those extra hours, but we don't want to, that was the big hinge point. So that's what really like you guys need to think about is just, does this seem fair? Does it seem like something that's useful? I feel like we're lucky to have this like ability. It's not something we've done before, but
Yeah, I would say too, where it might get a little bit gray and sticky and like, we'll have to figure out how to manage this. Is in the negotiated contract, it says you can, have 2 hours per month, right, outside of your contract hours. We don't currently make teachers clock in and clock out those extra 2 hours or anything like that, so like. I think that's where there's a little bit of a gray area overlap of like, right now, we ask, kind of we count the dance, as part of that, but the dance is mentioned in extra duty pay here. So it's like, how do we, that might be a more internal negotiation in terms of how do we best use this money in our building to make sure we're being fair and we're putting this money in teachers' pockets to honor the time outside of your contract. And also then we still have those 2 hours, and so how do we like, we don't want to use that. We want to use that as something supportive, not as something that's like, well, you have, we don't want it to be like that. So the goal is money in teachers' pockets.
And what I was trying to say by saying it was next year's money, of course, that would be going forward. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, we still got our turnover credit money for salary increases this year. So it is starting next year.
Yeah.
But then would be going forward, continuing.
I think I really like this proposal. I think we've had this issue for many years and it is a way to start working on that. And I really appreciate the work you've done and I trust the money, the amount that you guys have come up with. Like, I'm okay with that. I know you put a lot of conversation into that. I have a few like questions or maybe suggestions to maybe even improve. One question is just for administrators. I just wonder if administrators would look at this amount that they're getting in their school and go, okay, I have to use this. I know it's use it or lose it, but would any administrators feel like I've got to create extra work for people so that so that I can use this? Because I would not want that to happen. I think that would be an unintended negative consequence. So I don't know if you can speak to that or else put language in that says like, don't feel like you need to use it, or I don't know what, but I do think that it could be like, especially when it comes to like ticket taking and stuff, I think that could really help. I think people will want to make that money and I think that's a good thing. So I would recommend that you communicate this through BLT and that BLT gets it out to their staff. And even if BLTs work differently, I think that making that like the starting point in the school and making sure that the BLT understands, like if these situations come up, that we'll talk together as a BLT to figure out how that would work. And then I just had, I mean, you've kind of touched on this, but Sarah, this is what you were saying, like, I think we don't want to pay teachers for anything that they're already getting paid for. So, you know, if there is a 2 hour, you know, and there is a 2 hour a month, you know, you can go over 2 hours a month and maybe the dance is part of that and the school decides the dance is part of that, then I think that they say, no, we're not paying you for this. And that's a discussion that the school has. I would want to make sure that teachers don't look at this and go, okay, I'm doing like extra work to plan my Ready Gen units for next year, and I'm getting a sub for today. And I should also be getting payment for that. So I think that might need to be like clarified in there, that you would not want it to be for time they're already getting paid for.
Yeah, and I think that that's where, you know, that's where I think we have to keep a close eye on the implementation and continue to monitor and gather feedback and calibrate across buildings. Just anecdotally, I know in Eagle County over the pandemic, they started implementing a lot of extra duty pay type things. And it got very sticky in terms of like, you know, I want to have a book club. Okay, well, I got to pay everybody for that, you know, or you want to have, and so it's just like, how do you manage that so that we're using our resources in the appropriate ways? And that's fair. You know, you don't want just teachers who are more outspoken to advocate for something, you know, like, well, I need this, you know, versus like teachers who were maybe just doing something and they don't. So I think just like, that's why we wanted to make the buckets. We wanted to say, this is kind of where we see. So if there's maybe things that you have feedback on that are happening in your building that you feel like should fill in those buckets, that might help just to have those conversations in a way that feels collaborative and supportive. Because again, the goal is to support teachers and to put money in pockets and to value the reality that is education and all the hours that it takes, you know, with our programming and things like that. So I think just making sure that like, if you have things to add in terms of the buckets and things like that we're missing in your buildings, let us know. And we can continue to calibrate.
Kind of a clarification, kind of jumping off of Megan. Megan said we don't want this to be used as like a planning time double dipping, but what about something like an IEP meeting?
That's not included in the $2 according to the.
So would that be something that we could get paid for then?
No. It says contractual is not included in the additional 2 hours of contractual.
So that's contractual.
Yeah, it's like sped meetings, Title I events, conferences, back to school night.
Okay, so those are all. Gotcha.
That would be
Those are already being compensated for. Okay, I just needed that clarification.
First of all, this is a great step. Because at the high school level, it's crazy to get, there's so much to cover for. I guess, yeah, I want to be really clear about mutual agreement type situations too. So it's not teachers saying, we spent, you know, this time here, can we get paid for that? I just think something in the language about upfront. I wonder with high school, like dances is one thing I wonder about. So I don't know if we can add that, but
so
something specific about the overnights, because there's so many trips that happen. I know, for example, I have teachers that lead trips. I don't want to pay for that out of this. Like if they choose to do a trip to Spain. That has come up before. And I think when teachers have selected, it should be really clear. These are like ex-ed overnights or United Nations, you know, like Model UN type stuff. Those that makes sense. If it's a choice, that's not really the academic. I think we need to be careful about that. Yeah. The one thing, Alicia and I have talked about this, and I know this is at all high schools, is graduation is not listed as contractual at this point, but it is expected, but we've struggled. So just, I don't know.
It's gray.
It's really gray. And I have a hard time because it's not clear anywhere saying to my staff, you have to be there. But like, I kind of want to expect that people are there or acknowledge that they're there and pay them, or
I think
I need to know because this is something that I think is around recognizing extra duties, and I don't know where that stands.
especially because of May, to add on to this, May, we eat up the 2 hours easily.
We're looking
We
at
have,
prom,
like,
academic
awards.
awards, scholarship awards, baccalaureate and graduation. So there's 5 events that teachers, it's like teachers are expected to kind of support in all 5 of those. So,
And it's a holiday weekend.
and it's on it, yeah, because that was the calendar discussion last year is, that's why we're going post Memorial Day is because teachers need to go to graduation. And I was on calendar last year. We talked about adding on after Memorial Day. So teachers weren't like, I'm done with the year, so I'm not going to go work a 2-hour graduation.
Well, and I wonder if we're like at a point with this, if we feel like comfortable enough with where we're at right now to vote and say yes, and then kind of, you know, say like, yes, let's allocate this money to the schools. We feel comfortable with, you know, the buckets. However, you know, and then the details, we fine tune, since we probably don't have time to fine tune all the details today. I mean, maybe we start with a fist of 5, and then if we need to continue the discussion, we do. Does that seem appropriate?
Yeah, this will be implemented next year. So as long as we say this is a plan.
Right.
and we can write out some of
Yeah.
the, you know, the elective trips is a good one, you know, around spring break and those sorts of things. Question also come around elective clubs. Are you gonna have someone that comes to you and says, I want to start all these clubs, and you're gonna be $1,000 club? Like, you know, like those things that need to be identified. YouTube club. Yeah, we'll all just sit here and work.
Really quickly, one other question, Nathan, that money that you said use it or lose it, if it's lost, does it go back into the salary bucket? Or does it go back into general reserve?
I think that'd be, you know, to be determined. We're gonna really encourage staff to use it. I mean, right now it would go back into reserves when we could see what it is. But that's the idea, is it goes back in for other negotiations, right?
It seems like if it was coming out of that 61% and it wasn't used, it seems like it would go back into that 61% as for salary.
So it would still be reserved the next year. It's just, there's a difference between allocating and budgeting what is owed and actually spending what is owed. Like, those are kind of 2 different.
Like, for example, our unfilled CLDE position, you know, that goes back, you know, like, we didn't spend that money this year.
Christopher?
Yeah.
All 5 and 4, is that what I see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Recommendation.
Yay.
All right. Okay, I'll do this.
Next
one
up.
real quick. Guest teacher rates was the one thing that. We didn't have time really to evaluate, but part of the reason why. Was because there was like recent IBB work. That was done on that, and. From the MLO last year, the rate was increased to $150 a day, which feels. Good to both like we feel like it feels good to the subs that are coming in, and also Kellen has the guest teacher coordinator has expanded the pool, so people are applying, and we are adding guest teachers to the role, so that $150 a day does seem to be working. And then this PD and onboarding measures, like. That came maybe, didn't we talk about that in the committee? Like there's just a little bit more support for them. And more of a community, and I think also the building subs, get that feeling like. That's kind of trickling out to other subs that you don't feel like you're this temp worker, like you're part of the big effort. And then the other reason that we are kind of kicking it down the road is because we feel like this is going to be an interest next year, because those building subs who feel like the heroes of our buildings right now are, that money for that is ESSER funded, so that's going to be sunsetting next year. We do have them next year, but after that, so we feel like we're going to have to come revisit guest teachers, because we're going to feel like people are not going to be real psyched to let go of their building subs. So yeah,
We were paying for that for a while from, what's it called? the money that came.
Rural
with being
sustain-
rural sustainability.
Yeah, search right.
We're paying for bonuses for teachers who are guest teachers, we still are having that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But actual building level guest teachers didn't come out.
Okay.
Yeah, and we still have the bonus program where they, after 20 days, they get an extra kick and so like that. So we don't really have to, there's no recommendation here. We're just procrastinating that much. It's defined for procrastination.
Let's do it right.
Yeah, we don't, right. Okay, next.
So absorbing students, which was a big feedback point from the survey. Sped teachers who cover class in the absence of a para will be compensated for their planning time and their lunch time. We talked about, and I know because I have this happen to me all the time, and I have other SPED teachers that I talk to that, I mean, it really does, particularly when you have a para that is supporting a student one-to-one, even though we don't officially call it one-to-one, but they've got like, 1,400 minutes a week in their IEP that they're being supported for safety. And other, just being able to function in the gen ed classroom. It will completely sidetrack your day. So it would be great if we could pay for more than just the loss of planning time and lunchtime, but the feeling is that some days are harder than others, and that this is a good starting point because like I have been compensated in my building for the loss of planning time and lunchtime, but some of my colleagues have not. And so, this can make it clear among buildings and administrators that when a teacher is filling in for a para, that they should be compensated at the least for this time.
I know we talked about this before about how at other schools, I have an amazing secretary who puts a little slip in my box and says, you covered for these things, and then I just sign it, but that is not maybe what's happening at other schools, that it's the teacher's job to make sure they have informed. Did you guys talk at all about that process?
I know that it came up, maybe it was in our larger group discussion, but we didn't add that streamlining of that process, and that's probably a good idea to add that to this as well, that it's whose responsibility it is. I mean, in my building, I fill out the form and I give it to my administrator and they sign it and they pass it on to the finance secretary, I guess. So maybe we could add some clarifying language for that.
Can I ask how a SPED teacher absorbing a student who should be with a para is any different than if I absorb a kindergarten class? I understand maybe not paying them a
That's
teacher
the next
salary,
bullet point. We're gonna get to that. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
but
Yeah.
it doesn't, because we're not compensating the SPED teacher for absorbing a student from a para, even if we paid them a para rate. It's,
Oh, yeah.
it doesn't address it in the next bullet. I read the next bullet,
Oh, yeah.
and I don't understand why we are struggling to keep SPED teachers in this district. We are overworking them. They are overburdened as much as any other teacher. And I think it devalues them. So now they have a student in their class who they don't normally have, who they're also managing other students who, these are the kids who can't necessarily go to the bathroom on their own, safety issues. At minimum, we should be compensating them the para rate, because now they're revamping their whole day, just like any one of us that is absorbing another class. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and we tried to get some input. I know I asked our teacher in our building, I said, we kind of went through scenarios, because like sometimes what we'll do is like informally offer comp time or something, she's like, because one day two students are absent, she has the whole day to get caught up and plan and things like that. So I was like, what do you feel like is fair? And, yeah, you're absorbing students and then you're kind of managing, now this, variety of needs that you're not used to doing by yourself. And what do you, this is what, she came back as thinking was fair, so I think like, it was based on input that we gathered too, but I hear what you're saying is they're having to
This
absorb,
complaint I've gotten from over 10 sped teachers this year and how they feel devalued.
Well, I mean, are they currently getting compensated for their plan time and they want
Yes.
more? Oh, okay.
Stephanie, I may be understanding this different from how you were saying it. My understanding of this is if it's the sped teachers planning or lunchtime and they go into somebody else's classroom and cover versus a student coming to them during their class time.
No,
For
it's,
sake of argument, I teach kindergarten. I absorb my co-kindergarten teacher's class. I get compensated for that. The sped teacher sitting in her room teaching whatever group of kids she's supposed to have at that time. The pair is not there to push into the other class, so now that kid has to come sit in her room too. When she wasn't supposed to have that kid, that wasn't her time to have that child. So now she's trying to cover that situation as well when she normally wouldn't have them in there.
I hear that. That's not how I was reading this. That's why I was saying, I was reading this, that it was a planned time or a lunchtime and they were going into somebody else's classroom.
Right.
No.
As a sped teacher, maybe I didn't have a strong enough voice here because I have been compensated really fairly, I feel, for more than just my lunch and planning time. I've been compensated in a way that I do feel is fair. I've been compensated for a whole day. Not always, or a few hours. So you're right, Kenny, that I can see where this wording does make you think that you're just using that time. But I think the wording is there because in some situations, it was like an olive branch, like in some situations, administrators were saying, this is just your day. You can't get any extra pay. And so we were saying, well, let's at least make it standardized that they get their lunch and their planning paid for. But in reality, it makes your day really hard. You've got kids having accidents. You've got kids having full-on aggressive moments that normally have a one-to-one that you have to clear a room because someone's throwing chairs at you.
And what,
So,
I wonder, would it be, I mean, another issue, I don't know, Heather, you can speak to this more too, but like be great if we had subs for our paras so that our students aren't losing their still inclusion, like that we still have that. So I mean, I just want to voice that as still a need that we have is like coverage for our paras, because then it's not just impacting our teachers, it's impacting our students because they're not in the classroom with their peers. Then they have to be pulled into a room away from their peers and not getting what they need,
like today,
I just want to make sure that's still out there as a need,
I had a sub for me and a para that is out for the morning for a doctor's appointment and a para that got an emergency phone call and had to leave school at 8 o'clock and hasn't come back. And so everybody on my team has had to, I have one student who normally has one-to-one, who's not in her gen ed classroom right now, because there's nobody to support her. And so she's playing in my classroom while everybody else is doing their work. So it does affect students and it also does affect teachers, and everybody's had to rework their whole day. So, it would be nice if it was, the thinking was that you get paid for a whole day of absorption.
Why not? Why not do that? If we do
Well,
that.
I think one of the things that came up when we were talking was like that this ended up being similar to the last slide where it was like there's so many complicated situations that we just wanted to nail down some standard like
minimum
first step type of thing. Like, for example, like this morning when I was leaving, Cora was telling me, oh, I get to go to PE with the Carlos today. And so, and like,
That's a joyous day though.
yeah, well, he happens to be, but yeah, so like sometimes just the coverage of what happens is it can be so complicated and so different at different buildings that it made the conversation really hard to figure out like, oh, are we gonna like, okay, take this para's daily pay and divide it up, like you get 12% and you get, because he goes to your class and then, I mean, Carlos is going to 4 different people in different situations today, for example. And so that's where I don't think that our intention was to like minimize like the difficulty of that situation. It was more just that
To
the
standardize
logistics of
it.
figuring
Yeah.
things out seemed like so
Well,
crazy that
and
we're
then-
like, this is something that we can definitely nail down, like.
And I think also if you have a para position that goes unfilled, like I hope I have 3 paras next year, but I know 2 are leaving. So there are para positions that go unfilled for the whole year.
Yeah.
So would I, as the teacher, you know, how would that money be dispersed?
Yeah.
Obviously, my job would just be really hard and I'd figure it out with my administrators helping me, but that was another factor, I think.
And
Right
I'd
now,
say,
that money does not get dispersed.
Right.
Which is
Yeah.
really frustrating.
Right.
and I would say too, like one thing that just, again, classified staff are not involved in IBB. And paras I don't think get any absorption if they cover 2 students
Right.
versus 1.
Right.
So that's just something else to add into the equation, in terms of like, how are we also supporting them in this process too?
Could you go,
Down to the next
could,
point.
no, could you go back to that list of duties and the pay?
Oh,
And I'm just wondering if 34 matches the description of certified work beyond contract time, or if it's maybe more like a $47 an hour thing, or
Would it be the teacher's daily rate? If that's even possible, I don't know.
Average. So.
I mean, it's not beyond contract time, obviously, because it's during contract time, but it is kind of a big position. If you,
What are all
it could
teachers
be
getting paid
potentially.
for covering on their plan time?
I think 20 at CMS.
no.
No, we get,
Currently.
Currently, yeah, what,
Yeah.
currently?
we don't get 20 for plan
I
covering.
think
it.
I thought it was more than that.
No, we get, Nathan, don't we get 30 something an hour for covering?
Yeah, that sounds right.
PA stuff going hourly rate.
Yeah.
So-
50, it'll go to 34.
Yeah,
34
so it's
next year.
it's, yeah, that's what we matched what other teachers are getting paid for covering into their class or losing their plan period. So we just kept, that's why we came to that amount. It was consistent with.
If you're getting 20, you better check on that.
That was the number in my head.
Okay, that used to be 20
Okay.
until last year, I
Yeah,
think, was
yeah.
when, yeah, we pegged
They
it.
changed it.
Mhm.
I think
That was great.
Yeah.
So are you?
I'm just
then are you
wondering if
thinking-
it's, if the work is more along the lines of the $47 an hour average certified teacher hourly rate for leading, planning, additional leadership type rates, or if it's more along the lines of what you detailed in 34. I mean, it's not really either one,
I
but
think it's more along the lines of 34. I think what would be awesome is if everybody could get a full day. If they're having to cover for a student that normally is 1-to-1 and they don't have coverage, they don't have a sub. And but I also see it's like one kid. It's like you're covering one kid. You're not covering a whole class.
I
But
see
it-
that, but these are kids with legal documents behind them, and I'd
Totally,
rather
yes.
be paying that teacher
Right.
that coverage pay than paying the lawsuit from that situation.
No, you're right, you're right. And it's still, I mean, as far as the legality of it.
Yeah, it's questionable.
It's questionable because. That's where I would verbally tell a parent and say, look, she wasn't in gen ed as much today. We'll make that up as best we can. Because it doesn't happen. It wouldn't happen for a week. So having that verbal and that relationship with your IEP kids' parents is important. And most of the time people are understanding. And you would offer compensatory services if it was for an extended period of time. So ideally, it would be more than just being in my opinion, and I know this is what we're proposing, and I'm sorry that maybe my voice didn't come as strongly as it should have, to advocate for more than just the lunch and the planning time. But I do see where, particularly in situations where they've been told they're not even going to get that,
Anything.
this is a good starting point.
Could we just add verbiage that says at minimum to that bullet? And then it could be at building discretion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would that be covered then out of that extra funding then? Or
Is that not being paid for your workday and then beyond your workday? And did we have that discussion earlier saying that you are already being paid during your workday? That you can't be paid on top of your workday time?
I mean-
And that's where I'm questioning.
Or could it just be that plus absorption? Like, would that cover it? Like however many, like you get paid for your loss of lunch and plan time and the students that you absorbed? Like, cause it doesn't say anything about absorption. It's like, should we just add absorption to that, or is that not enough? I don't know what that ratio, how that much money that would come out to be.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense because likely, you know, there are non-academic times that are still considered work in gen ed, like recess and lunch, where there are other adults on duty that can support that student. And so maybe it'd be 5 hours of absorption.
Yeah, cause ideally we'd be paying a para all day. If we had a para sub, right, we would be paying a sub all day. So whatever that rate is, that teacher should get. I mean, if they're absorbing a student, because in a perfect world, we would have a sub for that para.
Right. Right.
But if we don't, I think that's what we base all of this on. So would it make sense to base that on? And I don't know how we make the decisions here, that like being, you know, like if we don't come to agreement, can we amend it here? Do we have to like go back to the drawing board, you know? But like, I don't know how that would.
Yeah, like
go,
ideally,
but-
there is a sub that's being paid the same rate as a teacher sub.
Then,
Para sub is. I mean, it's the same rate.
and so I think it would fall to absorption policy at that point.
It would fall to that second bullet.
That's what I was asking before, so I must not have been being clearer, but I thought, Adam, you said the reason we wouldn't do that is because there are like the student is with this teacher for, what did you say, 12% of the day, and this, like, but we do that with when we're absorbing anyway, we're doing that calculus anyway.
Exactly.
Or that algebra, it's really calculus.
Yeah, so we could add language that says you're paid for the loss of your planning time and your lunch time, if applicable, which it says. You know, my administrator sometimes is like, you still get your planning time, I'm coming, go, you know? So, and then you get paid the absorption as stated in point B.
Yeah.
Teachers who absorb students when a teacher is absent. And, you know, we call them para educators. Yep. When a teacher or para educator is absent and a guest teacher is not able to fill the role, will be compensated by dividing the rate equitably. So I guess, you know, for my team, for example, today, one question I have is, you know, all of the members on my team are affected. So we would have to equitably divide that. Para or teacher.
Yeah, and I would like to give yourself some grace. I don't think it wasn't that your voice wasn't present enough. I think in full disclosure, we spent a lot more time on extra duty pay and the salary schedule, and this was a shorter conversation. So like, you know, I think it, you know, warrants that we bring up the things that we might have missed in
Well, and that was the
process.
meeting that I had a sick cat with kidney failure and a sick child, and I had to go to the vet and the doctor.
So I just don't want you to be, you know, I wouldn't say it's not all on you. You know?
I take care of my children. Yeah. So.
I wonder if we could, if I feels like we're at a place where we could
Vote.
maybe vote on this
Yeah.
and move
I
on.
agree.
Just considering that we also wanted to do teacher compensation before
Yeah.
our
okay.
teacher workload before lunch, and that's not
Oh.
gonna happen, so.
And so we haven't really talked about point C, but I'll just, it's right there for us to read, certified teachers who forego the planning period in order to cover a class will also be compensated at that $34 an hour rate.
Does this come out of the sub-pay budget?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because basically instead of having a sub,
Mm-hmm.
you're paying, yeah.
So can we add to that second, to be when a teacher or para educator is absent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing I'm a little unclear of is if we add it to B, which seems like a good idea to me, then do we need A? Because isn't that the same as like C?
Right.
Like, yeah,
Couldn't you say absorbing students, teachers who absorb blah, 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 all that B, and then at the end of it, you say if any teacher is losing their lunch or planning time to
They get
cover,
compensated.
you're getting compensated at $34 an hour.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're a sped teacher or not.
Yes. Right,
So it's just the.
right.
It's just C
Well, it's-
Well,
Oh.
like lunch.
or lunch.
Too.
Yeah.
Lunch.
Yeah.
If you see, then just add lunch.
You can strike A.
Yeah, strike it.
More simple, that's always good.
Yeah.
oh, you struck, you got me, beat me to it, Helen.
That was me. I was gonna do Stratford.
Me too, I was going to too.
So are we testifying?
And since
You have to
we're-
refresh it
we're
on
in
that
present
screen.
mode, so we have to hit escape. Yeah,
Just refresh it.
yeah, or yeah, just,
There you go.
you can see it.
Oh.
All right, so I'm going to put any teacher.
Yeah, it says
So,
teacher.
I mean, that could be like a CLDE,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So any teacher who absorbs students when a teacher or a paraeducator is absent and a guest teacher is not able to fill the role will be compensated by dividing the guest teacher rate evenly.
Yeah.
This is more common. Do we need to put that? This is
No, I
more
don't think so.
common. Just changed it again. I'm gonna refresh again. I'll also take out that this is more common at the secondary level. Yeah. Yep.
I'm a little bit frustrated by this conversation because we agreed to this before, like in a previous year. And we never agreed to change it. I'm glad we're going back to what we agreed to, and it changed without our
Part of it was communication and it's still unclear the difference between absorbing and foregoing.
So
I
is-
think there's still some, I think the communication and rollout needs to be a lot clearer and better supported than it was in the past. I think it's basically up to the IDE document and work presentation, because that was pretty good.
So can I make a recommendation that your group do that in the presentation? I'd like to recommend that your group try to make that more clear. I think maybe part of the reason was maybe we had a change, and this is kind of what our group is talking about too, is like, if you agree to something, we want to know if we're going to stick to it. And if this isn't a policy, it's not, it's not something that would be written down anywhere, but we just want to know if there was confusion with this before, are we eliminating that confusion? So that we don't go back to this idea of, oh, you're not getting paid for your recess and you're not getting, and we're not getting paid $34 an hour. Like, how can we be really clear in this to just make sure that I just would recommend that your group continue to make that language clear.
Perhaps leadership development, just principals and APs,
Yeah.
communicating it there. I think it's communicating it to the entire HR staff, the entire payroll staff, both of which we had turnover. I just think there's some things that got lost and we can better document. I think again, it was kind of left on a slide as opposed to like, here's the desk policy for. It's not, if you get it as $20, you need to go back to the principal. correct?
No,
And say, hey, like,
Yeah.
correct, but you need to take the rate, but we're gonna take the rate. It's just approved by email. I think those are the things This is clear. I think it was how it was communicated.
Yeah, I'd wonder too if the breakdown like Autumn brought up about who's submitting the paperwork.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Who's-
This is really important.
Yeah, okay.
It's not clear to me what that last sentence in A is, or last part, compensate by dividing the daily guest teacher rate evenly. So is that like a teacher on a grade, and so if there's like two teachers, they split that, is it by hour, like, that's not clear to me, so.
That's what it's supposed to be, but yeah, that language should be like if you have three people taking over a class by dividing the kids, you take 150 and divide it by 3. That's what we had agreed to. I think, I don't think it was, I think it was a couple, 3 years ago or something like that.
So it's both like time and people, because let's say a teacher's like, I have to be out in the morning, but I'll be in at noon.
Yeah.
So it's just like, all right.
Will you
20 kids in-
refresh, because I just added. Amongst those teachers involved in that coverage.
And the time, I guess.
Yeah, because she's right. If it is only half a day, you're only taking half of the daily sub rate. It wouldn't be the daily sub rate. It would be the applicable,
25.
yeah, whatever percentage of the day, or yeah.
The calculus.
Yeah. Still not calculus. My daughter will tell you that it's not calculus.
So how should I phrase that? Involved in that coverage, the guest teacher rate for the number of hours.
And the daily guest teacher rate evenly amongst the teachers involved in the coverage or the relevant hours, for the applicable hours. Or time, for the applicable time.
For the
Like-
specific amount of time.
Or
I mean,
like-
how I've done it on the form is I've just literally filled out like 2.5 hours, you know.
Yeah, no, I think if we're trying to get to clarity and make sure it's clear for leaders, like I want to also make sure I'm super clear. so I can be like,
Yeah,
hey, make sure
yeah.
you do this. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So amongst those teachers involved in that coverage for the specific,
Or for like the uncovered time, maybe that's just. Sorry. not
for the
uncovered
uncovered
time. Or
time,
the time of absence or something, because I'm trying to.
for the specific hours of the absence.
Sure.
Of the or uncovered.
Right now, it's like really long, but I think
No, I agree. Yeah,
It's important, and then, what this reads to me as is, for example, if the leader's like, all right, I can cover the rest of the day.
mhm,
It seems like this is covering, this is accounting for, teachers covering for half the day or whatever the time is that a leader is not, because a leader's not getting additional.
right,
uh,
right, right.
Maybe the number 3 should be like, sub coverage and absorbing students, because it looks like it's both.
Number 3.
Sorry, just right here, the title.
Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, sub coverage.
And or.
And or absorbing students.
And. What did we want to add about the language on the process? Who submits the paperwork?
I think we need to get HR and payroll and probably the finance specialist together.
Yeah.
We tried to do something earlier to make it consistent. It's not like it has some-
Okay,
It seems
We also
tricky.
were going through an update of frontline, so I don't know. There's different options within ASOP.
Oh, yeah.
That everybody had access.
Yeah.
It's recorded.
Yeah. that'd be actually really
So
good.
there's some things coming down that maybe we could
Okay.
use a system as opposed to.
Well, all the buildings have their system, and if we like try to. Say, we might do
Yeah.
more damage than.
I think as
Right.
long as there's a known system.
Right.
I think there's also a situation where there isn't a known. system.
Right, so it should be clear how, yeah, that's a good point.
And
that
if there
it should
needs to be like a cheat sheet.
Yeah,
Clear how that is accounted for.
yeah, and that it is not just, sorry, it's a hard day today. Yeah, and, you know,
That doesn't go very far.
yeah.
That's never.
Could this be part of the pre-school year develop, PD days at a time that this could be an agenda item? To share with staff meetings of how that process works.
We need to vote.
Yes.
What do you guys think? Fist of 5 on the language of sub coverage of no observing students?
Good. Good.
Thank you.
Pretty much our subcommittee theme was that you don't need to do things out of the goodness of your heart. We acknowledge that you have goodness in your heart and we would like you to get paid for that. Like, that's kind of how it.
Goodness of your heart doesn't pay your bill.
Right.
Only it did.
Never again, the goodness of your heart.
So district employees acting as athletic coaches, again, I think this is just consistent practice across schools, but basically just needs to be information that says certified staff that act as district coaches do not need to take them to be paid for the right position on their own. Let's make that super clear. So if you teach at the middle school and you're the football coach at the high school, like you don't need to take personal leave if you leave for a football game at the
Yeah.
you want to urge certified staff to be coaches and participate.
Mhm.
So I think that's just making it clear.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay.
Now the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this will be a lot easier if we all open up that link on slide number 9. And I can introduce as we get those links up. So this is the same thing we talked about at the mid-year check-in. And it's really a hybrid approach where we have the flat rate increase and the percentage increase as well. Where the flat rate really benefits the newbie teachers. And the flat percentage really benefits the veteran teachers. And we kind of use that flat rate to get to 50,000, which is great because that's a goal that we hit early. And then the percentage after that is great because in our comparison districts, that's an area where we lag behind. So if you could go to that worksheet and down at the bottom, you'll see a green tab that is recommended salary schedule 50K base. And Nathan knows this spreadsheet quite intimately, but I'll kind of just go over some basics. If you look up at rows 1 through 6, columns B through E, that's a look into the changes that are made. And you can see that base change is the flat dollar amount. And then from there, we factored in how to compensate those veteran teachers. And then as you scroll down, you'll see many things in the scattergrams, what the
I
new
just want to
salary
say I emailed
schedule
out
is.
this link too, if people are having a hard time finding it. I emailed it.
Cool, thank you. How many people are in those positions? What that total dollar amount is, what the percentage change is. So the good news on the percentage change is that the average percentage change is about 7.3%, which is awesome. And yeah, Nathan, you can take over from here.
You're doing well, Howie.
Yeah.
So that's in addition to, it's about a 1.7% increase from steps you get, so it's really nice. Better than 7.7% inflation. Which is pretty good. We only changed the value between steps. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, the overwhelming feedback from the IBE survey was that it's preferred to have more of the steps than educational changes.
I really like looking at the scattergram down there at the bottom. I think it's really interesting to see if you, I'm looking on rows 84 and below. And then if you look between rows, columns A and N, that's just bachelors. And I was looking at that, like, I didn't realize that was just bachelors. I was like, wait, we don't have all those people. But then if you scroll right, you can see the masters and it's just, interesting, I think, to see how we can see really well, I think, like that our staff is educated.
Yeah, so our teachers have on that.
Yeah. I mean, normally we see that in numbers, but or like there are two people here,
Right.
but I like seeing the like the amounts, the
Mhm.
dollar amounts too.
Sorry, which tab? Oh, scattered. It's,
Yeah.
right, there's a tab. It's also.
No,
on the-
it's at the bottom of the first tab.
So
If you
there's
go
a
down
tab.
to row 84 and below, you'll see it.
It's the number of staff. Salary as well. So we have 287 out of the 409 teachers have a master's.
Say that again.
287 of the 409 certified teachers. That doesn't account as. Almost all have.
And that's a result of several years of just trying to encourage people through the salary schedule to get their masters.
Yeah. That worked.
Scattergrams are really cool. I love looking at them every year. I always show my husband, I'm like, look. Are you, is this something that you would want to put in front of staff, or is this just for us?
I think we're looking at this to pilot today, so we can go to the board next week and get people a retro.
I'm just, the reason I'm asking is because you know what everybody does is they go and look at what they currently make and they're gonna look at what they make, what they will make. And so, you know, there's a current scattergram, I guess, on the whatever fourth tab, but it might be neat to like put those two together to really be explicit, like this is what you're currently making, or something like that.
If you look at row 154, you can look at dollar change per cell and find yourself that way.
Yes, on the green tab, yeah.
And it looks like the minimum, right, is the minimum increase is gonna be 3,000. Max is 74 and average is 51.
Mhm.
I like it.
Any other questions? You guys ready to high five it?
I have a question that I would fist it right now. And the only reason I would fist it is because before you talked about not doing anything with sub pay. And I would, one of the things our group would like to say is we would like to increase sub pay. And I know you had good reasons for why you didn't talk about it. Maybe when we present ours, you can see why we wanted to increase sub pay. And then, I mean, like, otherwise I'm totally for this. But that one little thing is something that our group kind of is hinging on, and that would change the salary schedule a little bit if we didn't end up doing anything with sub pay, which maybe we won't, probably won't. But.
Is sub pay out of that 61%?
Yeah. Mhm.
Should we come back to this then, after you guys present that and we? Just.
Can you preview a little bit?
A preview without going too much into what we're doing is like, we've realized that the subs are a limiting factor for, well, we've always known that the subs are a limiting factor for our guests, for our leave policy, and we've adjusted the leave policy. We've recommended an adjustment to the leave policy. And, Begonia has said that the district wants to get to 100 at least 100 subs in the sub pool. Currently, we have 80 and they're moving toward that. And we've heard like, we think that'll happen, but we want to assure it will happen. And we also want ensure it will happen. And we also want to make sure that we have like teachers, not all of the 100 in the sub pool are all going to Glenwood. You know, like my administrator has said, well, I know they're new people, but we're not seeing them at our school. So, you know, like we need to, it hinges on some of the things that we have proposed. And so one thing we had thought was if we proposed increasing that sub pay a bit, we didn't come up with an amount, but you know, could that help bring up that recruitment faster? And how much would that cost?
Is the reason that subs on the sub pool not picking up jobs because of the pay?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I know I can.
or if it's just like, I don't want to cover today, you know.
I have a second job. I can work I work at the Hotel Colorado and I can work on like a 7-8 hour shift and I can make $250. So that's you know, I'm not dealing with kids, no behavior unless somebody happens to fill a line on me. I'm just running plates back and forth. So, I mean, I know that we're competitive from what I've heard to other districts and what they pay, but I'm just wondering somebody who wants to be a sub is not like, that's not their only opportunity. You know, they might go to the Hotel Colorado and get that money instead. So I don't know if it would make a difference, but that was my only concern with if we needed to have that discussion more enough.
Do we have those numbers on what other districts pay?
Not handy.
Okay.
I mean, I think from my perspective from our committee, I'm more okay with it just because of the growth in the sub pool that was reported to us. And the fact that it is heading in that direction, I'm more okay with putting this off until next year and having the discussion next year about increasing sub pay, but.
We could also probably increase pay just to have a fund sub pool because we are still under. Yeah.
No good.
Would require revising the salary schedule.
Sounds like a good option.
So I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess one thing to maybe think about too is weighing. If we, you know, which is more important, 50K base, you know, that's been a goal for a long time, or guest teacher, you know, I mean, it's just like, if we can't have.
Guest teacher wouldn't have to affect this salary.
It wouldn't, okay.
So do we need to wait?
So will we need to wait?
It wouldn't affect it, no.
Okay, yeah. Again, we're underutilizing our sub budget. So we can absorb, you know, 150 to 175 potentially out of that budget. Or creating a plan or.
Even with compensating teachers for covering.
This already still planned in. Lots of win-win-win.
Shall we fist to 5? The salary schedule?
Okay, to go.
Yep. Yeah, let's do it. Doing salary is way more fun than having money. I've been this for a long time.
I told my team we should just throw a dart at it and give the 1.9 million to whoever's in that box. BA plus 70.
Anything else from my committee?
That's it.
No.
Yeah, we're done.
Yay.
See you later.
Down. Good work, everybody. We are at 12:13. Do you know what time we're expecting?
I know it's on its way. I was about to be picked up at 11:40.
Okay.
So certainly it should be coming.
Thanks, Jeff.
Right.
It should be out there once it gets there. I can confirm with Bruce. You just checked.
Well, I hear somebody not, like I did some, here's something, it's just here, because he hasn't said it about the perfect.
It's here.
Basketball.
Yeah.
So are we good to break and reconvene at 1 o'clock?
Sure.
Okay.
What was the lunch?
Can we move after? Can everybody move to a new
Yeah,
spot?
new seat, we can come back.
Is there some sort of thing there, waivers?
And are
to
we
eat
meeting
lunch?
with lunches? Right, that's what.
No, but there was like, is there something? There was a tradition. We should like finish up a little. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. That's what I thought. The stick design, actually changed it to stick now.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
No, but is that what you copied and pasted? You want us to make it wanna like. Okay, but
Okay.
like I think maybe.
Well, that's what I heard like
about. Which the. How you
was
use that
gonna
really
read
that add so that you guys. I don't know, but I don't know.
This is my first time.
I just didn't know. I think if we just, if we have something that we don't have to get that much feedback on, like it'll be much easier to go through this.
We like had one setup that just wouldn't work. We kept trying all these different things and then Rachel just texted me like, we finally have 6 working sets now. It's like, oh my gosh. That just did time for it to be over for the entire. Like, I think she will teach it.
Yeah.
Like, she's probably doing it right now. So one class out of how many?
For my mother, really, it's now time.
All my notes. I knew that would be allocated. Like, there's a lot I got right.
I like what you have the folder open.
So yeah, I figured out that. I think I closed the whole. You just set it in your drive. You have it. Go to your drive. Yeah, I have it in my drive. Oh, okay. I can search if I think if it's one of.
Yeah, we can just take turns or whatever. So fine.
Hey.
I kind of opened earlier.
It's.
No, yeah, we'll see.
I'll find it. I'll look at it.
No,
Past
you just did,
example.
which is, that was it.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. I think I can go to like last year.
Great, welcome back. Thank you all so much. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we are gonna dive right on back in. So before we start with our next subcommittee, wanted to do a quick process check-in. So it is 1:02. Our first subcommittee didn't start until 9:30, and after the non-interest background information was shared, they took about 1 hour and 15 minutes. So that's kind of what we're working with, is that our first group took that long. We've got 3 hours left in our initial calendar invitation, which means about 1 hour per subcommittee. I just want to do a quick gut check. Does anybody feel like that is, right now, you can tell me that is absolutely not enough time?
I think we're just gonna have to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, okay. Well,
It's
we'll-
unlikely that we'll be done before.
We'll check in after each one and kind of see how things are going. I just am aware that if folks need to make arrangements for the afternoon and evening, I don't want them to happen at 5 when we're supposed to be done at 4 and we're not gonna. So.
What happens to this first, maybe after this first group, that I didn't check in?
Sounds great. Okay, anything lingering from subcommittee 1 before we jump over to subcommittee 3, which is exploring teacher workload load and professional development?
I do just have one question about the wording, since we changed some of the wording on that slide. And we said that we would divide it amongst teachers. Can we say that it's also divided amongst the para educator?
Paras are hourly employees and per department of labor law, we have to get them by the hour. It's hard to do on a stipend.
Okay, all right.
We're not allowed to do it.
Awesome. Okie dokie, any other carryover thoughts? Going, gone. Wonderful. Then I will hand it over to subcommittee 3. You all have a clicker somewhere. to
Got the
match your
clicker.
slide. Awesome.
She has the.
On charge. So, we're a subcommittee 3, and just sort of as a reminder, our interests are really working on right sizing teacher workload, really focusing on prioritizing teachers' time, really identifying, what's in the teacher's workload. Also looking at time required for report cards, for comments, for grades, for conferences. And then also just looking at appropriate planning time for every level. And then for interest 4, we're looking at teacher professional development, just making sure it's strategic and effective. It's really supporting our teachers where they need to be. And also looking at ERW time, is it being used for how we want it to be used? And looking at those pieces. So just sort of before we get into it, we want to just talk about what we've just talked about as a whole group. And one thing we really talked about is looking at crew, capstone, outdoor ed, and other things that were listed that fell into that category. We really felt like as a IBB committee, that was not something we wanted to set precedent for, that IBB was the group that made these decisions about big initiatives like this, that this should be more of a district strategic planning process and honoring that process as opposed to like a group of 6 of us deciding like, we're gonna yes or no on these really big things. And so we felt like that was not something that fell into our IBB umbrella. We also thought about giving it a survey to teachers to really measure the workload. And then we realized by giving a survey to them, we're actually increasing the workload. So then that's kind of counterproductive. And so we instead just gathered information as building reps and really reached out to different teachers and had conversations with them. We did an audit of daily planning time across all the different schools and came to the conclusion that it varies between school levels, of course. But there is a minimum of a planning period and a lunch period a day. In some schools, teachers have 2 planning periods and a lunch, but everyone has that. And I think it was last year we had the 45-minute of individual planning time on average per day, and that seems to be being honored right now at this time. And then looking at ERW time and satisfaction with that, we looked specifically at our IBB survey, and it's pretty split in high school, that it's an okay amount of time, and some people think it's maybe too much time. Elementary school and middle school had a much higher satisfaction rate than high school. The big dissatisfaction is the idea of having to travel for early release Wednesday, especially for our staff members that live in Rifle or live in Newcastle. That's a big ask to have to drive all the way down here and then drive home. And so that was a big sore spot in that. Questions on those before I move? Okay, I did 5 Mississippi, so I'm moving on.
Just have one thing on the last slide. So
yeah,
the part about actually like outdoor ed, one of the big questions was both time and compensation, which I think in the last group was now covered. If there's additional money for those things like 150 a night. So this isn't answering the question, should we do it or not? It's not, but I think the first question of are folks getting compensated for it? So
thank you.
Nice thing that happened.
Okay, so then looking specifically at our interest 3, which is right sizing teacher workload. We have days scheduled in our calendar to help support that, but we realized that they weren't really made. When we changed to trimesters, we didn't actually change those days to support our middle school and elementary school students in that process. And so we really want to support having time with report cards and all of that. And there was no day off. Like we just had our report cards due, our grades are due right now in like an hour. And we got 2 hours to do a whole trimester of comments and report cards and give each student 6 grades. Like that's just not feasible. And so really trying to help support that with more time. So that's not something that has to happen. And so addressing that specific issue, a solution that we're proposing, and we have kind of 2 different options, is to add a non-contact day at the end of the 2 trimesters, first trimester 1 and trimester 2, to allow time for our elementary and middle school students, our teachers to have that time to prepare report cards. Also just the one little if on this is that middle school and high school are tight on instructional minutes. And so we don't have a lot of wiggle room, especially if we ever have one of those snow days people talk about that we don't get. But any other cancellations that things happen, like that's
delayed start.
Yeah, that would be like a 5 to 10 minutes addition that would need to be added on specifically to 2 schools per day in order to make sure we're meeting that minimum state requirement of instructional time.
And with some buffer for snow days. Or anything like that.
So that's it.
We would need to have a conversation around on our existing IBB time agreement right now. We hold the Wednesday before grading period so that we're able to have that time to do our grades. And now that we're giving the day off, do we need to and still have that Wednesday? So that's a conversation we would need to have. If this solution was not something that you guys liked, we also could return back to semesters for all grade levels as opposed to doing the trimesters.
So question from the non-instructional guy, rather than return to semesters, going to trimesters rather than a possibility, or?
Not for high school. And I'm not opposed to going back to semesters because I'm not a trimester fan, but
I
just asking
like if there was a,
It would be too radical of a change.
It could be a lot too radical.
I think it's just like, but I think for high school, it's like the instructional hours of a course, which is typically a semester, and so shifting to trimesters like changes that dramatically. Yeah, so like, that's also why the instructional days before the break, we're trying to like maximize that, so it's like some evenness between semester 1 days and semester 2 days for kids for taking the courses.
I know that in the past, we haven't wanted to have that, like, high schools have school when the other schools don't. But because they think, well, the high school kids, some kids have to take care of their younger siblings or whatever, but I mean, we could always try that for a year if needed.
Well, here's our proposal. Segue there. I love it. Segue, beautiful. It's like I planned it out, right? Oh, yes, please. So we also printed this out as well. And actually, if you can take one and pass it this way as well, so people can see. So sometimes it's too much on the screen. So we also have a visual of this chart and a visual of the proposed changes. Really, in like summary, we're proposing additional 2 non-contact days. Like that's in this. You want like the high level, like that's our summary, is adding 2 more of those. We would use the other 3 non-contact days that we already have. So we're proposing adding a November 10th day, which is the end of trimester 1, which would be a work day for inputting grades for elementary school and middle school, and sort of a PD day, school-based, or it could be district-based, and then for half a day and then half a day work time. And you'll notice that flip for December 22nd, because that's the end of the semester for the high school. So we're kind of doing this flip. So we're not having like this empty day. We would just alternate those pieces. Same for January 8th, when we come back from school, that would be the same as it is now. March 1st would be the other day that we would add, and that's the end of trimester 2. And then April 22nd would be the same day that we already have. It would be in that similar situation.
Just a note about March 1st, which is the end of tri-2 for elementary middle. It's 2 weeks before conferences for high school as well on the calendar. And so that's why like the work day for either inputting grades or preparing for that made sense for both elementary, middle, and then high school.
And the same for the March 1st one also is a couple weeks prior to conference.
No, that's the one. I meant, yeah, March.
Okay, but the November 10th one also.
No, November 10th was just the end of trimester for elementary, middle. For the high school, I think the semester work time is on that December 21st date.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be taking the days from student days.
Yeah, so if you look at the calendar, previously in the 23-24 original calendar, there's 174 student contact days. So this adds 2 additional non-contact days for a total 172. The teacher work calendar stays the same at 185. So the colors don't match, sorry, but in November, that green box on November 10th should be purple, just to show that's the new added. And March 1st is purple correctly. But in the table on the right-hand side, you can see for the November row and the March row, those are the 2 days and where it shows up and shifted.
I understand that this might not be the interest of this group, but are you then, given those additional those 2 days that we're removing from classified personnel, that it's working in schools, are those calendars going to be moved because they are losing 2 school days?
I think that's a good question that we should discuss because we didn't discuss that.
Okay, we did not.
I know there's been a request for PD days for that stuff.
Mhm.
They can still come in.
Yeah, agreed. Like, I think cafeteria staff might not be working, but like ECE staff should like take advantage of that, or other classified staff.
Solve another problem that's
Mhm.
come up.
Repeatedly.
With their consideration of taking 1 or 2 days out of the beginning of the year. The PV days, if you needed an extra 2 days of student contact.
I mean,
I guess I would answer that. There wasn't a conversation, but I feel like we're at least at the middle school level really needing all of those days. So it wouldn't be any sort of reducing teacher workload. It would be increasing teacher stress. So that's why I think we didn't really talk about it, but at least that's at a middle school level, that would not be something that would help.
And then the timing of these are aligned with that trimester grading, so that would eliminate that component. Where it's not strategically placed so that people don't have what Autumn and Hallie just were talking about, which is 2 hours when they have, I mean,
Right,
could
I
you
guess I'm
imagine?
just saying
for
instead
the-
of having to have 10 minutes to school day. Just take 1 or 2 of those days. I mean, when I started, we got 2 days and we started teaching, so.
And you're saying that could be a student contact day instead of a
Yes.
student day?
Yeah.
I think that, I don't know, I mean, we can discuss, I think it might be hard for families who have already counted on August 16th being the
Yeah.
first day of school. Because then if we just go, let's say we start then August 14th, I think that might be really hard for families who've already planned.
What is
It is,
the, what is the expectation for entering grades at the end of the year? Is there a time allowed for that in this trimester?
So I brought that up, apparently the middle and the high schools, or most of them, when I was told by my subcommittee, they mail them home. So that last day when we don't have kids after they've dismissed, that's when they're doing theirs. But at my school, we have to send it home with kids. So is that what's happening at your school too?
Yeah, we send them home before, but when, I guess,
We wouldn't
what
include
I'm
this
asking
date.
is, where is how do teachers get time for that?
They actually didn't include it, but it's on the calendar. It should be May 31st is like another row because it's already assigned as a work day.
It's that last day.
Oh,
is what
yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah,
That's what
that's
the
work
others
day,
are
yep.
using, because they mail them home. For us that are being asked to hand them out, we don't
Oh.
have that.
Yeah, so that wouldn't work for us if that's the last day of school. We wouldn't be able to do grades on that day.
Yeah.
Unless we didn't send, unless they sent.
Unless we mail.
Yeah. naturally.
Yeah, I think it's consideration. Yeah, the May 31st actually is not included here, but it should be. It's reflected in this calendar. Like,
Yeah.
that wasn't. Just ignore the colors in the bottom, because they don't all match.
So to clarify, this doesn't add, it doesn't require staff or students to come to any additional days of school. It actually means students come to 2 less days of school.
It could potentially mean that they're in school for 5 minutes longer a day, or 10 minutes longer a day for a couple of schools. I'm trying to get the final existing minutes on the schedules for next year. There's updated state mandated for instructional minutes and what counts and what doesn't from January of this year. From the CDE, one thing that I believe is new is actually like the passing period after lunch, for example, does not count in instructional minutes. From previously, I think it had. And so even though it seems like it's a passing period, it's like 2 minutes or 5 minutes, but if you multiply that by 174 days, like it's a lot of being short or like being over. And I think comparing that, it won't for any school end up being like anything like an additional hour or even 30 minutes, but like 5-10 minutes actually would either help create a buffer and then address like the issue.
And it could be like shortening a lunch period too. 'cause
Correct,
lunch
yeah.
doesn't count.
That's,
So it could be like a shortening of that piece too.
right, which I think has been.
I don't want middle schoolers any longer in lunchtime. I'll shorten it all day.
But I think the question here, right, Mike, like what I could see in terms of the plan time though, is like. It's not intended to be a lot, but then we also don't want, like, now you have a 20-minute lunch period, because it's also, I think, in some cases, if the staff member like gets a planning period and a lunch, right? Or it might not always coincide with the student lunch, but. Just saying it's not a hard and fast, it has to be lunch, or it has to be adding these days, or has to be, or time. But what is hard and fast is meeting instructional minimums for the state and having a buffer in case we have snow days or delayed start.
What is the, how does this proposal, the first proposal, not the second, I guess, option, how does it, affect district, desired professional development and or, the content lead work?
So we would still have early release Wednesdays, district wide, so that would not be a change. At one point, we had thought something different, but we got input from the instructional team and they really felt like, especially with a lot of our new curriculums we're bringing in, they really need that monthly check-in to help support teachers. And so they wanted to keep that.
Also, we have a couple of points on the upcoming slides.
Yeah.
Like talking specifically about that.
So you're talking about the format of that day or something?
There
The
is no
format
district
change
day.
nowadays, Meg.
No.
No,
I
it's
mean,
school
like,
based.
Cause we, you know, the concerns about, or especially from high school around, you know, the unpopularity of. District Wednesdays, will you address that later?
It's our interest board, yeah.
Okay.
I think this table is helpful though, because if you think about, you know, adding now November 10th, a longer time, so it's like 4 hours. If I'm high school, you can. This is actually on the next slide, like partner with your other like co-department person, another high school, if you're going for Lucasville High School, or even within Oklahoma Springs. The high schools too have adjusted their schedules so that there's embedded impact team time in there will be in their schedules. And so I think there's more opportunity to collaborate in a time that's like more regular. We'll see a proposal that's like, do we keep it virtual if possible? Like if there's cross school collaboration to maximize the time for collaboration and then minimize a little bit of the travel time. Because that was something like when you traveled and it ends up being like 90 minutes, which doesn't feel as impactful, it's like 2 hours, which is intended to be that time.
If we increase the instructional minutes, will the teacher workday remain the same? With the before and after school?
I think it would have to.
Yes.
It has contract day.
Yeah.
It made shift directions where your report time and
It's earlier or later depending on.
the
but
time
that
would be the same.
8-hour time slot, it's still gonna be 8 hours.
I don't understand how that would happen. If you, yeah, I guess.
Well,
Like,
there would be
what's
less
what's a
before.
specific school? Like, tell me how that would affect, they Roaring Fork High School or whatever.
So Roaring Fork has 8 to 4 reporting time. We've made our school day 5 minutes longer next year. But it's still gonna be an 8 to,
Students.
with student contact, but it's still an 8 to 4 reporting time.
So what time would students report? Do they report?
Well, and
day
that's
one?
why I'm saying that could shift because school next year, we started at 8:20 this year, but we're gonna start at 8:15 next year. Our report time's 8 o'clock
For teachers.
for teachers.
To 3:30.
Yeah, but Howie, aren't you asking like before if well, now currently students report, you said 8:15?
8:20 right now,
8:20 until
3:30.
3:30, so then. If we add 5 minutes to the student day and it's 8:15 to 3:30.
3:30.
Where's that extra, like, who's in charge of that extra 5 minutes? Is that like,
Teachers.
Yeah.
so it is a
It's spread-
longer workday then for teachers? or-
With
it's still 8 to
students,
4.
Yeah,
same
Work
with
day.
students.
more student contact, but you're still supposed to be there for nature.
You don't have to
Does
stay
that-
5 minutes longer.
Is that kind of-
My worry was that you would then
It does.
the goalpost would be moved and you'd have to come earlier.
No,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
So that's why.
Same 8 to 4, you're adding 5 minutes of instructional time, and then that 5 minutes of added instructional time buys the 2 days.
And it's only 2 schools that would need to add time.
And those 2 schools are,
It's Glenwood Springs High School and Bridges. Those are the 2 schools that are in the red right now. So like they already need that time, like with that, yeah.
even without a change.
Yeah.
There needs to be a minimum of 1,056 hours. And those 2 schools with the schedules are below that.
1,056 student instructional minutes, which
Thank you.
doesn't include every minute of the day. Like lunch and that past period after doesn't count, or like if there's a zero period, maybe like that. They might come early or something, right, for
Can't count that.
weight training or something right before like the period starts, like that wouldn't count, so.
That can't.
And then there's stuff like, you know, a lot of schools, I think there's an orientation day, or maybe that first day is like the day students come to pick up a Chromebook, like that actually wouldn't count. But if you have like a whole grade, like 5th grade, it's like brand new, so you just have 5th grade for the day, like you could count that, even if it's not 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th all coming on that day. And so there's like things that could happen, like if the first day is actually structured like an orientation versus like just come pick up a Chromebook, like that could count as a day. So
Question about that. So then like our 9th graders come the Friday before school for 4 hours. We can count that as instructional time.
potentially, we should. But that's the thing, it's my interest, Stacey. I mean, like CD is really clear, like it could if there's a whole grade level, but there's particular things that like are, you can count that or not.
But that's not our whole staff though. That's link leaders leading that. So maybe that's an impact on the hours too. Okay, that's something to think about.
Oh, how do you two feel as teachers from those schools?
I mean, the thing that I was thinking about most of is, whether or not like these orange and yellow boxes are movable. Because Bridges is on we have like 6-week blocks.
Yeah.
And so we're doing report cards at the end of every 6 weeks and preparing for the next one. So a lot of our like landing times are on those trimester time plus the semester, if that makes sense, like. I was hoping that like, yeah, if we kind of kept the ratios the same. If we could like move stuff around, you know,
Yeah.
just because, and so that would really just depend on if. Like some of those PDs were inter-school, I mean, it says school-based, so. I had a question about that, but in terms of adding time to the day, you know. We have to meet the minimum and actually those extra days, because we're on the trimester, would be hugely beneficial. Because the way it is right now, like, we just have to do grades, like, and start on Friday and start classes on Monday, and there's no time.
Yeah.
So you just figure it out, but so that would, I think we would be fine with that, because those 2 days would be, they'd fall for us at a really good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for Bridges, just to be really clear, there's a significant number of, I think, yes, I totally agree, because the structure of Bridges is different with the 6-week cycles. There's like flexibility there for Bridges.
Yeah.
I think also, I do need to meet with Fitz just to confirm like what the hours are, because it's not just a couple of hours, it's actually more, but there may be something that we're not actually calculating correctly from what's entered in Infinite Campus.
No, I mean,
No?
it's not a surprise to me, like
Okay.
our day is clearly shorter. And I mean, it's just different because like our kids only take their classes for 6 weeks, they have fewer classes, and that's how they get basically a whole quarter's worth of hours in those 6 weeks. Because we only have 5 classes, you know, in our schedule, so. Yeah, I mean, we have to meet the minimum, there's no. Negotiating that, and if it's a trade-off here, like. I think what you're saying is our minutes are probably going to, whether we take these.
Yeah, this is true, right? No matter what, there
Yeah,
needs to be like.
so I think people will be fine with that those days, and yeah, like. It's okay.
And according to Glenwood High School would be without or with this having to do some adjustment also.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know that. I mean, we know that we're super close. And we know why, so it's just a matter of, you know, we have to adjust, we have to adjust.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
I just, not for this year, but for next year, if we could plant the seed about discussing assessment days at the start of the year. Might be a way to address teacher burnout too, at the elementary levels. So not for this year.
Yeah, we did. Are you proposing to potentially use one of the beginning of year PD days for assessments, or is it like adding another day?
Not proposing anything for this calendar.
Okay. We'll just put it as a note.
Yeah.
Discuss,
Yeah, to discuss. Thank you.
maybe on the
Maybe this is for
Consideration.
the next year.
Mhm.
Okay, having a calendar in advance with assessment dates. So, okay.
I'm wondering, like, do we feel like this is the biggest lever, just because the amount of time that it is, the biggest lever for avoiding teacher burnout or decreasing teacher? I only say that because I just compare similar districts. We have a lot more PD days. There are other districts that have more breaks. You know, and it's time for yourself, a whole week in October, a whole week in February, and a whole week in April. And this time, I don't know, it's just a wondering, like, are teachers gonna feel like I only need half a day for grading, I want that other half a day just for myself? And are we gonna run into like teachers feeling like we're micromanaging if we say, no, you have to work the whole day, or does that make sense? I don't want it to add to a burden if like, is this what's most needed? Just a wondering.
I would 100% support the additional breaks, but this calendar has been adopted for 2 years, so
Yeah.
we didn't have control over that at this time. However, next calendar.
I'm just thinking what we're saying. Interested.
I actually agree. I do think that like that is something to seriously consider, is that just like taking a breath. But I think, I mean, I guess I would say if like work for inputting grades, like if you don't need the whole day to input grades and you're gonna work on other things in your classroom, like I feel like we can just trust the teachers as professionals to do
Just
what they needed to be done. Yeah, but I guess we're just naming it like specifically, this is for inputting grades. If you get your grades done early and you want to do other, you got everyone's got a long list of things they can get done.
And Sarah, as far as that being like a calendar issue, when we did do a survey for the calendar, the data was all over the place.
Yeah. I bet.
We should start earlier, we should start later, like 45% to 55%. We should have more time off, we should have less time off, 60 to 40%. So like, it was just like very difficult to make heads or tails of what people wanted.
I'm just thinking about and taking away, I mean, like in the adjusting instructional days stuff, it's just a big shift in terms of like.
A lot of this though really was based on the stories that came out in our very first meeting where teachers were talking about like, there's just so much of an ask with report card comments and
all of that.
great. And that was like where a lot of the conversation happened. And so that's where, I guess, where the bulk of our efforts went into addressing, just because the conversation, like you were saying, Kenny, like with the data, that data that we received through those stories was that's where the need was.
And I think teachers did see that it's protected time.
Yeah.
To do something that's a huge chunk of time.
And I do think like, we're essentially saying, for example, that grades are due on November 10th by the end of the day, right? And so like, I think teachers who work on them on their own for a couple hours in the evenings on the 8th and the 9th actually are done by the 10th, that like, that's your time. That I think is a flex time, right? Where you've already worked those hours in the evenings or throughout the weekend or etc. That I would like push our school-based leaders to, just like honor that and say, they're just due by the end of the day today. So you do those at home. If it takes you all day to do them, if you prefer to do them at school or we finish them early, I think that hopefully also gives that flexibility of I need this date for myself, and I've done the work ahead of time so that I could take the day.
Can I ask one question about that? As maybe a different understanding than I have, but the end of trimester 1 is on November 10th. That is not when grades are due. Is that correct? Grades would be due later than that, because I think if we are saying that grades are due, then that's a very difficult thing to say, I'm going to leave my grading until the end. And then I'm going to just need this amount of time, and then that causes pressure versus if it was due a week later, and you had that time a week before they're doing that, can very much help you plan how you're going to end up grading coming up to that time.
I agree with that. I'm usually in our school, like we're given, like the trimester ended last Friday and they're printing today.
Yeah.
So like having that little bit of wiggle room, it is stressful knowing they're due today.
But if
Like
they
they
were
are
due the
printing
following week
today.
and you had them done, then you do you.
Yeah, and but the point is here currently in the IVB time agreement, it's like the Wednesday, 2 weeks prior to grades being due, probably under the assumption that you're gonna work beyond those 2 hours. So here being dedicated and have that protected time, even if the grades are actually due Tuesday, because they're being printed on Wednesday, like this should be like, obviously it's more than the 2 hours you get in the 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
So this would then preclude that, like if we adopt this, then that 2 hours on the Wednesday.
And that was the note on the last slide, like, we should discuss that coming off because you actually will get more, I think it's timed in a more appropriate time.
Yeah.
Because I think also, for elementary middle leaders, maybe, right, the December day was like, you actually don't have stuff to grade because you did that already, and then it was.
Will you talk later about, did you talk about normalizing, or maybe not standardizing, I guess, the expectations for what is put on report cards?
Comments.
Comments wise, yeah.
No, we did not.
I feel like that's such a school level BLT decision that we didn't.
But it's
want to
like,
Do that, but.
it is such a variation between schools, like I've heard some of you say. I have to write all these comments.
rubric.
For all 3 quarters, and then I'm meeting with the parents next week, like, what's the point of doing that, or not doing that, whatever. Thankfully, in my school, I've been told, where you're meeting with the parents, so you have to write all that in the report card.
So Meg,
But I'm just wondering.
kind of came up a little bit this morning when we just briefly discussed this, was the difference of a student-led conference versus an academic-led conference. And the concern that if it's student-led, the academic comments are still needed to be in there from those teachers that you're not seeing. So like, for instance, for Ally, I see her crew leader, I don't see a single academic teacher. So as a parent, it's still nice to hear those things. Versus you and I, who might sit with more academic-led conference because we're their academic teacher and their group leader. So we get to have both of those conversations. So it's a real big discrepancy because every school kind of has a different expectation for conferencing, which then is leading to a different expectation for comments.
I think there's things we could discuss, like ways to streamline it. So if it's like, here's a bank of comments you could use, don't like. Put a different kid's name in there, but like if it's like, accent, but it's like, hey, like if it's doing well, right, or struggling or something, and it's by like content area. Like I think that might be the discussion and how to do that. And I think that coupled with, grades and comments, because you're right, it is different by school. And I don't know that I would even call it like an academic conference versus student-led, because
I just
it's
meant like, we as elementary teachers are their crew and their academic teacher all day. So we can bridge that in there easier than in the middle schools where they're meeting with their crew kids who they may never ever see for an academic subject. So they don't have, like, I've seen in class her struggle with writing, or I've seen her struggle with math. They can't have that natural bridges easily. So those comments coming in from the math teacher, the English teacher, the science teacher are helpful when you're not meeting with those kind of teachers.
It's a real predicament because like, I really value teacher. I'm all for reducing workload as much as possible. As a parent, like, I care more about the comments than I do about the grades. And I, and I read them every single time, and some teachers, like, it's like so thoughtful and directed and translated, like it is in terms of teacher time. Like, I'm reluctant to even think that we should address it, just because I don't want to burden teachers that aren't doing that or whatever, but it also, there is an equity, like if you're at a school where you're expected to do that. If all the schools were expected to do that, then we could, accommodate for that. It's, if only some schools are expected to, then it's harder to accommodate for it, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. I mean, it is a huge task, and it depends on, some teachers have, 200 students, and I mean, I agree with you, Stacy. There are definitely like a lot of hacks that you can do to make it simpler and still good. And a lot of teachers don't know about, like, if you're new, like that's taken me a long time to figure that out. But I don't know. I really do value the comments. Like, I don't know. It's a puzzle.
I guess my question is more around, like, I feel like I heard some teachers from this group say they were kind of doing repetitive or redundant work, like they were writing comments and then meeting with those same teachers, same parents, and like, I wonder what schools can do to have a conversation to, if it's not going to be the IBB group, what can we do to encourage schools to have a conversation around
streamlining those processes and understanding the things that need to be and don't need to be done.
Could it be just a separate committee of like BLT elementary reps and BLT principals and high school, same thing, kind of, because it seems like it's a level thing, makes sense too. Another committee.
Yeah. The sub.
So it stands, but even within the different levels, are all levels doing like student-led conferences or not? Or because that seems like maybe more the thing that's causing that than levels.
But that could be part of the conversation.
It could, but that would be, yes.
I almost feel like there's two different pieces here in that conversation, though I don't want to stop having it. Maybe we go back to this conversation and fist of fiving this and then maybe moving back to that. Does that sound okay?
Yeah. Do we have to agree on the Wednesday piece that the Wednesday 2 weeks before we festify this, or is that separate too?
Can you go back to one slide?
Yeah. So the asterisks, in the second not filled in bullet about the Wednesday time no longer needing to be quarterly for grades because we're providing. The only thing I would say is for high school,
Yeah.
you guys are doing that piece, so maybe we do need to.
When's the first quarter grades for high school?
The October weekend.
October 11th.
Yeah, right before we get our.
That thing Kenny was saying about that time before, I mean, it says it right there, holding a Wednesday 2 weeks before the grades are due. I would like to see some kind of communication with this that says that report cards don't get printed that day.
On the trimester.
Yeah, on the trimesters. Or even maybe the the high school, you have to kind of print it that day, don't you?
We don't. I think all three high schools have the grades due the following Monday. I mean, they go through the registrars the following Monday, so. Teachers are encouraged to work on them that Wednesday, the 11th. But they're not due until the following week.
Yeah.
At 8 AM on
So if
that
we can
Monday.
say like,
What if, right, because the quarter, the October 11th end of first quarter. Sorry, and then when are grades due that Monday, the 16th?
Yeah.
So, but then if you look at second quarter, which is December 20th. There would be time, right? That's like when you do all the grading stuff for the high schools on that last day. And then the third quarter is March 8th, end of third quarter, and high school is March 8th. We've already designated March 1st. I don't know if that's too early, so like this is a good question for y'all. As time for inputting grades, and then the end of it is May 31st. So right now, it seems like only October 11th, that end of first quarter for high schools. That November 10th date currently wouldn't actually be helpful, but potentially a 2 hour on a Wednesday, 2 weeks before that first quarter would.
In 2 hours, I don't want to speak incorrectly, but 2 hours should be okay because it's progress.
Yeah.
Teachers aren't doing comments.
Yeah.
If kids are failing, we encourage that, but it's just a progress grade. It doesn't transcript at all, so it's not like I feel like most high school teachers are okay with that 2 hours. Whereas we're hearing like the trimesters are literally ending with the need to put all these comments
Yeah.
out. That's a different thing.
So
in
I
my
actually
mind.
think then maybe the adjustment there is ensure a Wednesday, 2 weeks prior before first quarter grades for high schools. Like that would, I think, make sure that's there, or
That is already there.
that is
I
there with the
think, right.
current IBB time
Right.
agreement. What we're talking about is actually striking this from the current time agreement
Right.
because the additional dates
So adding for high schools.
for high school
Yeah.
first quarter. Because I think second and third and fourth quarter now are covered. For high schools.
Mhm. Any other comments?
Just that there's two different separate things here. The alternative solution is a separate thing. It's like not doing anything that's in the first bullet and returning to semesters for all levels, which I think I heard from the group, no, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, is anybody pushing for that alternate? Because we really have spent all our time talking about the first solution, not about that alternative.
Yeah, we could go back
What
and
was the
investigate
reason
that.
for switching a trimester? Sorry.
There were two. One was aligning with kind of data collection that happens, and another one was it was intended to increase the workload around report cards.
But then it added a reporting period, right? Or no, or kind of.
No, I
We
mean,
used
we
to-
did, we used that
quarterly.
for,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there was a misalignment with
The workday.
Yeah.
the
That wasn't
workday and then also with conferences, right? Yeah.
I think the thought was like. Parents don't need to hear 4 times, like what's magic about 4 times, like 3 times is fine in a year. For the elementary and middle.
So is anybody really pushing for that alternative solution to return to semesters from trimester?
I would, but for other reasons.
So then the solution, proposed solution is adding 2 additional non-contact days at the end of each of the trimesters. This does mean still, or even if we didn't, we know that there's at least a couple schools that need to add minutes, period. We'll work out what additional minutes need to be added for any other school. And then the adjusting the language in the existing time agreement to actually note specifically for Q1 high school, that 2 week, the Wednesday, 2 weeks before for progress reports.
I would like to see, I would again, just that I would like to see language in there that says that report cards aren't printed the day.
Does it say that they're supposed to be?
No, but it says adjustment for existing IBB time agreement upholding Wednesday 2 weeks before quarterly grades are due. That implies, it doesn't say anything about when they're printed, but it implies that you have a day to do, you have your 2 hours to do it. And then you have still 2 weeks until they're printed. Whereas if we get rid of that and just say, only for the
High school, yeah.
yeah.
Which if
And
we
some
refresh-
schools might, I'm just trying to think about what happened last year. We thought that going to trimesters would make it easy and it didn't. It made it harder. So could we state, we're off, this day will be in on November 10th, for example. But we want printing to occur at least a week later or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think also just feasibility, the secretaries need that much time to just like, at least at my school, they need a whole week to even make that happen. But yeah, you can put that wording in there.
Okay. We just have to refresh if people are typing this. I don't know.
No one's.
Stephanie, I know, type the other.
Yeah. Can someone refresh? Yeah.
And I'm actually in the time agreements trying to update that, Meg, so we could show you that.
So will that printing align with parent-teacher conferences in such a way that parents have a chance to review the report card and then ask questions at the conference?
I mean, the October conference is before the end of first trimester.
Okay.
And the spring one is mid-March.
It's 2 weeks before, so there should be time to print it and send it home before.
Yeah, okay.
Any other outstanding issues, or are you guys comfortable with doing that this to 5 on?
Should I delete the alternative solution? And take them?
Yeah,
I have a question about the next page. It wasn't explicit and I think it's implied. But those PD days, are those designated to be in the mornings?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Are the PD
Designated.
days designated for mornings?
I'm assuming because of that, that's
The
the
layout.
order that's the layout. I think that was the assumption, yeah.
Does it make a difference?
Yeah, is that a bad thing?
I feel like I'd leave it up to principal discretion.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be set.
I think and I think,
Just half day.
The only thought of keeping it that way, or maybe switching it, would be so partner schools, like 2 different schools who had the same science teachers who wanted to do something together could do it at the same time.
Yeah.
So it could be afternoon or morning, but it seems like it could have it similar with other schools.
Yeah. I could also see a world in which like, I don't know, school specific, you have like a presenter that you bring in, but they want to break it up by K2 and then 3-4, and they're not going to send double the number of presenters, but they can do K2 in the morning and then 3-4 in the afternoon. So you switch, like, I think there's some flexibility there, but it could be school-based, school partner, you could partner with the district too, which I think we put a couple examples on the next slide, which we're not at yet.
Yeah, that's our next interest. Any other outstanding questions before we want to do a vote?
Just want to make sure that it will not impact bank fund employees and their calendars when we reduce. I like the idea that we propose of having those employees coming for a PED, so
Yeah.
just making sure that, because if the calendars are impacted, their salaries. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we put that in the notes of underneath the table. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
ahead.
are we ready?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, Megan's in the hallway.
She's on the phone. She's on the phone.
Yeah. I mean,
She's in our
she's in our group. She gave.
I think we feel pretty good on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. So our second interest was looking at specifically teacher PD. And so just reminding, the purpose of Early Release Wednesday was to provide additional professional development time for teachers and administrators. It used to be late start Mondays, then we went to Early Release Wednesdays, here we are. This is from our content teams agreement specifically for district Early Release Wednesdays. It talks about our purpose is really to look at academic process, guaranteed and viable curriculum, and then collaboration and having those three pieces together. And so there is this desire to have PD time to learn and practice and come back and learn and keep doing that. Those short cycles are really important, but also understanding that there's also administrative needs. There's time for that staff collaboration piece. I think that's really important. Staff meetings and pieces like that. So here's some possible solutions. We really feel like trying to push to keep our district ERWs virtual as much as possible. I mean, checking in with the team and seeing, but really honoring those that can't afford to live here and have to live further up, down valley. Then do we punish them because they can't afford to live here and they have to then drive an extra 45 minutes to come here? So just really honoring that. The previous time solution that we just showed you has those half times on the 10th and the 21st that could be district times if you needed to. So we would provide that as well. For example, maybe like in science, we want to bring in a specific presenter. And so all middle school teachers would come to that piece, all middle school science teachers, and have that training. Or if there's like CLDE PD for teachers, a specific core non-content class, they would also have that situation. And also we realized that we really need to put a little more support into training our trainers and really having that be something that we do. I know a lot of us, we have sat through the same training multiple times, just different versions of it. And so really finding ways to differentiate and help ramp up that section of our high quality PD.
So you guys can see, we really didn't do much with time for this besides offering those 2 dates. We haven't really changed a whole lot. So just so our possible solutions is a tweak, kind of, like this isn't a
radical
change.
But I would
So-
say, I think like what we heard a lot of is like the travel piece. So putting explicit there, like keep it virtual when possible too. And I think the most common thing about travel was when my school lets out on Wednesday at like 2:15 and then I travel and I get there, it ends up being what feels like 90 minutes, which then it's like, is this worth the time? So if we could keep it virtual, and if you probably survey staff, you'll get half an hour. I like almost down the middle. It's always like very adamant, like, yeah, the virtual is okay, but I really wish we had in person, or like, man, I'm mad it's in person. Could we have it virtual? And it's like split. And it's not just people who happen to live close to Carbondale or like work. It's like from all over. And I think it's about like I learn better when I'm in person, or like I feel like collaboration is better, or it's stuff like that. So there's different ways that people responded, but I don't know if y'all know, but a lot of the sessions, especially through the winter months, are virtual for like the district district PD, because it's accounting for that. I know it's not every single time. And then I think the support and training for planning and executing good PD.
When we tried to look at it, what would happen if we gave longer periods of time, and we tried to see, maybe we can do it in 2 different times throughout the year, half days, and adding another day to have this training and data days, and being able to look at how we could bring that all together. But we ran into trouble with time, the hours again that students would be able to be in school. And then also the problems with having, for example, where it says CLDE training throughout and new curriculum training throughout. And if we just went to a couple times per year, how that would be very difficult. And so the compromise a little bit that we came to was, we're going to keep the early release Wednesdays, but we do have those other 2 days that we put together that does give us some 4-hour blocks of time if we need to do something that's a longer period.
I do struggle with that, like, hold virtually when possible, like. I'm one of those people that prefers the in-person meeting and. So hold virtually when possible means that it's always possible, right? And so. Like, and if I was just to say, like, are those really equal? I'm not saying that all the meetings should be in person. I think that there's some value that if you have a team. That you see them physically, like at least once, like maybe early on, and then you can have virtual meetings. But if it really was like 6 of one, half dozen of the other, then why are we all here right now? Like, why didn't we just meet virtually?
Yeah, I think the thing there is whether it's listed somewhere or not, or implied because it's in the time or agreement, it's that like they'll be in person. And so there's a difference between saying it has to be in person no matter what.
Yeah.
Versus like hold it virtually if you can, and if it's desired, like that's okay. And so I don't know, in previous years, it was like, oh my God, we can't hold it virtually, we have to be in person, and there was no other choice. And maybe pandemic was like, actually, you can do a lot of things virtually. But you're right, like holding coaching cohort right now, and 50% were like in person or virtually. And so it's like, all right, we'll do the first and last meetings in person, and then the ones in they'll do virtually.
So I would maybe suggest what you just said, which is hold virtually when possible, if it's desired, because to me, that language is just going to always default to virtual because it's always possible. And there's always going to be half the people that are wanting to do that. And the second thing that I would add is that, like, so like I live in Carbondale, and so a lot of people are like, well, it's no big deal for you, that's why, but that's not actually how I feel. Like, I wouldn't mind, maybe we're making a flaw by always doing it in Carbondale because we think that's the middle of the district, but maybe the geographical center is actually closer to Glenwood if you have people living down there, right? So instead of thinking of like, where does everyone work, what's the middle of that? If we just said, where does everyone live? What's the middle of that? That might change just to make it more like equal in terms of people's driving and stuff. Like,
maybe it's out like flexible with location and delivery. So if it's like location could be in Glenwood or Basalt or here, it could be in person, it could be virtual.
Yeah, and I just think I think that language kind of demands that it's virtual. It doesn't leave enough open, like virtually
put
possible and desired.
I said that if desired in the slide.
Yeah,
it's
and
just
then
not refresh.
And then
Desired by who?
I mean,
by the
the
team- by the
facilitator.
team, yeah,
Well,
like,
when I'm doing COE, it's different, so when we do virtual, I was thinking, ooh, great, virtual, I'm at home, no, I'm in my school, we're in school. All the CLDT teachers are in their schools and it's virtual. And I do not like that, I would rather have done it in person if I would have known that that was the case.
Well, and it's from everybody either in person or everybody virtually, not like, oh, I'm.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
I would
hybrid.
like to turn it
Yeah.
to
I think, Grace, that's a good point.
When we had talked about having those 4-hour blocks is a possibility. One of the things we discussed is having sort of more of a smorgasbord. It's board of like, I could do this, or I could do this, or I could do this, to sort of give some choice in the professional development, which was a way in which maybe people could get something that's more needed for them and not have that repeated. But we found that that was more difficult, but we could talk about having 2 options of, this is an in-person way of doing it, and this is a virtual way of doing it also, perhaps.
Maybe the teams could decide that, just speaking, because I think there's quite a few content leads in here.
That's true.
So, you know, for the district level ERW, it could be posed to the group and determined based on the group instead of it being determined just by the facilitator or.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah.
And I think, Adam, I appreciate you bringing up that point, because what I don't want to happen is someone saying, well, no, we have to do it virtually, because that's what
Because it's
Yeah, that's
possible.
Stacy said.
Yeah.
We're like, we have to do it in person, but I do think like pull the group. And do what like, you know.
I mean, I totally value people's time, but I just also value that community and connection, and I think that there's something to that that's kind of hard to measure. You know?
I think that this kind of, it connects to the big concern that I have about district ERWs. And admittedly, mostly I've heard this from high school teachers. Not from elementary teachers, but that they don't like the content of the ERWs. And they feel like they're being forced to do something that they don't want to do, or that they don't feel is effective. And I think you've tried to speak to that a little bit in that third bullet, but you know, if we're talking about the group coming together to decide if they're gonna meet, where they're gonna meet, shouldn't they really truly be coming together to decide what kind of work they're gonna do, rather than somebody dictating it to them? And you know, as a content lead myself, like, I don't wanna be, and it's actually been a couple of years since I've even been able to have this opportunity of doing this, but like, I don't want to be saying, oh, every teacher needs to know this thing, and they don't really even know that thing, and they don't know anything about that thing, and they don't want to learn that thing, because to them, it's not important to them. It may be important for kids, but if we haven't decided that together, then all I'm gonna be doing is pushing against a brick wall all the time, trying to force them to learn something that I want them to learn.
It is.
And I think that, I just would like to see more consideration for that in this kind of, and not that we have to decide what is gonna be happening in those groups, but I want as a content lead, I want the teachers who are gonna hear what I have to say to want that.
Would that be a possible additional like a structural thing, like the first meeting is going to be planning the year out or getting in or?
I mean, maybe, I guess my question is that actually part of this interest, or is that a conversation with content leads and the structure of that like work?
The second,
Probably
And also
is.
the CLV facilitator.
yeah, yeah.
Because
She's
she's never
top-down
part of
the way
our
it is,
content lead, so that's a good point. Yeah.
And that's why things are done very differently, I think,
Mm-hmm.
with our department.
I also feel like it's really hard. It's kind of similar to what Kenny was talking about with the calendar survey, is like, you'll get 40% that really want this one thing, and then 60%, you know, and it's just like you walk that line constantly where not everybody is gonna be happy with, like, you know, and we've offered some options, but I agree. I think, you know, maybe that should be part of this on the ramp up the support for training for leaders, is that like, we need a designated time, almost like our own retreat as content leads and leaders of PD, like the CLDE, to come together and really iron out what this is gonna look like moving forward. And that it's like systematic, that we, you know, that it's not gray, that it really is laid out there in a way that honors people's time effectively as best we can, because I think we are gonna get into the like 40%, 60% thing. I
51,
mean,
40.
50-50, you know, so
However, but I feel like we need to have the space to do, because just, I'm sorry, like it's a content, we don't have that. So it's almost like that does need to be part of this, that we need like a designated time that we all get together, almost like a full day and iron this out. Because it is something that keeps coming up, and unless we deal with it, it's not gonna get addressed. We're gonna get busy and, you know.
Is offering choice to people on these days an option?
It is right now. In ELEA and science, it is, and history.
One person I
At
keep
a high
hearing from
school
is a
level, I
math
don't
person,
know if
and
it
she's
is.
like, I don't want to go to the math PDs at all, you know, they're not helpful for me, I just don't even want to do it. But if she had an option of like 3 different things, being able to
Yeah, they
choose the one that.
right, history, you are, right?
We are,
Yeah. With, you have kind of flexibility with your
well,
district right now. Content time.
They've been using the CLDE coaches for the last 3.
Okay.
yes.
So those have been prescribed.
But that was something you guys decided
But
as
we've
a
got
group,
away
right?
from meeting as a
Full district,
full district.
okay.
Yeah, that's true.
I think what's clear to me is that there's not like a one size fits all, which is fine. And so I think there's, to the question, is there flexibility? I do think that we should be thoughtful and intentional and really think about like, how are we doing in terms of making progress on our student achievement goals? And like, what do we identify we need like extra development or collaboration or planning for? And so for like, I think I'm trying to understand, is it more of like open menu, how I want to collaborate? Maybe there's like part of that, and with the additional PD days, I don't know if that's the right time or if it's like the monthly. I do think that it's important to get input on like, here as a teacher, like, here's what I'm really struggling with and I need help and I want to collaborate with my peers on that, or my department. I feel like we're talking about this like it's either choice or it's not, or it's top down or it's not. I actually think that we can be really thoughtful and intentional with it.
That's why I'm saying though, I don't know if we want to put that into the last bullet, but I feel like we really need to make it clear that like. We aren't just saying that, like, we're doing something about it. And that's why I was suggesting like a day or something that we all get together and really try to iron this out. Because I feel like if we don't put the time in soon and name it, then it's just gonna be the way every end of the year and then beginning of the year is, and it's like not been dealt with.
So you might be saying that the ramp up is too vague of a language and you would like something more specific.
Yeah.
So normally these content leads are coming to that first meeting with, this is our plan, right? So what if they came with that first meeting, this is our plan, but then people were able to say, well, what about, like, this is our plan, but, and get feedback, and then being able to sort of like take that all together with the feedback and their plan to then create a year long.
I just think if we as content leads were able to get together with like what Stacy was just saying, like with our strategic goals. Around, if you go back a couple slides to what those, the academic progress, the guaranteed and viable curriculum, and then the collaboration, then if we really pulled out all the research and every data point we could to really kind of come up with some very thoughtful options for that first meeting. I don't disagree bringing it to the group. I just think we should be very systematic about what that would look like. And so that's the only part of this I'm trying to get a little more clarity on is, can we actually put that in the language that there will be like a given time and space in our calendar for us to do that kind of pre-planning work. I don't know how people in our group feel about that.
Are you saying adding the language, high quality PD, comma, including like retreat or planning day or something like that for content leads,
And,
which I think there is.
And the CLBE facilitator.
but there isn't, Stacy, that is not in
And I think that's
any
where the
schedule.
disconnect is.
Hit escape. Megan. But you just stopped sharing it, so.
Yeah, and I'm not
That's
opposed to that. I think that's really good. And I think that's good planning. I guess my question is that actually something we put on this slide, or is that more of like process and stuff that like that I take back? I say like, let me plan this. You know what I mean? I guess it's a question of like, yeah, that's my question.
I think there's a concern if it doesn't go on the slide, it doesn't become a part of an agreement
it's
and
not
it's something
shared.
that slips. It slips
Thank you.
away as things have in the past, not that necessarily you would, but it's a,
So like, oh, got it. So like comma,
yeah.
including planning retreat or like step back. It's really like step back and planning and
So
like
like
a
under the,
sequence of
under the
focus.
ramp up, could I just put like putting the retreat, I can type it if
Mhm.
you tell me what you want there. So
It's like including like, I don't know, step back for all
including step back.
Yeah.
step back for planning. For the district and content lead.
Yeah, instructional leaders, right, because it's a content leads and the instructional team, right?
Yeah,
Like. Who should be.
I'm just trying to
part of
think right now. We do have a step back plan, but it's in June. So we can think about how to
Incorporate. in
potentially,
content.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll need to find another day in June after school's out. It's like the second or third week, I think.
Does
With the
district-
instructional team.
Does district instructional team include the CLDE facilitator?
Yeah, Amy's on
Yes.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
District instructional team is SPED, CLDE, math, like all the content,
Okay,
ECE, like everyone.
Yeah, and I'd love for SPED to also have a place on here. I mean,
The instructional team includes. SPED,
Right, right.
ECE,
I'm just
CLDE.
looking at the example and thinking about like Patrick negotiated for the first half of the year for SPED to actually have 2 ERWs. And one of them for, at least for SSN teachers, morphed. So we ended up having 2 for the month. And the first one was for the whole district SPED team. And then the third one of the month was for a cohort. It morphed into like SSN teachers now are like taking a class that was led by the cohort leader. And it would be nice if mild moderate, I think, also had something similar. So I don't want to speak for Patrick, but I also feel like, you know, if he was negotiating for extra ERW time at the beginning of this school year, it would be nice if SPED was included in all of this thinking too.
It is not having that there, I'm assuming you're talking about the first bullet point, because that's about the monthly. The second bullet point is about the 2 additional days added.
Yeah, and I guess I'm feeling kind of confused about like the 2 additional days, and it says they could partner with district teams, so it's like. I know that we have to be flexible because half the people want this and half the people want that. I just don't see any wording that's names SPED. But if the district team includes SPED, then it's included there.
Yeah.
So
Yep. I'm just gonna put here.
it feels like, you know, I've also not been a part of my school ERW for the 3rd Wednesday of the month because SPED, you know, teachers had 2 Wednesdays. And so am I missing something on those days that's important for me to attend? It'd be nice if there was some consistency there.
So I, hold on, I added, I don't know if someone wants to refresh.
You just have to hit escape. You don't actually have to refresh.
Just escape.
And then reach it.
And then switch slideshow.
Not the slideshow.
It's
So just leave
Hold
it
on,
like
hold
that.
on, hold on.
Any other edits people are feeling?
Before we vote.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Switch slide and then just 5 then.
Okay,
What,
So again.
you wanna do a slideshow?
okay, ready?
Yep.
We do have some threes for the first time today. Are we okay with that? Do we need further discussion?
I don't need to discuss it further, I just,
Zero.
Yeah.
This is, this is a tricky one. You can't plan all the PD for all of next year right here, so.
they're gonna be,
There's
some
uncertainty.
people who are gonna be unhappy with this.
That's true.
Can I hear who and, or even, or it doesn't have to be like specific people, but like, is it like elementary teachers or is it gonna?
High school, did you say high school?
At Glenwood. It just, I mean, if we're naming.
Those are the
names,
ones I'm
that's who
hearing.
it is.
Yeah. He's not one of the ones I'm hearing from. but-
That's a little relief.
Well, it's gonna be nearly impossible for everybody to be like, yay, I love every single PD and it's completely applicable. Like it's like for students, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard, yeah.
Right. I mean, that's one of the number, sorry, one of the number one problems that is cited by teachers across the country with PD is
Yeah.
it's not applicable to them.
Yeah.
And as leaders delivering those things, whether it's you or someone else, like we need to do a better job of it always.
It needs to be differentiated, is what it needs to be.
Differentiation is huge, but then there's the question of, well, but everybody needs to learn about the new math curriculum, you know, so how do you differentiate that? Well, maybe that's not differentiated, but there are parts that are, but I mean, when you think about what you're delivering to your own students, it should be the same sort of kind, hands-on engaging stuff that you're not talking down to people, you're giving them things that they need to be better. And so much of the PD that we get is. It's not like that.
That's true.
And I mean, that's
Those
why the
engagement
first,
strategies aren't being used.
that's why the first line is there, right? Like time to learn, practice, come back and learn, practice, because it's like the application piece, it's pretty universal. It's like, I want something that's gonna be useful, I can try out and do and learn from and then bring back, or the short cycles there.
Mhm.
I'm gonna agree. And then I think there's some, I think maybe sometimes the word PD is used interchangeably with stuff that's not PD, like a staff meeting's not PD, right? Like so I don't want to have people conflate like. Or think the staff meeting that we had, which is important, I think most of the time, but like not necessarily PD, like we shouldn't be calling that PD.
Mhm.
We have the same concern on the survey. We ask teachers, how do you feel about the district DRW? How do you feel about the non-district DRW? They don't know what the difference is. They don't know. They think they're all the same, or they think because we had like the CLDE teacher came to our school to deliver a PD, they thought that was a district PD. Even though it was a building PD, like they don't understand what the difference is, so.
That's why I'm always like, how was today's session for you?
Yeah.
What do you think about it? It's like, how was today's session?
So for the sake of time, should we take a quick break and then do our next?
Yeah.
Next subcommittee?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might get a few minutes late getting back.
Me too.
We passed up.
I have to do a training real quick.
Is it PD
What time are we coming back? What's next?
I would maybe say 2:30 to shoot and then, I don't know.
You are.
Yep, we're done. Oh, health benefits and money. Because we still have 2 subcommittees to go. Okay.
I know.
There's probably that.
You can swap.
Plus, our principals, that's all different. than the principals, but so it's just very-
It's nice.
We're not the same thing as the others.
I know.
So it doesn't make sense for us to maybe we can go down there and meet in there for the same thing. So there's not there. Or just-
I feel that
I mean, we did like for science. We just let people do their own PLC. And the feedback I worked from your school is, yeah, it's, they're not aligned.
Each of the sections. They are supposed to be. So it's like, it's not.
Okay, so I'm just making sure you're okay.
Oh, just-
I can tell, like, I got that vibe, I was just like, I hope this is like, cause. You feel like your opinion wasn't valued or anything, so, okay,
No,
just cause
I'm
this
sure
is,
you guys have figured out, I don't know if I don't speak enough.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just like, for me, I really want more direction from district for DRW.
Yeah.
Than what, you know, if this is what you want us to do, or if you want us just to give it like to the team and let them decide, like, we just need, and we need to plan it out, because I feel like every time we have our content group meet, it's like rushed, and next thing I know, it's over, and like, we didn't get what, anything, I don't even know, like, I'm left with more questions
Then
than.
it's just like, you know, I approached it like. Seventh grade teachers work with seventh grade
Yeah.
teachers, like, that's. Like, best use of that time. And I think
Yeah.
that was like the best thing. to come to.
Well, and for us, it was just like, you guys decide, and they all decided they wanted to stay in their buildings, and they're doing some cool stuff. Like, I heard
Yeah.
them doing like a book study and all sorts of stuff, you know, that I wouldn't have ever thought of in the short amount of time that we have to plan this stuff out, you know, because we do this in addition to our normal job, so that's kind of brutal too. That's been the hardest part of it. It's like, when am I supposed to have the time to actually really truly plan out like this effective, perfect thing
Right.
that doesn't really exist, you know? The golden egg. Did chocolate show up or no?
I was having the same thought, no, chocolate did not show up.
Alicia, that black note crate thing up there. Secret stash.
Just, should I just pass it around?
I don't know, I just know it's there, I come up there about twice a day.
Here, okay, well, I'm passing it to you guys' eyes, like.
Burger and like Red Bull.
Thank you very much.
Well, I definitely don't want my caffeine on.
Yeah, I know, but chocolate. Okay. People were. Yep. Yeah, I sent you an email. I think that I just realized that my step is wrong. Okay.
I need to go back and do it, and if I only go to it, I can do today.
Yeah, no worries. You don't have to. No, I mean, it's been wrong for this whole year, what I'm saying, so. Yeah, so what I'm saying, sure, is that it's not to be dealt with immediately, I'm just.
I'm still like.
Cause I did the math with Stephanie, she's like, no, you're right, that it should be the next step. Yeah. Here. Think about this. Have you? Okay.
Your school's closing today?
Yeah, is it okay? You bring it out there, I get a little worried.
No, I mean, it's the weird things. It's like a parent of an athlete calling me to ask advice. I'm like, call the AD.
That is.
But I know you.
Exactly. You're very approachable. Well, yes. Thank you. Call the AD.
But I kind of am in the middle of something really big
Right.
right now, so.
I'm on my break.
Do you want to start working on adding our stuff to the final presentation?
It's just copy and pasting the slides, right?
Right, that's what I feel like it is. Yeah.
Okay, as long as that's all it is, I could totally be in charge of that, I don't know.
Feel like-
So do you do the history and stuff too? Or just the final slide?
Just the final slide.
Okay,
And I don't know,
okay, and then for interest 3, it would be. Slides 4 and 5 then, the chart and the like description of it?
yeah,
Okay,
I don't know if we need to put the link in there. I don't think that we can put the link in there. For the schools that are outside of the hours, but we should ask. if we need to.
So you're getting ready to say, all right,
I
I
don't
have
know if you already
chocolate.
included in that. at all.
okay. All right.
The chart.
They're just doing it.
Yes. It's right there. Yeah, this chart doesn't have any high school.
Yeah, I did miss that.
Oh, yeah, we pulled it down.
Oh, well, it's because if you look at this sheet, we are trying, we usually we match whatever everybody else is doing. So if we're close to matching them, look at how much we're over. I know. We're supposed to have 990 minutes and we're sitting somewhere. in-
Well, the Milky Way, or I mean, the Three Musketeers.
Are we wrong on there?
That's
fine.
But. Oh, goodness. That's bad.
We go.
You know, because Three Musketeers is usually
Yeah.
soft.
Start 15 minutes earlier. We can do 8 parts. Isn't it supposed to be?
Okay, because those aren't equals.
Yeah.
Right? Are they? Yeah.
No, they're real.
I love those.
Yeah, not so fresh. Yeah. Yeah, not so fresh.
Sorry, Corinne.
Just ran over you.
So we're. And we're not putting on the before.
Yeah.
And that means.
No.
So that's why I guess.
Okay, while we're waiting for that, I would just like to shout out Begonia for stepping in. As you're flying blind, not knowing what we're doing, but you've been doing, I think, so far really well.
Yes, but
And with a smile, always.
Yeah, always.
Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, Doug.
Do no harm, minimize disruption, we were saying.
Yeah.
Last year we were started this process and we were kind of ready and we asked, are we financially ready for this? Is there tolerance for another chance? Last year with mill levy happening, we thought actually it was not a good time for it. Is everyone aware of what we're doing, of where we're going? Is there enough time for education? Can payroll and HR tackle the processing? And with mill levy, unfortunately, that was a big no. And will people feel satisfied? And I hope even at the end of this process, that's a big yes. So we started this in November 21, and we started an advisory council. We met with one that was made by one board verification member, some certified staff, and some people from IBB. Classified staff was invited as well, and executive team members. We also had expert advisors for this. So we had a national healthcare expert, local medical experts, and district financial experts.
Throw that word expert around.
So last year, in February, we started this, and the goal last year, at that point was maybe to implement this change in April. Or we had to make a decision, and that's partially why it didn't happen. We launched the concept, the council, we conduct a few reference checks, and we did a financial analysis, we received presentations. We launched a survey and studied the results of that survey. And we decided it was not a good time to implement this big change, given that we were revamping all salaries and 9 out of 10 emails I received include what's happening with the mill levy. This year, we relaunched that exploration. We did that in the fall. November, we gathered cost comparison from several providers. We issued on December an RFP for interested brokers. And in February, we relaunched the advisory council, staff outreach. We asked again the question, is people ready? Are you ready for the change this year? A little bit on how it happened and what has happened this year. So as of right now, where we are, we have received that the responses to that RFPs. We and the committee receive out of those all that feedback, minimize it to only 2 finalists. And we brought those 2 finalists side to side, and that's actually what you are going to see today. We asked for staff feedback. We launched a survey. We got a few responses out there. And the advisory committee made a decision to present this to you today. Where we are. So what is, you might be familiar with those initial CEVT. We've been with CEVT for over 20 years. In fact, here, we actually could not start the original date when we enrolled with them. So it's been that long, maybe.
Neither could they.
And yeah, we asked the question. They package medical, dental, vision, and life insurance on their offerings. And we add American Fidelity on the side to do hospital, cancer, and another range of life insurance options. We do explore options from time to time. Every year we review if they are good fit for the district. And every 5 years, we study again the benefits of self-funding. So we know CDBG. Again, we've been with them for over 20 years. They do have a strong customer service. We have pool risk. I will let Nathan talk a little bit about that. And we know that our cost with them increases little by little every year, from a 2% to a 17%. We can't control the plan design. They give us, this is your PPO 5, this is your PPO 6, and this is your PPO 7. Good luck with it. The benefits don't always align with our needs. So last year, as a good example, they launched a diabetes plan, control, health assist line. And when we went back and asked them, okay, how many diabetic people do we have in our organization? Does that fit us? We never got a response. And that's a little bit tied to, we did not have a lot of data from them. That I don't want to know who that person is. I just want to know, okay, that benefit really fits us, really fits the team. If there are any cost savings that are usually kept by CEBT, there have been time to time occasional incentives. And the pharmacy rebates are also kept by them. Can I add anything else there? Okay. So when we opened that survey, this is what we heard. We like their customer service. That was a good response to that. There are only a few services that aren't covered, but anyway, it's tough to get appointments. And that could be partially just a geographical issue where we live. And the marathon clinics are very convenient. I will also vouch for those. The downsides, the spouse or want to have your dependents on plan, it could be really expensive. Sometimes that copay $50 or $55 and make care enough as well. And it is hard and expensive to navigate care in the area. Again, that portion I will attribute it to where we are located. Over in the mountains will be a little bit more expensive than the national average.
Do we have any questions to this part of the presentation?
You were gonna tell us about, she said she wanted to let you talk about that one thing.
Oh, the pool
The
risk.
pool risk.
Yeah.
So Colorado Employment Benefit Trust is basically areas like Town of Carbon goes into as well, a lot of school districts are. And we pool risk, it's essentially what insurance is, to kind of limit the overall cost for the entire.
And you classified that as a yellow, which I assume means, I assume those green, yellow, red were like good, kind of okay, and bad things.
I think it's when we have a good year, but if the rest of the pool has a bad year, we tend to see rate increases that might be beyond the.
Even if our staff was not the one getting sick or using their services.
But on the other side, if we overuse our coverage. And the rest of the pool doesn't, like, it might limit our increases as we're on our own. So what are the possibilities going forward? As Begonia mentioned, we issued a request for proposal back in December. And you received multiple responses, which was extremely positive. RE2 ran a similar process. I don't think they actually had anybody to give them a proposal, so they're not interested in this. The advisor and carrier choices are narrowed down to 2 finalists. And that's the current Willis Towers Watson plus CBQ and a potential new partner in Think Health plus Alchemy. So Think Health will be the advisor, the broker, and the carrier will be Alchemy. So what are employee benefits to compare the two? So under Willis Towers Watson or CBT, it's plans, you know, it's our 2 PPO plans plus the high deductible plan. Plans under Think Health will be similar. We have more input and we can be more creative in how we design it and cover a large national network with providers you currently use. It's provided by CBT. We're on United Healthcare's network. We were considering existing to Think Health would be on Cigna. It's also a large national network. It actually has 300,000 more providers nationally than United Healthcare. So we're talking like 1.1 million versus 1.1 million. So both very large. On the CEBT option, co-pays range from $50 to $75 depending on what you're using. We have control over co-pays under Think Health. We're looking strongly at $0 co-pays for primary care to incentivize early treatment. Could also do things to disincentivize using the ER as your primary care doctor, which tends to be way more expensive than actually going to your primary care doctor. Currently, there's been no cost to staff Marathon Clinic option. Think Health is under partner with us in setting up also a similar no cost. So Marathon is yet another separate piece of the puzzle. They're its own company that CBD has contracted with to run the clinics. Those options are available lots of places. We've had non-family approaches in the past to have similar clinics. Something I'd like to see is if you're working in the solid, it can be really hard to run the one way in the middle of the day. I'm not well, so that's where you need to go. So having, I don't know. So the breadth and depth of that, but I think that's something I'd like to see. And then prescription costs, again, a $20 to $40 generic prescription copay and $0 generic prescriptions plus a $0 option for all the prescriptions. Again, we know how we influence over design those plans. So district benefits. Under CBT, the risk is minimized by the trust members and stop loss insurance. And under Think Health, the risk is minimized. So we budget at 125% of what the carrier thinks to spend, plus also buying our stop loss insurance. Under CEBT, the savings are kept by CEBT. So if we pay $8 million in premiums and we spend $7 million in healthcare, CEBT keeps the $1 million, which they may rebate out. They may use to set up diabetes care for people. We don't even know that. That was frustrating. We asked, when do we get to influence what that's used for to benefit our members? So we get to come to a board meeting, multiple board meetings, and we have to decide that it's best for the entire CBD. Under Think Health, it's more of a self-funded model, and all savings will be returned or kept by the district. Plans designed by CPT for all trust members. Again, it's kind of a one size fits all. Under Think Health, plans are designed by the district for our staff. It gives us more flexibility because we want to control and really target issues that are affecting our employee base. We have very little insight or no insight into de-identified data under CPT. Think Health, if I'm going to correct me if I'm wrong, but Alchemy is actually a Google-backed company, so their insight into de-identified data is world-class to work for better health outcomes. That's something that excited us. Again, it kind of lends itself to the designing better plans. Really good, well-regarded customer service and CPT, and Think Health has the same well-regarded customer service and a single one-on-one contact with care management. Which no cost mental health visits via Triad under CPT. The same is available under Think Health Plus unlimited on-demand virtual mental health visits. Mental health support is something that the group kind of focuses on, something like develop provide more benefit for. And CBT, there's a fixed cost. It's pretty much a known total exposure. Here's the amount we're contributing each month times the number of employees who access it. And under Think Health, the maximum exposure is fixed. It's a known total expense. Which interesting. The first year, they're almost at that.
Can you tell us what the identified data is?
You can disaggregate it and kind of identify different points of we could tell you how many people have diabetes and are accessing that sort of care and how much that benefit would actually cost.
But not knowing the names, you're not, like
Oh,
the
no.
district's not finding out like
No.
conditions or whatever.
No, just data to inform, to help us make better decisions. So, okay, if I incentivize a plan for people to stop smoking, or people in my community, do I have a lot of smokers? Is that gonna help 5 people in my community? Is that gonna help 100 people in my community? Or do I have a plan, what, again, that CBT did last year, diabetes. And can you tell me how many diabetic people do I have in my community?
Are they just refusing to answer you, or do they not know?
Oh,
That's like, that's.
Yeah, yes, yeah, and got responses around like, did not get an answer.
So one thing that was really identified as a positive by CEBT is their customer service. Is that just only happening on the user level? Like, are you guys getting good customer service from them?
I think they're responsible. I just think sometimes they just don't have the ability to answer our questions. Like when I say diabetes care is really expensive, you're all this product out. Great, how do you think that will benefit us? What, how many people do you think we're targeting? We don't really know how many diabetics you have, or potentially have.
Is there any potential for any information to be identified?
Personal?
Yes.
No, everything is protected under HIPAA.
The Health Advisory Committee was unanimous in its decision to recommend a change to Think Health plus Alchemy as a district's health benefits provider. After both Think Health and CBT presented, we had a follow-up with the advisory committee. Dr. Garrett Knaus, who's local then in the Valley for 40 years, was a teacher at the district for a long time. Very invested in the community, plus national health experts. And there's really more excitement around trying to do something different and on the benefits we can provide. And that wouldn't be possible by not trying something. That we'd have to just accept the one size fits all options.
The timeline for that change will really fit the changes that we are about to see. So we will give a decision to CEBT and Excel by the end of this month. So open enrollment or new enrollment will still fit on late April, early May. And the plans will be effective on July 1st. So that transition really, the timeline will see no changes on how, if we stay with CBT, it would work exactly.
We know roughly what some of our PPO plans are costing us right now. Do we have any rough estimates on like our design plans and what they're gonna cost us?
When you say cost us, you mean as individuals or like cost of the district?
Both.
So the district's fixed cost the first year would be $8.3 million. We can contribute that upfront, whatever's left over we would keep. And that's when we start really having, we can take that savings and start to reduce costs in future years by the same method. The first year, it's unlikely to see big changes, but this is a long-term plan to provide more accessible care for the families. So I don't know, because we still have to design things.
Were you were asking district or individual? Do we don't have information about how much the plan?
When we asked, it said it's kind of up to us from the design plan.
But would they be more? Would they be less?
I think under our plan of do no harm, like we have control of that account design, and so it's adherent right now.
So is your goal to keep it the same cost for employees? I guess that's what we're trying to get at.
Or less, it sounds like.
Or less. I mean, we have, when we ask like, what does that cost? It's because it's self-designed, like we can dictate that, but it has to be the plan model.
So we should have similar benefits with no appreciably.
Yeah, again, we want to do no harm, which means no increased costs, loss of access to that.
Did they offer like mock-ups or whatever, like you say, like we take like PPO2 from CBT, like, hey, how much would this cost and think health or anything like that?
We didn't go that far.
I just wonder if there's like if you go down the road, we like, sounds good, but then we start to mock up a comparable plan and it's a lot more, then what? Can we go back? Yeah.
What happens with American Fidelity?
That is a third provider.
So it would not be.
If I do remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we'd probably be looking at another provider. I have heard of not very positive experiences with
them as a provider?
So Pink Health as a broker would have access to American Fidelity or any of its competitors out offer the same services.
Nathan, CEBT always limited how many plans we can have. Do we have more ability, do we have ability to have more plans with this, so it's more differentiated, or are we still limited to that same 3?
No, that was a CEBT option. So you can design more flexible plans, more targeted plans. The other thing is, we were required to insure everybody. So even if you opted out, you still had to accept the HRP. We're paying that $325 a month. We don't have that under the health. You don't want health insurance, but you get better coverage for the spouse. We don't have to cover you to pay that expense.
So that requirement wasn't a district requirement, that was an insurance.
That was a CEBT requirement.
Yeah.
That's how the contract is written, yes.
So it's a little misleading when they say, hey, your insurance premiums per person is whatever, $850, but they're charging a bunch of people who don't need it to kind of offset. Right, so it kind of always felt a little shady.
The self-designed plan, like. That seems like a lot of work. Maybe could we have like personnel for that? Like who's gonna do that?
So Pink Health provided advisors for that. And we'll have district plans. I imagine we'll start with what we're currently getting through our PPO 6 and 7. And part of those really will be.
Yeah.
This will be new for everybody here.
Yeah.
You know, this will be done on. Let you know and tackle the issues on problems.
So, sorry. Forgot. So,
I just want to say thank you to all the people that worked on this and took a chance. I have sat on many of these and for many years I was told there is no other option. There is no better thing. And so it's really awesome to see the work that went into this, that there is, and we can actually do better for our staff. So that's great. So thank you.
Yeah.
I think health is a cool name.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah. All around.
Oh, a card.
Good
Good little card that says.
alchemy, like the non-science.
Yeah.
Well, it's making bold, even though it never worked.
I was gonna say, I want to confirm or repeat, I guess, what you're saying and make sure I understand it. You're saying that with this change, you're confident that you can create equivalent plans with the same things covered. People aren't going to lose coverage on something that they currently have. They might not be taking some expensive medicine that's not covered now, like those kind of things would not happen. And that they would have the same amount of money that they'd be putting in or less. You're confident that you can do that for next year.
Yes.
And then for the year after, TBD. So if we,
Part of it depends on, they estimated we could save between $5,000 and $800,000 the first year based on their data analytics that they've run. Because we're going to fund it 125% of the people actually. We can take that and say we can buy down the value of what it costs right now. If you're spending $1,300 to cover your family, we'd say that $500,000 you saved last year, we can make that $900 or whatever it is. We can start to buy that down. So it takes time to build that up.
so if say we were like, woohoo, no co-pays, we're all going to the doctor, and people, one of the things we implemented to reduce costs was the Marathon Health Clinic, because that's no co-pays and so it was decreasing the amount of money that was being paid out by the plan. And we purposely did that because the co-pays were growing and we wanted to kind of try and move people away from the doctors for those visits like sore throats and stuff like that, because it was less expensive to deal with it another way. Say people were like, okay, no co-pays. I'm going back to my doctor, and if I have a sore throat, I'm just going to go to my doctor. And that does somehow increase the usage. And we we do end up with like bigger costs next year, what's the game plan at that point?
So our maximum cost next year is $8.3 million. Part of what we're buying is stop loss insurance. So any loss beyond a certain amount. Stop loss insurance is basically insurance on the.
Yeah.
We're saying we'll pay for this, anything beyond that is the stop loss insurance.
Oh, how does it change people's, if we're changing in July and people have already begun to spend toward their maxed out of pocket for the year, how does that affect things?
Anything else that they would honor.
Whatever,
Really?
for the transfer year.
That's incredible. That question. No.
That's good.
That is a good question, yes. Will it be, continue to be every January that zeroes out again? At one time, we were every July, it would zero out, and then we moved to every January.
I don't know if that's something you can negotiate, because we won't decide.
Yeah, we haven't answered that question.
I think some other things I think help throughout there, having 3 kids, it's not always an option, but they say, if you have a child in Aspen, they're gonna charge our insurance, I think they said $65,000. You can have your child in Edwards, it's $5,000. You could say, we'll pay for all that, so nothing out of your pocket, we could pay $1,000 a day for you to stay in a hotel, we would still save.
I mean, like getting, books, right?
Yeah.
Are there,
Like those sorts, because of the partnerships that. That's the chart that has the. Those are the sorts of things that we can offer better benefits. Even if we only did one of those a year, it'd save $60,000 as opposed to having 4 children and asking, no, like hospital, we have 3 of them, like we save that. Right? And maybe that's more, and then we have. Also, it's not like easy to drive from the salt.
Oh, yeah.
can you close your eyes? So currently we have Surgery Plus. I'm probably like the only person who's ever taken advantage of that.
Angelia Rosendi.
Okay. It saved me a ton of money and I actually ended up having, it was a family member who used it and we ended up having an emergency and it would have been thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, like $40,000. And it cost us no money because of that Surgery Plus.
Yeah, I have a friend that used it too, and
I'm just wondering if that will that still be something like that be an option, or because the way we design our plans, you would have that option of having going to a specific provider, like if you're willing to travel somewhere for that provider.
Yeah,
to have.
that's something, again, it can be like going to a Centura facility that they have an agreement with, that might be, it's basically they pitched it as, what is it, like tourism care?
Yeah,
Right.
yep, yeah.
Like, we'll fly you and your doctor to Mexico.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just, I mean, literally, or like, those are things that other clients have done. It's like,
Yeah.
if they can get licensed in Mexico, and provide it for way cheaper than, I mean, those are the sorts of things they're like.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not that's what we're on for.
I think we asked for the number of employees who had used that service. And it was very, very low, unfortunately. Probably, I want to say 2025. It was shocking.
For the Surgery Plus.
For Surgery Plus, yes.
Could be good.
And again.
I know.
It's kind of, they have all the different packets, EDT has Health for Blue Book, Surgery Plus, Omana Health, the Cancer Resource Center, that they just come up with and it's like, okay, even, are we not even using it? And yeah, exactly.
Part of the reason you don't have a lot of people using it is because it's for elective surgeries. And so it's not for like, if you had an emergency come up, you wouldn't go through surgery plus because it has to be all approved and everything like that.
Yeah. Like if you're getting your ACL done or.
Or you could use it for your ACL, even though that's, I mean,
It's both. It's
yeah, you could be
necessary,
like,
but
I'm
also
going,
You could get a knee replacement.
yes,
There's a list, there's a.
yeah, we did it for tonsils.
Not for your arm, did you have to have surgery made on your arm?
Well, I looked into it actually for that, but I would have had to go to Salt Lake City.
Uh-huh.
And I would have had to pay for the transportation to get there. They would have paid for my hotel. But then I would have had to go back every time for
Yeah.
PT, like every
That's-
week, and I thought
that's
that's not
what-
very convenient.
Yeah.
And I remember
That with his Achilles. With that
Rick
compensation.
was looking at that too, when he had his knee replaced. He
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
yeah. Do it here.
Is there any other discussion?
Are we just voting?
The process is if it moves out of this committee, it'll go to the work. People on.
The 15.
Hey. Both Think Health and CBT are aware of the potential transition. I know that there's upcoming approvals I'm using that.
So this five to move this to the board. Mostly fives and fours, a couple of threes, any threes need further discussion?
No, it's just hard to trust a corporate entity.
Go down capitalism rabbit hole.
My primary concern is that even though it was offered to some of us to be part of this group, it didn't work out for the teachers. And I understand both of you were part of this group, but I'm just concerned that that no other teachers in this group were really a consistent member of the decision. So I'm hesitant to say that we are making a decision without like good representation within this group. And I'd be more inclined to say like, I think it's okay for this to go to the board, but I don't necessarily want to justify it. Like, I'm fine with it moving forward, but I don't want our stamp on it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because we didn't, as a
Didn't
representative,
go through the process.
Right.
I get that.
Well, then the Fistified though is just for it moving to the board, then.
Who was on the group?
me and Miles were supposed to be on the group. But it was always scheduled for a day that I tutor and could never go, so.
There was
Miles,
Bride.
Were there?
and I don't think you ever went, did you?
No, I mean like outside of this group, other teachers.
Yeah, we're there, yeah.
Just a second, I can share it with you.
And then classes.
Yeah.
Okay, they did it then.
That's a good thing, and I think they were pretty regular people, it's just that they weren't in this process, and we're not positive that they were being representative of other people. Rather than just going for their own interests, and I'm assuming positive intent that they probably were.
Did CEBT ever say if they're aware we might be moving and we've been with them 20 years, well, we don't want you to leave and we could reduce your by.
Right.
So they said your premium looked like it's gonna go up 9% now.
There we go.
They said it was gonna go up 6, and then they said, wait, 4. And like, it just felt like the closer we got and the more. I mean, the response I got was like, we had to spend, you guys we're gonna move based on our communication, but it felt like they. Were artificially willing to keep us there, and really it felt, I'll speak personally, like more like. We don't know what's out there, like stay with us, because it's safe and warm. We're trying to make like real change for our employees to provide better benefits. And we have to try something.
We're just 1,000 people, they don't care.
We're so sorry.
United Healthcare is evil, the other one can't be any worse.
Do no harm, right?
All right, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Okay, so quick process check, we're at 3:10 right now. We have one group left to go and then a little bit of housekeeping at the end for you all to think through kind of your next steps. Are folks comfortable with us kind of saying, we're so darn close, we're just gonna keep pushing
Yeah.
and whatever happens,
Yeah.
happens?
Yep.
Great. Okay,
Just so everyone knows, I will have to step out at 4. And hopefully you're not still going on at 6, but if you are, then I'll.
I haven't said that at night.
Okay. Great. We'll aim to be done by then. If we can, all right, group 4, policies. Yeah.
Sounds kind of cool.
We didn't decide it was presenting. I know. You, Jen. You're standing up.
Allow me. Oh, you can do it, please. I'll be back. No. You get the clicker. Okay, we have 3 interests. Clarifying compensation policies, reducing the IDD process, and addressing children policies and practices. These were some of the questions that we were trying to address with interest number 5. Well, we presented this at the mid-year, so I'm just gonna skip forward and go to what we recommended or what we are recommending. The first question was whether teachers at charter schools can bring in years as if they were a teacher in district, if they become hired by the district. And are they eligible for district retirement plan? And we are recommending that there not be a change in this policy. As of right now, they are treated as out of district transfers, including for the district retirement plan. Any questions about that?
I think there was some interest from our group to honor that and also just recognizing that we probably have a lot more conversations to have with those 3 schools specifically, just to try to avoid any negative potential effects on those schools. So, for example, I think if we just went ahead and did something along these lines without having some sort of mutual agreement that it could be perceived as us, trying to recruit teachers from those 3 places in particular. And again, I think our group discussed the interest in continuing to explore this, but just recognizing that we need to bring those 3 parties into the conversation.
Yeah, I did have a teacher come to me specifically that's considering she'll be on maternity leave and I think wants to take some time off, and because she lives so close to one of these schools, she's interested in pursuing employment there in a year or 2. But this rule is holding her up from making that change.
Because if she wanted to come back to the district.
Yeah.
The other question was whether our building subs could count the years of them being building subs as being a teacher in our school district. And we are recommending that yes, that the district would honor up to 3 years as a full-time guest teacher. As a building sub would count towards salary schedule if they're hired as a teacher.
So we talked about this at the last check-in of having it also go towards those that are doing their student teaching in our district. Was that something that was discussed?
We didn't bring it back up.
I would really push for that.
Yeah, we have CMC students who are in our schools. We want to keep them in our schools. We should be giving them 1 year credit for that.
Are they getting as a CMC student or whatever student teacher, are they?
No.
No,
Are
are
they
they?
finish your question?
In that year, are they are they taking on teacher work, like regularly and full-time? Because we did say not a daily guest teacher. Like, so a regular even if you're a regular sub in the system and you sub every single day, we wouldn't count that as one of your years. But those people are teaching.
So I have a CMC intern this year and she has been in my class almost every single day the entire school year. And she just finished her extended leave. It was for an entire month. So they're putting in a lot of time.
And we have a CMC student in our school, and she's there every day, she
Yeah.
goes to the meeting, and she's
All
at
of it.
DRW right now.
Yeah.
The one at my school, she's picking up slack and she's doing,
We're trying to grow our own, like,
Intervention.
Yeah,
teaching and
no.
motivation for you.
yeah, I feel like it is.
I agree, motivation.
Is that a practice that happens in other districts?
No,
I know, it does in my last district.
It does. Are they certified?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So I mean, and also like, I think it also incentivizes
Yeah.
less alternative licensure, in my opinion. too.
That's what
You
my
can,
last
you can
district
pay
is.
them. You can get grants. It
Because then
depends.
you're actually getting.
Like if we were to say-
training, not.
We treat you as a building guest teacher. We pay you the
Oh,
same,
you
like,
can't, like my student teacher has her sub license as well, and she's been doing some subbing.
But is she getting paid for her student teaching?
As a day-to-day,
So-
not on a daily basis.
No,
totally different.
I was just trying to answer his question that they can get paid. As far as like student teaching as a whole, there's different grants that you can get. There's a lot of different pieces, but there's no formal. Like I know CMC gives some money, Colorado Rural Initiative is also giving some grants, so there's like different pieces out there, but it's not like a.
We say, hey, we're gonna give $10,000 a year to 5 student teachers so they're here, and then they get a year of experience, like that incentivizes.
We also need people that are willing to take them. And that's where CMC
And
is
so I
really
kind of-
struggling
That's-
right now, if there's not teachers that can take them. It's work, so no judgment. I love it because I got a built in stuff.
Do you get, Autumn, do you get a stipend for having a guest teacher?
I do get a
student teacher?
stipend for having students. So yeah, I would just, I mean, I don't know to what level, and maybe explore it more later on, but I really would emphasize. If we can do that at all, if you've done your student teaching in our district, that you can start on year 2, I just feel like that would be really great. Step 2, I mean, sorry,
Do you have a student teacher all year for one semester?
all year.
Some of them are one semester, so how would that work?
I guess part of me is like, so what?
Yeah.
Like, let's keep up, we're trying to get teachers, like, they know our.
Year of student teaching somewhere built in, and might be chunked up into
Yeah.
weeks every semester.
Yeah.
Or days every semester, but it should, if they're going through a traditional program, it should be a full year. If a regular teacher only works with us half of the year, next August, they would want to move on their salary schedule to the next year. They would.
Yeah.
So I would, if we were to move to that, I would probably be doing it the same way. If regular teachers are moving, they work less than half year. Their teachers should.
I get that, I support that.
So are we adding the language that if it. For student teachers that work a full year in the district would also start on step 2?
Well, I have another question because 2 of my paras are also licensed teachers, which is really nice, but they're just kind of like re-entering the workforce. They're applying for teaching jobs next year. Would that be something that would apply to them as well?
I just kind of feel like this is a slippery slope, like, where are we not gonna, we're gonna
Right.
cut it off and not. That's why I was asking, like, are they certified or are they taking on teaching duties? Cause I know I had a guest or a student teacher one year and he did a lot of observation and I wouldn't. Even though
Was it student teacher or a like
student teacher. Yeah, I had one for the full year. He was through Mesa. And his program, he just started off doing lots of observation. And then, it's like this gradual, like taking over of things until they're fully doing all of it. So, I mean, I'm a little concerned about a full-time guest teacher is managing a whole class by themselves. They have a tool belt. Whereas a student teacher is developing that. I get the idea of like trying to keep them here and use it maybe as a recruitment tool.
We need
But-
some,
I'm just concerned about like, when do you not, the paras, and then what other ones would come up?
Currently, to get steps on the certified skill drive, it has to be certified. So parents, we wouldn't count parents for this.
Right, I understand, but I mean, she also filled in for a certified teacher yesterday because she's a certified teacher and that certified teacher needed to go to an IEP meeting.
Would they get that now through the interest to 1 or 2 with the coverage pay?
Yeah, she would,
Yeah.
and she will. I understand what you're saying. I just think that sometimes, I mean, if they are a state certified teacher, I understand what you're saying about not necessarily doing certified work, but it feels like the work that they're doing is really challenging.
Yeah, and if they're working, if we want to grow our own in a way.
Right, part of the
I think
reason.
It's just like, given the reality of teacher shortage, and different things, it's like, this is a low impact way of valuing people.
Mhm.
Would it be like a signing bonus? If we have questions about like, is it half a year or some work but observation, but is it the step? And I don't know if that's gonna like be messier, but it would solve the issue.
I just feel like we're in a teacher shortage and.
But I was also thinking like those artistry fellows, and I had 2 of them, one was a rock star, and the other one was great in other things. And yes, I'd be happy to like do these awesome interns that are like doing so much work like the, well, in our school, but there's some that aren't so
So we
great.
probably wouldn't hire those.
If they weren't great.
If we have a short program,
Yeah,
and then,
It's
and then the
no,
clock is,
we're gonna hire someone.
I mean, I would also argue too, though, that our step increases aren't tied to our teacher performance. We don't want that to be the case, and if you have an ineffective year. Nobody's going like, hey, you shouldn't pay your step increase. That's a slippery slope too.
That's true.
I think Brand has.
it still feels like there should, I mean, you guys have had great experiences with these student teachers. But it still feels like there should be some sort of filter, because even, you could say, well, we either hire them or we don't, that's the filter. But if we're desperate and we hire them, then they're in year 2 of their probationary, and then we go into the guy. And if they're on the line iffy,
But was that true?
But
Would they be in year 2?
Or they got a salary schedule.
Because they wouldn't have been evaluated.
We're just talking about.
Correct. It was just their pay.
Right, or
not their
inducted.
probation. Yeah, because that's a good point.
By the state, well, because the state is who determines that. The probation status is by state.
And it doesn't matter how many years you have. It just matters.
Yeah,
what
because
you're
you could come in
licensed
as a
or not.
10-year teacher from out of state or whatever,
Yeah.
you're gonna be probation that way.
Well, I'm okay with adding, like if language around if we had somebody who was in, who was a student teacher full-time for the entire year. Or. Like maybe it doesn't have to be the entire year, maybe more than half a year.
We could add like a caveat that says student teachers who are also subs, registered subs with the district and complete 5 days of substitute teaching.
You have to be careful, that gets real slippery, because they're, mine is only subbing for me, it's only when I'm gone, and so we can't have it be like. They're pushed out into other things, so I feel like that might get a little tricky.
Well, and also like the one teacher that eventually became a para, she was subbing for me every day for an unfilled para position. And she did it for like 6 weeks. And we were like, it's like, I'd like to continue to do this. She could have stayed as a daily sub, but I guess you're saying she wasn't the building sub, so it wouldn't apply to daily guest teachers. Okay.
And I think it would have to be clear guidelines. I think this is what you were getting at, Megan. That these teachers are not just doing observations, but they're designing and delivering instruction.
And grading.
We could also say that we want to put it on the list for next year.
Yeah.
Because it may require more conversation than just this. But I totally love the idea of being like, these are people who have given us a year, and if they've done well and they have been teaching, I love that idea of like using it as a recruitment tool to stay here.
Can I push back a little bit on this? We're worried about student teachers who in any sense are gonna be doing more of the designing, prep and instruction than a building sub. Because in a building sub, we're still leaving them our sub plan, we're still doing the grading when we get back. So to me, they're almost the more rightfully earned position at this point, if that's the caveat we're using, is the student teacher.
That's a good point.
I think some buildings are using their building subs as long-term guest teachers for a single classroom or a single subject.
Okay.
But I think that's a very good point and a very valid point that the student teachers in some situations are actually more trained than a building.
I also think we don't need to like try to say, well, this program does it this way and this program does it this way. If there's a program that's certified for student teaching for a year, I think we can say they were a year-long student teacher. They get that, and we don't have to analyze how they did it and how much they observed. If that's their year-long way that their university did it, then
When we talked about this, I remember a lot of talk about just like commitment to the district. I don't remember the certified work coming up related to this.
Well,
I remember that being the reasoning behind.
in a lot of ways, I feel like the reward is usually getting hired in the district.
Yeah, getting your foot in the door.
Yeah.
This table for this year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of details. I think so.
Yeah.
Do we have, do we know how many like graduating student teachers we have right now?
We have one.
I think there's like.
We have one.
No, graduating, not, so just so you know, CMC has 3, like, they have to be in the school for 3 years. So just because there's a CMC student in your class, in your school, does not mean that they're in their internship here. So I'm pretty sure that I can think of, I think we have one,
We have one.
Well, we have.
Oh, Trevor, sorry, not, yeah, we
We
have
have
one.
one
last
CMC,
year.
and I'm not sure about the other one, if he's CMC or not.
Trevor V still has left, she's there, graduation.
So like less than 10, less than 5.
Sounds like 5.
I do wonder if it's worth continuing to discuss like what a signing bonus might look like for those
these
4 in
5.
particular, like if they're somebody who we really want to keep and you know, to work in our district post graduation, and then I do think it might be worthwhile for us to explore a little bit deeper for, you know, the longer term solution. With that context of build your own and just recognizing that, you know, we do have a critical shortage of teachers, and I think I'd like to think that those folks who are student teaching with some of our own teachers, that like those are exactly the type of people we want to attract and keep and show them we value them ahead of time, and that we want them to not even look anywhere else. Take the stay here.
But if we were to say something like, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. The difference between step 1 and step 2 in bachelor's is $1,105. What about if we said, for those people, sign this year, you get $1,105, and if you stay and your principal determines that you are good, then the next year you can be on step 3.
Skip
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
skip a step, something like that.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea for consideration next year.
For this whole idea, even for the guest teachers?
No.
Okay.
Still looking at the bonus, right? Yeah, the bonus
for
for
this year,
this year, but them skipping a step to step 3 for next year's idea.
And that would still be probably just for this year's people, because if we're
Yeah.
addressing this bigger thing next year, then it would be like, do we give them a year? or not?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we need to vote on these 2 things before we move on to the next?
Yeah.
Yes. So the first one, remember, was that teachers from our district charter schools or would be treated as out of district, continue to be treated as out of district teachers. Well, pass. And the second one was that building subs, if they become certified and get hired by the district, can count their building salary years or building salary. Building sub years on the step, on the salary step.
Not adding in an idea of a signing bonus. I'm so sorry.
Not building-
Yeah, none of that other.
Subs. This is just about building subs.
Right, I understand that, but we had talked about putting student teachers in here and then I'm not sure what did we say we thought about, let's
We said
put
table
a
the
signing
subs.
bonus this year?
Yeah,
no. Sign bonus for the current.
For this year?
Yeah.
So is that a recommendation,
They're
a
hired
separate
next year.
recommendation that we would want to make?
Do we add that on there?
It feels like if we add it, then it would. Then wouldn't we have to like take it off next year, like if it's
Yeah.
just this 1 year thing?
Yeah, I don't.
Yes.
then isn't that like, I think maybe what Jesus was saying was that we broker a side deal with this current
With-
group,
Yeah.
and then we revisit it as a permanent thing next year.
Yeah.
It feels like if we put it up there, then,
We have to just really clearly communicate
yeah.
like why it is an interim thing, because like future guests, student teachers, right, be like, they got a signing bonus thing because they didn't graduate last year, I didn't get it. Like, so I think we should be
Right.
super clear on that part.
So I think what,
Nervous, we make these decisions kind of. Discussions and not
right,
the process of really talking and then having the side discussions at schools and just really having time to think about it.
We
Yeah.
did bring it up at the last check-in, just so you know, like it
You
has been
did.
brought up.
That was our
I brought it up. at the
Yeah,
check-in.
we didn't talk about it. We missed it.
so for what we're voting on right now, it's just about
Yes.
what's stated there.
Yeah. Okay. Revote.
Thanks, pass. The other two questions we do not have recommendations on. One was a question about why must salary advancement credits be set to 0 after a master's degree? And the compensation process for teacher planning period, that was tackled by the other group. Any questions or comments? Okay, our next interest was revisiting the IBB process and clarifying purpose and practice. This one has a lot of recommendations. The first one was that IBB meetings be open to the public and communication more open. Which we've already done that this year. The second is to build consistency, predictability in organizational structures, moving toward creating a master agreement at the end of next year's bargaining. Take steps now and over the next several months toward laying the groundwork so that we may reach the goal of that master contract. There is currently in progress a handbook that HR, and I think I saw Autumn had some comments on there from last year. You guys started working on that. And that we're hoping that that document could maybe with, changes or whatever needs to happen, but that can be the basis for moving towards the master contract. The reason for having a master contract, I don't know if we want to go into this, the things that we talked about, what having everything in one place, because right now it's like you have to find that policy and I don't even know what that policy is named. It's really confusing. So having everything in one place and that things can be changed that are in the master contract, but there is a process for changing it. It's not just like, well, I think we should just change this policy and it gets changed without more consideration from the people that or the groups that were represented in creating it. So we're recommending also that other experts and members of the board should be part of the process and how non-teaching employee positions may be included as well, because right now, classified positions are included in a lot of the policies, but they don't have a voice here. So having to figure out how to include that so that, or include them, so they're part of the master contract or not.
Do they not still have their own IDB group anymore? Classified. We used to have an IDB member that would come to me about her classified IDB before she went to it, so
Yeah.
at one point in time, they had their own group. I'm not saying I don't want them included in it, but if they have their own group, how do we possibly talk about merging the two together?
That would be part of the, so in the second bullet, you know, it says take steps now and over the next several months toward laying the groundwork, like that would be work that those people would do to start thinking about. Do they come in? Do they want to come in? There are pros and cons to them being in ours versus having their own. You know, so that would be, we didn't decide that. We said that would be part of the work that would happen between now and the beginning of next IBB.
And in the meantime, we would continue with what we're doing with IBB process. I think there's a second page, right?
Yeah. There's another page to this one.
So these are what the steps that would be included towards a master contract, and Kate and Megan also went through and kind of figured out like what would a timeline look like for developing what would need to be done this year, over the summer, and next school year. So these are some of the steps that need to be taken.
Can I, sorry, I didn't realize we were going, can I go back to the slide before? I just would love to recommend the second bullet, around predictability. I think with IBB, it would be real great if we knew like on the third Wednesday of October, that's when we meet. And on that, like, if it was just like a set schedule every year, as opposed to like the doodle polls and when can people meet and all of that, like, if we just knew like, this is how it's gonna be, and I don't care how those dates are set or what that looks like. But if we could like, I just feel like every year we're trying to like squeeze things in, and we just knew like, this is when we need to get the teacher survey out. This is when we need to meet. This is when our first, like, if it was just set up.
That's
like
on the
that.
next slide.
Oh,
It's on the fifth bullet on the next slide.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Like, these are steps that we would take in the fifth bullet. It says determine formats and timeline. So, you know, when are we gonna start? When are we gonna end? Do we want to do it all in 1 week? Do we want to spread it over several months? Do we want to use, you know, our group did this, one of our things in something called a straw, design. You know, like those kind of things. Like, what are pieces that we could use to improve the format? And that would be developed or identified and talked about in that time.
Perfect. And memorialized in some way.
Or at least begin to be memorialized.
And even things like Nathan's presentation today, like might be helpful for future IBG members on the front end.
Yeah.
So know,
Yeah.
you know, what we're talking about.
I have a clarifying question. What's the process for determining who the IBB rep is for each school? What's the like term limit? Like, how is that, like, is there any sort of structure for how that is decided? Again, it's a newbie question.
Currently, we have a regulation that's associated with policy that says that each building will have a representative. That person will be an RCEA rep if at all possible. If there's no RCEA rep willing to share or willing to serve, you know, it says, and it also says that there will be at least a middle school, elementary, high school administrator. And it does not say that it's the people who put their finger on their nose last.
Like, so the staff or the association members of that school determine.
So the association picks their representatives and the district picks their representatives. So for a principal to say, hey, you should be the representative for our building, that's not how it should work.
No, yeah, no, I know that. I just didn't know what the process was for the association.
Here's what really
Reps
happens.
to choose their members.
We have to beg somebody, you're volunteer, they get voluntold, and when that person finally gives up, we have to voluntold.
Are you asking if there's like
kind of like a nomination and like.
Yeah, like if there's a process, I mean, because I mean, like I said, again, I'm coming from a different district and I was active in the association and. You know, there was like a process for how you became the building AR and how you then became on the negotiations team and then how you know, and so there was kind of a process for like. For that, so I just didn't know. What the process was.
Honestly, I think that's an area that we can continue to grow as an association, but I don't think that that's an area that we would, like Miles said, we choose our reps and we really feel strongly that we should continue to choose our reps.
No, I don't,
but
I'm not
maybe
advocating that any, but I'm not advocating.
You're just curious if there's a.
I'm not
process.
advocating the admin should choose them. I'm
No,
saying
no.
like,
But
that
we
the teacher should choose their own rep, that's all.
and we might have room to grow in how we choose those reps. Like I've been a rep forever in my building and I've never asked people, do you want to be the rep? And maybe I should. But,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
I mean.
I think that's kind of more up to us.
Daisy just put it out there, was like, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm ready to move past the baton. And so she asked all the people that were members who was interested and nobody else wanted to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I know how I.
Pretty competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Following up on Megan's question about like, there were the regulations and that's how it was chosen. I have a question about just sort of like regulation policy in general and IBB, and if that got brought up in your discussions with all of us. I know at least in the first session that we were in, there's a lot of like questions like, well, in the past, this is how we've done it. Do we have something beyond like, this is how we've done it? Is there any like guidelines about how IBB is set up? Because I think we want to go more than, well, we've always done it this way. It just seems like that's a hard thing to come from, and it's pretty ambiguous.
Yeah.
And I think a master contract would go a long ways towards,
Mhm.
that's something that could be included in that agreement.
Right, so currently there is not. Like, currently, we have a controlling board policy under that, the IBB regulation. But it doesn't, there's nothing beyond that, and so all of the IBB agreements that are out there are just kind of out there, right? But the board still maintains control over policy. And that's what we were working through, is how do we protect the agreements that are made through this process moving forward? And really the only way to officially protect them for any period of time is via a master contract. You know, we could change things as a board to say like, these policies have to go through a different process, but a board can come in and change that.
Yeah.
Like it's,
But with the master contract sort of more give those like agreements of this is what the IBB does then.
so a master contract would include like specified policies that could not be changed outside of this process, or if they were to be changed, it would outline an MOP process or another process that had to be followed to do that. But even that is only for a certain, it's time limited, right? So the master contract would be in place for X number of years, and there are pros and cons from different perspectives on whether that should be a short amount of time or a longer amount of time. And so that would be something that would have to be negotiated and get to that point. But the idea would be that the master contract would also lay out the IBB process so that there's not that reliance on this is the way it's done. It kind of lays out, these are the rules of the game and how this works. And if it needed to be adjusted, it would be adjusted at IBB kickoff each year so that everybody would be there to make decisions around how it should be adjusted.
And the cons of doing this is it's a lot of work there has to be a group that's willing to work on it. And that can start now. From this day forward or whatever.
And it kind of would have to from a board perspective, because step one would be that the board would have to implement new district policies, which takes 3 readings. And we have only 4 board meetings left after spring break. So 3 of those would have to have these necessary policies on the agenda so that we could be ready to move towards a master contract in the fall. I guess we could do it in the fall too, if we had to, but I would prefer to kind of do that earlier so that we can identify there's an entire section of policies, section H, that we just don't have as a district. It's all related to negotiation. And so that would take time to kind of call through those, figure out which ones we needed, how they apply,
But we wouldn't need all those before spring break.
No,
We would
no, no,
just
no.
really need to update one policy, I think, right,
No.
before spring break, no?
No. If that would have been if we were going to go towards having a new IBB regulation and a robust handbook, because we already have section G policies, but we don't have any section H policies. Which are the negotiation policies. But I mean, we could maybe do them in the fall, but I also wouldn't want to be in a position in the fall where we're trying to rush to get policies in place in order to enter into contract negotiations. Like, I would rather have that stuff done on the front end, so that.
So are you advocating trying to have a master contract and let's start next school year?
No.
Oh, okay, no, sorry, I just see 23-24 up there and you're just saying it's a peak.
At the end,
Yeah.
so I think that the idea that we discussed is that next year's IBB process, part of that would be negotiating the master contract. But I think that in order to even get to the point of empowering people to negotiate that, the board would have to put policies in place that do that. So I just want to.
And if we knew. I think it would be. If we like justify that this is the direction that we want to go in. It'd be helpful to get those policies that allow us to engage in that work early in the fall this spring.
Yeah. So that we're not having to call through an entire section and figure out how they fit here in the fall and then. Jump into that.
So essentially, we would need to. Like, it kind of goes on that list. Yeah. It's sort of like mandatory. This is gonna be an interest for next year. And to your point, like. We need people in this room to be on that committee starting now.
Yep.
Because if we don't have that, then there's no point. Moving forward with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Have there been attempts at this in the past to get a master agreement or contract?
Well. Define attempts.
Included, but not-
Okay.
yeah, not
The
really.
association has been interested, the district has not.
I think it's really exciting. I think, it's sort of like we provide knowledge just like through people who have been on this committee for a long time, and that's not really fair. Like, we need to like have it out there for everyone, and I think that is an exciting way to go forward and just have that there. It's not this question game, or am I looking at the most recent document that's been updated, or is it something else, or so, yeah, I think that's exciting. I know it's a lot of work, but I think it's gonna really be worth it.
Is there a minimum number of employees that need to be? RCA members?
No, that was something that I learned this year. I always thought you had to have at least 50% of your teachers were members. But you don't have to have that much. With a master contract, though, it does have to be ratified, and it has to be ratified by your members.
By your RCA.
And
So are you in a position where you have 40% speaking through people? I guess I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I asked the same question.
So Eagle County has that. They have a master contract within the last few years, maybe like within the last 5 years or something, and they started it with only about 30% of their teachers. I don't know if they've been able to grow their membership since then, but I mean, the benefit of having your members voting on it is that those are people who have signed up to be part of a collective group. So they're, ideally they're part of something big. Not to say that other people haven't joined or not part of a large group, but they haven't put their money where their mouth is, essentially, so I don't know if you can have I'm not positive. That's a question I have. If you can have a master contract ratified by non-members. That's just what Eric Hansen told us. He just said it has to be a member.
At the point, just, devil's advocate, there's whatever 60% have willing to speak with their money by not participating.
Well, who's negotiating for the district today? RFCDA.
Yeah, I'm playing devil's advocate.
So, yeah, I understand, and in response, I would say we're already doing that.
But I have a question we're saying that these IDB members is only RFCEA and that's who we're wanting to be here. Then, of course, there's not going to be non-RFCEA members doing that work today.
We have had non-members.
But you're saying if only you take in non-members if we can't find a member to fill.
Right.
I mean,
Well, I
that's the
think the
current
district has
regulation.
agreed that the association would negotiate for the staff then. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to, that the district agrees to negotiate with the association as representing all the staff.
And another thing too about that ratifying is that if we know that we have to have staff ratify it, and we know that that means that at least 50% of the people who vote for it have to support it. Those, like, say we only have 30% membership, 30% of our staff are not different from the other 70% of our staff. Like, our staff is more homogenous than that. Like, we don't have, the people who are members are not like totally
the work that we're
wanting to
doing.
do totally different things than the other people who are not members. We still all want the same thing. So if we know that we have to produce something that has to be ratified, we are still speaking for, all of our staff. And hopefully it would increase membership. I mean, we would really like to have membership increase because that increases the voice that our teachers have. But if that didn't, I mean, we're still working on all of our teachers because those teachers they're not qualified different. Like from
Right.
everybody
I will
else.
say this too, so the master agreement doesn't have to follow any specified form, right? We can write it for our district and what works for our district. And when we first talked about it, I was like, I don't know enough about this to say how the district is gonna feel on this. I think what it does is it puts into agreement what we've already been doing. And so we had all this tension in the first meeting around policies that were changed and can they be changed and why are we doing this if they can't be changed? And this is really the only tool that protects that. If you have 50%, my understanding is that you have to have an agreement, right? So if you have 50% membership.
That's what you said. I don't know. I'm not sure what that's.
No, I think there's some number, right?
I can't speak to it, I don't know.
Well, and I think part of the process and the work this summer would be identifying the voices that were at the table through the process of actually negotiating the agreement. And I think that we should think about including more voices, and that's where the fair share question came up, is how do we do that without pitting people against each other? But by saying that we're working towards this, it doesn't mean that today we're saying only RFCEA members sit, in that group, and only if there's not an RFCEA member are we taking somebody who's not. I don't think that we're agreeing to that if we say we're moving towards figuring out a master agreement. At least
No, I
that's my
don't think so.
understanding.
But I do have that question still, as we're revisiting the IBB process. What is the belief or the reason for the IBB process being RFCEA members predominantly?
Because in general, union members are union members because they believe that they are working together to solve common problems. And we want to avoid situations where whatever person has a beef and comes in because they want to get that one beef solved. And I think we've actually seen that, I'm not gonna say anything else.
Yeah, I think the root of it is, we have a collection of people who have agreed, we have these common causes and common goals. As opposed to individuals that say,
Yeah, and like I was trying to say, Adam brought it up earlier. We don't just talk to RFCEA members. We tend to be trusted.
People.
People in our buildings that everybody comes and talks to. If somebody that's not a union member comes to voice a concern, a lot of the SPED teachers that reached out to me about the SPED issue were not union members. I don't close my ears and say la 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 la. I can't hear you. We represent them all. We tend to be an entity that works together, that we also get some guidance and some leadership on how to come to the table appropriately, respectfully, to work as a community with you guys and not adversarially, which a single person out the street or in our classrooms isn't getting that same training as we get. So like Meg said, they may walk in with a beef and just blow up. That's not how we want negotiations to go. That's not how we want the relationship with the district to be.
And also having non-members, opens up the possibility of like administration coming in and being like, we really think that you should be on IBB, like, I know that you've listened to the things that we want, and maybe, you know, if you're part of an association that's working for teachers' interests in addition to student and your school interests, like, it's more likely that you're going to be working for a group of people than yourself.
And I think the time commitment too, like even within this group, you know, this is a time commitment, this is a commitment. And oftentimes, if you're not a member of the association, you're maybe a little less likely to hold on to that time commitment. But, you know,
That's not to say that there are not people who are not, I mean, I'm sure there are really wonderful people who could be a part of our group who are not members.
Yeah.
But we gotta decide it somehow, right?
Yeah, I mean,
We are the recognized group and.
it feels like a filtering process, like step one is like, you signed up as a part of a collective. Like that, to me, is like a kind of nice filtering process, and then the next one is you stepped up to do the bargaining as a member of that collective, and so as opposed to, you know, to me, it just feels like there's a couple of, you know, opportunities, like it's a ladder of opportunities that you accepted, or responsibilities that you accepted that led you here. And like from my point of view, it's just kind of like I didn't really ever want to do this. Like, you know, but what happened was like I went along that ladder of accepting responsibility and being part of a collective, to where the situation was just like, yeah, you're the one. And I was like, okay. And so I feel like that's a kind of like organic and like prudent process.
And I mean, teachers, again, like a lot of the compensation conversation, if membership were free, we'd have a lot more members. Like that's the number one reason that people say they don't join.
Yeah. Well, and then another point is the union representing the teachers, that gives the teachers control over who represents us, you know, so. I mean, there was an instance this year where a principal tried to handpick a teacher representative, and if we take the union out of it, that opens the door for that to happen. And, you know, so we as teachers want to have control over who represents us, and I can't think of a better way to do that than to control it through union membership.
So I guess the vote would be, are we, this recommendation to move forward with, creating a master agreement. That's our recommendation, is that we move in that direction. And it, you know, there may be stumbling blocks along the way, it might not get ratified, but that the next step be taken towards, that's our recommendation.
and then the next step, just to be clear, is then bringing it to the board.
Well, that policies need to be written like right now.
And then
About
that's what gets
IBB.
brought to the
Right.
board. Okay, I'm just trying to get the process figured out, so. it's-
Later, if we do create a draft master agreement that we agree on, the board would approve it.
Okay,
Yeah, the board signs the master agreement
once it's been created.
once it's been
Okay.
created, yeah.
And that would not be fully created until the end of next
Next year.
IBB year.
Okay.
And all we just be taking all these many steps in leading up to that.
Okay, which you outlined.
Some of them,
Yeah.
some of those, I'm sure there are 150 more, lots more, yeah.
And Katie, you were saying, and I'm not sure about this, that you were saying a board could still, even with a master agreement, a new board could come in and say, we don't agree with that.
So you're bound for the term of the agreement.
Okay,
And I think that's where the negotiating would come in next year, like how long do you want the term of the agreement to be? Parties are gonna have different ideas, there are gonna be different benefits and drawbacks to that. But yeah, at the end of the agreement, then you have to enter into a new agreement, so. Yes, a future board could potentially not sign a master agreement, but the alternative to not moving toward the master agreement. Would be continuing to do what we're doing now and what I wanted to make clear to our subcommittee, and I think Megan reached out to Eric at CEA too, who confirmed like. What we're doing now, there is no protection for the policies that we're agreeing on and changing. A board can change them in 2 reads.
And several things that we thought were actually policies are not even policies.
They're just
Right, they're not
regulation.
even protected, you know, the fair share agreement,
The fair share agreement, yeah, like,
the time agreement, IBB time agreement.
Okay.
and yeah, so the alternative would be if you didn't want to. If we didn't go toward the master agreement, we could be a district that goes towards like an IBB handbook type process.
But that could change.
Yeah, totally change.
Okay.
And yeah, even the master agreement can change after the term of the agreement.
Yeah,
is up.
and during the term, if you follow the steps,
Right.
put into the agreement, like you step those steps up. And we wouldn't have to like create all this stuff on our own and go, oh, I don't know how to write that. Like lots of other districts have done that. We can pull from people who've done it and, you know, see what we like. But we can also build it the way we want to. And we can put as much or as little into it as we want to.
Would this then be its own like subcommittee or no, not like subcommittee because it's such a big task?
I would see it as from now until the beginning of next. IBB, yes. Like I'm on that committee. I'm putting my hand up, but I'm hoping other people are on that committee too. We need more teachers. We definitely need at least 1 board member on that. I'm hoping Katie. Loves to have policies, but if not you, Penny, or one of the other board members, you know, or multiple ones, because you guys are gonna have to approve this eventually. And also we need administrators on it. I wanna have, at least have the ear of, you know, Eric. You probably wanna have this, you know, your district lawyer say some things like, there are people that would need to be part of this, and we just where's it going with it?
So you're saying the timeline, you're saying it's like the interim before IBB.
Yeah,
So
it has
it's
to
not
be
a
a
subcommittee of
Oh, yes.
IBB because it's happening before.
No,
IBB.
so in IBB next year, you know, maybe something that's up there, for example, the compensation for student teachers or something like that, that might be something that we agree to put in a contract.
Okay.
And then, so, you know, we'd still bargain it the way we are doing. But then, like, at the end, we'd say, okay, this thing we came up with, it goes in the contract.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarification.
Do we need to budget additional legal or consultation fees, bring out someone? Solve and advise.
I mean, I'm sure
Do
we're
you think
gonna,
that's a 6-figure expense or a 4-figure expense? I imagine it's probably closer to 6.
Yeah.
Would it depend on if they are more like reviewing versus coming to every committee meeting?
that's exactly what I was.
I hate to write a master agreement that somehow like isn't compliant with the law.
Yeah, for sure.
But if they read through, that's a less of an ask.
I would imagine if we looked at other districts' master agreements, we'd
Right.
be coming to some good work because.
Yeah.
Would
There's-
Eric be involved in that?
I would want him to be involved in it, you know. Cause he's, you know, there are lawyers at CEA that he would be consulting with.
Right, yeah.
And he knows things that we don't. We don't wanna do this blind.
Right, and I mean, when we get into the process, that's when I think we could turn one way or the other, right? Like you could go down the route of having a very detailed, lengthy agreement. Or the agreement could be essentially protecting the process and what we've been doing and identifying policies that are protected. You could get the very nitty gritty detail in it. And then that would require a lot of more updates more often, or you keep it broader and more room within it. But I think one thing that we kind of all agreed on is we don't want to switch to like a negotiations model, right? Like we want to protect and preserve the IBB model and what the district's done historically. And so there is room for that. A lot of the master agreements you'll look at, it's not that, it's a negotiation model.
I think though, just in case anybody happens to be listening, and when you're saying negotiations, you're meaning
collective.
collective
yeah,
bargaining.
yeah.
We are in, we have always assumed that this is negotiation
Right.
anyway. So there are two main ways of bargaining, and one is that I know of. One is interest-based bargaining, also called interest-based strategies, and that's what we do. And the other one is collective agreement, where you tend to have more like sides who come in like, I want this, and then we work it out that way. And I'm not saying anything about the value of one or the other, but we do value, we in our subgroup say that we value the current process that we're doing, not to say that. I mean, the other one could work very well. I have teachers who have gone away from interest-based because that's what worked for them, but we're not advocating for that. And our last bullet says, like, just maintain the practices that we currently have. After.
So I think the vote now would be, do we want to move toward that? Identify a working committee that would start taking some of those steps over the summer and be prepared to tackle it next year.
Creativity.
You said that's what we're voting on now?
Yep.
Not all these recommendations necessarily, but a group working towards that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are not recommendations. Those are just, we're just.
No,
kind of
right,
trying to
right.
say we
But
should-
I'm just asking
Yeah.
which of the things were,
It would be, yeah, identifying a working group, which would be tackling some of those steps and others. And then
Okay, great. I think we have one more interest.
but wait, did we ever, what about all those interests prior? Like all the recommendations? Are we
No,
voting on
that's
the
just-
recommendations?
There were no recommendations.
It's
Full
just,
group IBB meetings is, we've already changed that,
Yeah.
but we thought we'd put it in writing, that it's, people can attend. That's the first one. This year we've been communicating more with people outside of the district.
But I thought,
Outside of the
I guess I'm understanding if we have recommendations that we're doing some kind of fist towards the recommendations that we're giving. And I thought that last vote we had was only on whether or
second
not
one.
we were gonna start a group up to nominate this master agreement.
I think the bottom three bullets are, yeah, what we just.
They're really they're all pretty much the same thing, except for with the exception of the first one, which. really
Then I would
talks about-
change my vote.
You would.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if we were just talking about a master plan or this one that says maintain IDB practices. Which to me was different than working towards a master plan. Anyways.
Yeah, go back to are you talking about the previous slide? There was like,
Yeah,
so you would say you don't think we should maintain IBB?
no, I would say my vote would change. If we're including this.
What?
That's why I tried to clarify and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you misunderstood. I asked, is this vote that we're taking right now towards looking towards creating a master plan?
Yes,
And that's what I thought we were voting on. Are we
Yeah.
creating a master plan?
yes.
But we're talking about the last three bullets, and the last bullet in particular, so for example, says maintain IDB practices while working towards this agreement. I guess the part I wanted to say, and I can just say it that way, and then I can use that, is I probably would have put more like a 2, and I still have issue saying it needs to be only RFCEA members, basically. I mean, I understand it's not only RFCEA members, but I think to me, that is closing off a large population that would like to participate perhaps in IDB. And I think that is a population of people we need to consider including and not sectioning.
And I would argue once again, that takes the power away from our right to choose who represent.
And I think that
That
could,
gives the board or the district or the administration the power to handpick people, put them on this committee that we might not frankly agree with.
but because we don't agree with a person that wants to be on the committee is, then they're not part of this 40 or 50% of the RFCEA, why do they not have a right to be a voice?
Well, they can choose to join the association.
So I think that what that third bullet point says, not that that's the agreement here and forever after, it's that we're gonna maintain the status quo while we're working towards a future agreement, and that this conversation would specifically be a part of that. Right, that if this is a concern about who sits at the table.
Right,
That's something that would be addressed in the creation of the master contract that memorializes who sits at the table. But until we get to that point, we're saying maintain what we've been doing.
But I think if we're just saying, until we do that, we're gonna maintain that it's only RFCEA members who are doing it. And then we'll make that decision later, but if it's only RFCEA members who are doing that, then it's only gonna be RFCEA members who are doing that. And I think the point of saying, well, they should join the RFCEA then if they want that voice, I don't think that's appropriate. To say if somebody doesn't join that they can't have a voice.
Well, I think also though, if we polled, I mean, we're taking survey results from everybody, not just RFCA members to get our interests. And I think like if I polled the teachers that come and talk to me about their needs, some are members and some are not.
I agree.
You know, so I would say that we are still representing them.
And so if the union, if the association doesn't take that hand for the part of the staff, then who picks who gets to be on this committee?
Is that where you're asking, Sarah, like, is there like a, what the process is? Because I agree, right? Shouldn't be like handpicking or things like that, but it's like with the group or the nomination or is it something, is there term limit? And maybe that's actually what's gonna be put in the master agreement, but.
Yeah, I think like that's probably part of that process. I mean, I'd say in terms of who's at the table too, since there is discussion about trying to figure out how to represent classified staff. Do you think they should be involved in somehow in the discussion of how they want to be represented, and how they want their interests to be represented? You know, so maybe it might not be appropriate for them to be a part of the master contract or agreement group. However, equity wise, they do not have a robust process for their interests being represented currently. It's very minimal at best. And so I think somehow their voices need to be, I would just want to advocate for that, like, you know, if it's whether, but you know, I don't know if you're talking about classified and certified or kind of lumping that together, but I think there does need to be their voices in the process of how they get represented.
I agree with that. And I was talking more certified.
The certified, okay.
I think maybe there's a misunderstanding about what the fourth bullet means. And so I'd like to clarify if. When it says maintain IBB practices while working toward this agreement and after, what we intended to mean in that. Was that we want to maintain any kind of, like, we're working toward interests. We're not coming in saying, we want this, and pushing as hard as we can on each other to figure out what's going on. When it says maintain IBB practices, that does not speak at all about who is part of the process. Maybe the third bullet does talk about that.
Right, and I guess I was just even talking more about the title revisit that the process, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the intent, I mean, if you look at the next slide too, like part of the early stages, one of the third bullet, determined voices in the process. So we definitely talked a lot about that as a subcommittee.
So can I clarify the purpose of our notes? Could you go back one slide? Because I agree that when we've seen the word recommendation on a slide, we do a fist to five. And so this is a different approach that we're taking with this. And that's fine. I just want to make sure that our notes are reflected. So what I think I heard you all say is that bullet point 1 has already happened. We're here on YouTube. So that has passed. That recommendation has passed. Bullet 2 is what we fist to 5 was the creation of the committee to think about and work towards that master agreement. So that is reflected. Bullet points 3 and 4 relate to our kind of sub bullets of bullet 2. Is that kind of an accurate read on this situation? Okay, so they don't need to be voted on because they are part of moving towards that master contract and master agreement. Is that accurate?
Yeah, but I think,
Okay.
I think what's at issue is just that Kenny voted and didn't realize he was voting for those subpoints.
Totally.
So that might,
we should revote.
that might redact that last
Right.
vote, yes.
So should we do another quick fist to 5 for this bullet point number 2 with the understanding now that kind of considering who is at the table and considering what it means to maintain IBB practice is part of that sub-bullet or part of that bullet of working towards this master agreement. All right, let's see those hands again.
And then just really quickly to clarify, currently the regulation already determines that staff contracts and compensation are certified staff only, and our CBA members are the folks who represent that. And so like continuing with the regulation as is already like.
So the district has already acknowledged that we represent staff.
Correct, it's certified staff, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the way that the current regulation is. And then, of course, I think we would have to change that regulation and policy if we're, to begin that movement toward developing the each policy toward against possible master agreement conversations.
Okay, so let's see your hand one more time. Okay, we have a handful of twos. Any further discussion needed at this time, or just for us to know that there are some twos and threes for this one? Okay. So noted. Thanks. So our last, this is our last one, right? And big one.
After we passed, in opposite directions, and I'm not sure, I'm sorry, just take my copies.
Here's
I don't see, I don't believe they made it all the way across. One was an old policy, one is a new policy.
Oh, I would see.
So let's make sure that we have a copy of both.
Really quickly, can we take like a 5-minute break, stretch your legs, and then also we took the liberty of ordering pizza a little bit early. So grab some food and then bring it in.
Oh, thank you.
Clairvoyant. No, I was. I'm just getting this. I'm taking it. Sorry. I didn't take it.
Thank you for handing me that.
I'm just so selfless, you know.
You're from the Midwest.
Yeah.
How wonderful.
How do we pick which one is, the one that's highlighted?
That's the new one. That's
the new.
yes,
Okay.
that would-
That's fine. I have both. This one's new.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry to shout at you.
I am learning, and that's what.
Right, I think I know you're like, we are totally reliant on your voices. Right, when we've been doing it for so long. Right, how is it? I think having that agreement. Right. Yeah.
And that's why, I mean, if
Set the precedent.
the way we've been operating, if
I don't know if conduct and break is like high level.
what do you think of your teacher right now? Operating like that, but really not.
I don't know.
What?
What? But I'm like, oh, we're gonna like. Play the video game class. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cash, what was the thing? No, I didn't.
All righty, all righty.
You don't need any rationale preferences.
That's the beauty of a preference. So, because you like it.
Yeah, I'll sit here and meet one of the memories.
So the last interest was addressing the teacher leave policies and practices. Trying to make some improvements to the policies. and practices. So. Here are our recommendations. Leave. Sick leave and personal leave will not, it is turning into paid time off. To be used as staff sees fit. We haven't gotten the voice of other staff that classified in 9-month salary or 9-month contract people. So that's yet to be determined. But we're encouraging teachers to give as much notice as possible when they need paid time off. That every effort will be made to honor it fairly and equitably while considering the impact on students in school. We are recommending that the district continue to hire guest teachers to provide enough to meet demand. And we also said that subpay may need to be adjusted as this is the primary limiting factor. So each teacher still receives 10 days of leave each year. That can be used, as I said, as the teacher sees fit. At the end of the year, they will be paid out for 4 unused days. If they haven't used any, right?
Up to 4.
Up to 4 unused days in their July paycheck. The other 6, if they haven't used them, will roll over to the following year and become sick leave, which can be used as defined under the sick leave policy. So in the year that you are granted your 10 days, they can be used as you wish. Any that roll over, the 6 that roll over can only be used as sick leave. You have a second page?
I don't realize that I'm probably, I remember what word is. I take preference if I use 2 days, so I have 8. Are 4 paid on?
Well, we did go over that.
Yeah.
Yep, we said that
What takes preference?
if you have 10 days and you haven't used any of them, you get 4, you get paid for 4, and those other 6 roll over. You have 10 days and you use 2. Then you get paid for 2, and the other 6 roll over. If you have 10 days and you use 6, you get paid for none, and the other 6 roll over. So- Yeah.
Takes preference.
Yeah, because we're not doing sick and personal anymore. So it's just like the
But
first
then-
4 off the top are the one, you subtract that from the 10, and however many of those first 4 are left, you get paid for, and then the rest will go over.
So,
Understood, thank you. So each I use.
But the unused PTO becomes sick.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
confused. So you're
Yes.
saying that it's not distinguishing, but then you're saying that it is
In the
again.
year that they're granted.
Yeah, after.
And there's a reason for that.
Okay, you're going there, okay.
I don't know if we're going to use that right now, but these are other things that I don't know if it makes sense to just go through.
Yeah.
Okay. We're recommending that the leave section for parental leave or be changed to be more inclusive and aligned with other policies. Because right now it says like mother or father, and so we're recommending some language changes for that. At the end of a teacher's career, there's no change to payout amounts. Like if you have earned them and you haven't used them, you get paid depending on how long you've been in the district, and it's here in this document. At the end,
Which one's the new one?
The new one's called-
Okay, highlighted, okay.
We didn't change anything below annual payout of unused paid time off.
so you still, if you've been in the district for more than 15 years, you get paid for 100% of your days at $60 per day. And we didn't recommend any changes to that. That's on the second to last page.
And also end of year one, so the 100 remains the same.
Yes. Right now, you get paid, if you don't use your 4 personal leave days, you get paid out for any of those days at $100 per day. So we kept that the same. If you don't use any of your days, you get paid out for 4 of them and 6 rollover. We didn't change that. We're encouraging staff not to take days on high need and previously non-allowed days, but they can be granted if outside the employee's control. So it's an encouragement, it's not a pay dock. Salaried employees would be docked if no leave days remain and there's no ability to get them through the sick leave bank. And the docked rate would be the guest teacher sub rate if it's an emergency. But if it's not a leave that you've asked for ahead of time and it's not approved, then you'll be docked your daily rate. That's if you're out of leave.
How does whatever we have banked currently play into this?
Remains sustained.
Because right now you have banked sick leave.
You just have to use
You
your
just
day,
have
you have to
to-
use this year's before you can use that accumulated leave. You can't choose to be like, I'm sick. And I'm gonna use 5 days or 2 days or 1 day of my accumulated leave and save your 10. With the hope that, well, I want to get those $400. You know, we want you to use the ones that you get that you got this year first.
Okay,
That makes sense.
Because they're not delineated.
okay.
But it sounds like at the end of the year. If, let's say, you have 120 or even 100 or whatever bank.
You can't have more than 99 banked.
Okay, but okay, so it says. If they're under the threshold of 120 hours. So it says. They will be compensated for 4 unused PTO days as long as at the end of the school year, they have a threshold of 120. On page 2.
Of the
I'm just
current
trying to
policy.
understand, like, if I have, if
Are
a
you-
teacher,
20 days for year-round employees.
yeah, so the.
You don't get paid out your personal days until you have a certain number of hours. I think that's what.
That's hours. The
Yeah.
other one's days.
Yeah, and so she's asking about the 120 hours to get the payout on the personal days.
I'm just saying, like, if you had enough banked hours and you took 6. Or you had 6 left, you get 4 and then 2 rolls over.
No,
You always roll over everything you have up to 6.
Yeah. Oh,
And you'll get paid out for the rest that you have left over.
oh,
you have to roll 6 for them first and then,
yeah.
yeah.
It assumes the first 4 days taken are personal.
No.
Not
Well,
anymore.
trying
Because
to-
we're not, they say.
Well, just on that roll. Like, the paid time off, we're assuming that those are.
I
Yeah.
wonder if they should lead with that, like, hey, 6 days, whatever, 6 days are gonna roll over, whatever's left,
Yeah.
you get paid out for, because I feel like
Easier
it's
verbiage.
just really in the way it's worded.
Yeah.
My recommendation would just be like, lead with the
Yeah.
6-day rollover and then say whatever's left, be paid out.
Doesn't it- you mean in the third paragraph or at the very beginning of the policy?
Oh,
Because it leads in the third paragraph.
yeah, I mean, like. Wherever it says the payout, so I guess it would be. The third paragraph. And then it also is on. Page 2 as well.
So you want more clear,
Am I looking at the right one?
Yes.
Highlighted.
Yeah, so yeah, it'd be the third paragraph and then on page 2. End of school year section. I mean, we don't have to change, that was my recommendation, if other people are confused too, but.
I was also,
confused.
like the way you explained it, Megan, was you said that 4 days will be paid off and the rest will go into sick leave bank, but really it's 6 will go into sick leave bank first and then the remaining will be.
Or
into your-
Accumulated.
Your accumulated.
Into your cumulative sick leave. You understand my point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. that we're right.
So we could leave with a maximum of 6 days will roll over. Become
year.
6.
And the remaining days.
Yes.
I think we should just take out be allowed to. So it says unused paid time off will roll over.
Yeah.
At
At
a
a
maximum of
maximum.
6 days.
Mhm.
Remove those 3 words.
Yeah. I guess. It might say, I don't really want you to roll over, and I'll just say that. And I think that.
I just suggested.
PTO days should say any remaining.
Yeah, I think it should.
Never gonna be more than.
Will roll
I
it.
just
Have on
Any
suggest
remaining.
changes,
Yeah.
Megan, so I'll just need it, yeah, suggestion.
We need to change that also to say PTO, not paid time off. Oh, so did you say take out at a maximum of 6 days a year, or did you mean that in the other?
Take out will be allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is will roll over. It should say will roll over.
Right.
I don't know. This was
Yeah,
like our
I'd say,
stick
like,
design.
The remaining instead of up to 4, but I don't know.
I was thinking the same thing, put up to like up to 4 remaining days per year to be
Just
paid.
the remaining.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
remaining.
There's never gonna be more
It
than
takes
4.
six, it's gonna be whatever's left.
So why even mention 4?
Right.
The remaining.
Remaining days.
And the last bullet up there is about the parental leave policy. To say that in general, 12 weeks will be the maximum allowable time for parental leave.
Yeah.
Except as outlined from current exceptions in the policy. For example. 20.
Does that mean, so if it's like 12 weeks? And I would say I have like a bunch of sick days accumulated, I can't add it on for like 2 more weeks.
Exactly.
Right.
You can have those paid within FMLA. So you want to pay throughout on paid weeks. We're trying to discourage having 12 weeks and adding and enforcing.
So I want to thank you guys because I love the first 10 bullets. But I have some questions and some context that's needed around GBG. So first off, how many certified staff utilize parental leave each year?
Near 20 countries.
About 5%. So what percentage of that also utilize FMLA?
Most of them.
What percentage of that also use the full 12 weeks?
Most.
And what percentage of that use 2 weeks plus, or excuse me, 12 weeks plus 2 additional weeks, 10 extra days?
Yeah, we try to discourage that. But what,
But I feel if we're crafting policy, we should know like those exact numbers.
Why are we discouraging? What's the challenge?
The point is, well, once honestly has 12 weeks of leave, trying not to extend that leave with whatever they had accumulated.
So the parental leave policy grants 5 weeks for regular birth, 7 for cesarean paid.
Yeah.
That runs concurrently with
And that
unpaid
doesn't come out
FMLA.
of your, it's
No.
paid, it doesn't come out of your sick.
No, and it
No.
it has to run concurrently with FMLA leave. So the first 5 or 7 weeks of your 12 is paid under the parental leave policy. You could then use your accumulated sick leave to continue to get paid through that. Or you could take that unpaid and tack your sick leave onto the end of the 12, currently the way it's written.
Wait, so you get 5 weeks, 5 to 7. Paid doesn't come out of your leave at all, right?
Correct.
And
Let's
then
clarify,
pays-
you have to have put into the sick leave bank.
No,
that's just parental
Okay.
leave.
We took those policies
Yeah.
for
You
several
did?
years, and then you can
Okay.
take up to
It's true.
12,
with your leave time. Yeah.
so
That's
FMLA
where-
is the federal law, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get 12
yeah.
there, but it's unpaid. So you could get your first 5 to 7 weeks paid,
And those
take
ones will
another
like-
5 to 7 unpaid. And then you could take your accumulated sick leave on the back end of the 12 to extend it additional weeks. And so that's what this was trying to discourage.
So, but if, let's say, I wanted the 5, can you get paid under FMLA using your own leave?
No.
Yes,
Well, yes,
yes.
run them
Yeah.
concurrently.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, you can,
Yeah.
okay, that's what, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you, it's not like You have to take 5 to 7 weeks unpaid.
No.
And then, okay.
You could run your sick
You
leave
could
concurrent
your
to the rest of your FMLA.
Okay.
You could do parental leave for the first 5 to 7. Use up your accumulated sick leave to continue to get paid through that 12-week period. But what that bullet point is trying to discourage is taking that unpaid time as unpaid and then tacking on additional sick leave at the end of the 12 weeks to extend maternity leave.
So in this scenario, let's imagine like there's someone who is expecting, and our policy states that parental leave begins when the baby is born. So if that staff member has a note from a doctor saying that, you know, from week 40 to potentially 42, or from week 38 to week 40, they cannot teach. How is that any different from 2 weeks after leave?
So the current policy does give an exception for an additional 2 weeks if it's twins or if it's there are medical complications. So that 2 weeks would already actually be included in the policy as written. And that's a scenario I've heard about, like when it has to start earlier, then they still give the full 12 weeks. So that's why we put the accepted outline for current exceptions in the policy.
So I get,
Like,
I
if
think
you
I-
have a
I
problem
guess-
before delivery.
yeah, well,
Yes.
so, yeah.
Covered by that portion, the parent is put on bed rest before the delivery. That can be covered under the sick leave back break.
So I guess my point is that both scenarios are max 14 weeks, 16 if it's twins or cesarean, right? So why are we treating these two cases differently? I think that there's like a distinct, like, part of this recommendation that like presumes that physical competency to teach is the only thing that should guide the policy, and ignores mental health and more ignores emotional health, and it ignores like the needs of the family.
And we did talk about that briefly, because at the top of the parental leave policy, it's an employee is physically able to return to work.
Oh, but yeah,
he's
but that's what I'm
the
saying.
return.
That's
But
exactly what
I
I'm
know,
saying.
and that's why we did, and we only talked about this today, really. This was put on our radar and it was one of our last items to address. So yeah, I mean, I think there's room for more work to be done, but I also understand from the HR perspective. And that's also why we wanted to leave it like not a hard and fast rule of you cannot not take more than 12 weeks, but in general. Like that's specifically why we included the language of in general, the maximum allowable time is. Knowing that there are going to be scenarios when it doesn't apply.
And I'm not positive, but I mean, the fact that we have, again, I'm not positive. I haven't, kids, but I believe other districts don't even pay the 5 to 7 weeks. You have to take that out of your sick thing. So I mean, that's pretty generous. I'm surprised, and that's pleasantly surprised that.
Yeah, no, we-
That's all we're here, you know, because like, I mean, if you're coming to the district, like say Eagle County, and you want to have a baby, and you have like only maybe 15 days, then you have to take unpaid leave and take care of your baby.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
What's the difference between getting 5 and getting 7? Is it the twins?
Yeah.
That's
C-section.
C-section.
I see Howie's point, though. I mean, we're hearing more and more about mental health, about postpartum. How responsible are we being as a district and asking a teacher to come back before she's possibly ready, and then jumping back out a week later because she's cratering? I mean, I don't know that we're really taking full consideration into all aspects of this.
I don't think that's where this recommendation came from, though. I think this recommendation to limit it came from the scenario that I was saying, where you had an employee who was banking days and saying they'll take the rest of their FMLA unpaid so they can tack more into the end. So it wasn't a scenario where it was like, I can't come back, all these things are happening. It was a scenario like I'm planning this out and this is the way. I
But
wanna do
what's
it, but I
the,
don't
what,
know.
we're talking about 2 weeks here, right?
Why do you think 2 weeks?
Yeah,
Like, imagine you're somebody who has 5 weeks accumulated,
Yeah.
right? And so okay, maybe you have 8 weeks accumulated. Okay.
yeah,
So you have a regular delivery, you have, you're granted 5 weeks. And then you want to take the rest of your 12 weeks, so you get another 7 weeks. You can use 8 of your weeks for that. That's currently what happens, right? That runs concurrently, so you can get paid. Am I correct?
If you
in
so
saying that?
choose.
So you're getting paid during that remaining 7 weeks. Using your own sick bank.
Mhm.
Accumulated time. Or if you didn't have that time, you would just take that time and not get paid. But if you, and then if you still have another, maybe then say you had 8 weeks and you've used 7 now. You still have 1 more week.
Yeah.
It's to try and discourage like these really long. Maternity
But
leaves.
what if the mother needs that?
Or the father. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm wondering,
I-
I'm wondering about teaching couples, like, can they share the leave?
The,
Can they like?
They have
non-parent gets. time
There
to-
are 12 weeks.
Yeah.
the distinction, I think, in your example is that you said that if the person had to leave early, like, stop working early.
That was just
before
a
the-
clarifying.
Because that was like, they're put on bed rest or something like that, right? And my assumption would be that like, if there was still a need, right, then maybe, and that maybe it would be. A doctor or mental health professional could vouch for that person and say. This person is unfit to go back, and that would be kind of within the purview of like recommend, like the,
Exception.
yeah, the exception, right? Like. I guess that's, yeah. I mean, I was on this committee before when we extended it and offered it to the dad and everything, and we did a lot of good work on that, and it's hard because you just can't put. You have to put an end on it, right? You can't just like. And 12 weeks is we do pretty good, so like, I understand your point too. But I think that there is room in the way this is worded. For somebody who had like a critical situation like postpartum.
And there is, in the regular sick leave policy, there's the option that if an employee suffers like a traumatic event or there's an emergency, that they can appeal to the superintendent for paid administrative leave. And so, I think from our perspective, it was like this, generally, we want to discourage that. But in these circumstances where it's necessary, there are
There was a revision that
options,
covers that.
yeah.
Well, I guess, and I shared this in our group, I get where Holly's coming from. And I'm cautious and I'm hesitant to write policy that affects 1 or 2 employees a year. That seems vindictive.
Just curious, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm just curious because it's not written anywhere. And if you were to give birth when we're not in school, none of this relates.
I don't think so.
Yes, bad planning.
You can still. 12 weeks for FMLA.
I have babies, and I didn't really get that leave, like.
You don't get paid parental leave, you can take unpaid FMLA time.
Okay, when the
Because-
school year starts up again. but-
Because, yeah, paid
and
parental
also
leave.
your sick leave, okay. I was just curious.
But no, I think that if you were to deliver, like 3 weeks before school started. You can still get 2 weeks paid after that.
Okay.
Yeah, because that, there's 5 weeks total. That starts running the day you deliver.
And you don't have to start FMLA until you start taking time off. So the 12 weeks wouldn't start until school started.
In that scenario, if parental leave is not paid, yes, you can start your FMLA
right
at the beginning of the school year. But I don't think if you wanna apply parental payment, then the FMLA needs to start concurrently. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
To some teachers actually that have late May babies. I've recommended don't take the parental leave. Because then your FMLA needs to run concurrently and it's gonna eat all your summer. Take FMLA
When you come back.
when you come back.
Okay.
In
then
each
they
case
can't
and
get
each
that money?
date, it's just.
Not under the
It's
current
different.
policy.
They wouldn't get paid parental leave.
Yeah. Under the current policy, it's when the child's born is when parental starts.
I mean, they get the leave, but they got it already.
And that, the leave is only for the mother, have we decided that, or the father?
There's not, yeah,
So they both could take the time off, if there was a parent, a couple who were teachers, they could both take that time off.
FMLA, they can each get 12 weeks unpaid. Non-birth parent can get 2 weeks paid. To care for the birth parent and the baby.
And I think in the situation of an adoption, don't we say that one of them is declared the birth parent?
Yeah, one of them is the primary caregiver.
Interesting.
Why don't we give them that 5 weeks of pay just because of timing?
Who, you mean the people that give birth in the summer?
Right, yeah,
They're already getting paid. And they're not working
right, okay,
and they're getting paid. I mean, because your salary is over.
right.
It's not like you're missing.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Did you guys have conversations about how many potential staff members we might lose because of this policy? Because I think of just like the critical shortage of like childcare in this valley. And how the burden of childcare disproportionately falls on women. And how our profession is disproportionately women. I just can't help but think we're going to lose and fail to retain qualified teachers.
I think our policy is much more
Yeah.
What would you say, Nathan? Sorry.
I think our maternity leave, our parental leave policy is much more expansive, inclusive than most school districts.
I think the most
Like,
of
you'll be much more restricted than that.
But it's not like going other places. It's looking at the cost of childcare in this valley and like the fact that you have to get on a list before you even attempt to have a child,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's more the burden, not like my potential career. Like, am I going to move? No. But will I leave the workforce to take care of my child? Yes. So that's the scenario, not like hopping to another district.
But like somebody taking a year.
Yeah,
Or two.
Yeah.
or never come back.
To teaching.
Yeah.
I don't think the solution there is a. I mean, I don't think it's a parental leave policy. I think the solution there is investing in infant care.
That's a good solution.
Yeah, but it seems
I mean-
cruel to like have this policy and not also have that action.
So I will say like the change in this policy isn't, like, it's permissive, right? It's not mandatory. It's not that you can never do it. It's that it's more of like an aspirational, like in general, that's the maximum amount allowed, but I mean, that's specifically why we wrote it that way, because we didn't want it to be closing the door on the option, right? Like that's why we arrived at that.
So the change is that they
Softer
may
language.
use up to, that's the change?
No, this isn't the parental leave policy, which we didn't print out, it's GBGE, and this is a change that HR brought us to consider, or asked us to consider. So.
I just was
it-
wondering
it-
about this part where it says may use up to.
That was the same, the only thing we changed in the parental leave paragraph in the paid time off and sick leave policy was to make the language align with the parental leave policy and to change it from like mother, father to birth parent, non-birth parent.
So Howie, is what you're bringing up, the idea of using accumulated time after the 12 weeks, and if it's only a few people, why couldn't we do that?
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, we have a sick leave policy that dictates how long a person can take. And after FMLA and after GBGE, like, you're working in accordance with the sick leave policy. So I don't know why we have to amend GBGE when in this case it would be governed by the sick leave policy. if I'm
Exactly.
correct.
I mean, that, I don't think this applies to the sick leave. I think this is that you can't plan ahead of your child's birth to say, I'm gonna take my 5 weeks after the birth. And then I'm gonna take the next 7 unpaid, and then I'm planning to use my banked time after the 12 weeks. Like, that's what this addresses, is planning it out and saying, I'm planning to take 16 weeks total or 17 weeks total.
But I guess
But
is
are-
your question,
yeah,
why
are we
can't you?
assuming that like people are planning that and it's not like a person who is, as Steph said, was like in a crisis? Right? It's not like
I
I'm
don't
gonna.
know the scenario. Yeah, and I don't know the scenario that
I
brought
think
this
someone in
for
a
us.
crisis is not ready to come back to work. Which is addressed in policy, and we expect them to come back to work. If they are able to.
How are you concerned that the policy would make them feel like they had to, even if maybe?
Yeah, at the risk of their own mental and emotional health.
Just trying to.
Or what may be best for the family.
Yeah.
Like if you have a severe childcare, or, you know, whatever, however the calendar worked out, you plan ahead, I mean, it's gonna be really rare, but somebody's gonna wanna take that much unpaid leave and then add on, I mean, possible, depending on their partner's circumstances, but like. It
Yeah.
feels like this might be a really rare situation. I guess,
And
what
and
I was
also
like,
I, as like Miles said, I feel quite uncomfortable, like not knowing those numbers. Like, I'm worried that this is a vindictive policy that's targeted at one single teacher. Who's like in this situation right now.
Well, there is
And I
one
feel-
single teacher who's in this situation right now.
Yeah,
so-
and that makes me incredibly uncomfortable because I don't know her situation. Right? I'm not a mental health professional. And to like make policy, like just like, hey, this could be an issue and it happens maybe once a year, but we don't have numbers. We don't have a 5-year rolling average of how often it happens. I really feel gross doing it.
Would it help if it was like grandfathered in? I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that.
I mean, I don't know, that wouldn't be vindictive towards that person.
Well, in effect, it will be grandfathered in because this takes effect next,
This next school year.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it's not gonna specifically address this.
no, I mean, I think it's to prevent it from happening in the future.
Is there an urgency that we need to pass this year, or could we put this on the list of next year's things? To have future conversation about and have some of the numbers that would make people feel more comfortable.
I mean, I think,
It's worth discussing.
yeah, especially if people know that they're not going to, that if they're at this point gonna do this, then that would be the only way that they would change it is with more information, which we do not have right now. It sounds like that's where this is moving.
I mean, yeah, I think I don't know that I have enough information with what that policy does and is not quite here. To feel like to vote on, I don't know, because my first, I mean, I don't know, I just feel like. Other countries allow women to take 6 months or a whole year,
Right,
I mean,
right.
paid, like,
No.
I mean, I don't know, if somebody wants to. As long as they're communicating with us and we get coverage and it's their personal financial business and their family business, I don't know, I feel more uncomfortable restricting it than I do not, I guess.
I don't have, personally, I don't have a problem with taking that last bullet out and putting it on the list for next year.
I just think it's the one that got the most sticking of all of this.
Yeah.
And to be honest, that's one that we just talked about today.
Yeah, we just. I will say that even without this language, that is the general rule already, like this language was just. More calling it out, so it doesn't change anything, that language doesn't actually change anything.
But revisiting that
But,
next year.
yeah.
really digging into
Like
it
if we
feels
need
like
to
we're
add,
better
right, if we
than
need to
just, like,
add
letting
language
it
like
keep
that.
happening.
Yeah. Beer on the rest of the policy. All the other major changes that we spent 20 hours talking about.
There are 10 recommendations. Are we justifying each one on its own? Yeah, I think we should go through each. We go through each one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Change that first bullet to current levy.
Yes.
So those are the policies.
I can open my.
Letter.
I know. So like, days going down.
If you go back and then edit that second bullet point, it's more of just.
Yeah, it's not really a recommendation.
It's not a recommendation.
Did I delete it or?
Yeah.
Or you just tab it over
Oh, yeah.
under that first bullet maybe, but I don't think it's something we vote on.
Okay.
Same,
Did you go outside? Is it warm up there? Or is it cold? It's chilly.
was the wind cold? I can.
Not really.
She wants to get outside.
What's it like?
Out there. It's here for so long.
Did they have?
Really?
The second one is a encourage,
But then the next one is that.
I think continue the 100, we have to justify on.
And this is in the.
Yeah, the last two, you have to.
Yeah,
So that's just a step.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 100%, because I don't know how we encourage. And think the others are justified.
Yeah, but clarifying question, real quick. Just thinking through this, I don't think it should be an issue, but like currently. Personal leave requests can be denied. Sick, obviously can't, you know. So so all PTO cannot be denied.
Well, so in the second paragraph, we tried to address that. Maybe we
Oh,
need to
okay.
adjust words or not, but, we're saying it's at the discretion of the employee, try and give as much advance notice, because we heard from principals, like, we want to know as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Supervisors will make every effort to honor those requests and try and do it in a fair and equitable way.
Okay.
Also taking into account the burden on the building and the students. And then we didn't say it couldn't be denied,
Yeah, okay.
or
So
just like that it could be denied.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing, you know.
Yeah.
But the default would be that it's not denied, and the exception would be
Yeah.
that it is.
And the limiting factor is the sub-use.
Mhm.
There's the sub availability.
Yeah.
And
We
so
have,
that's why this morning I wanted to talk about, the possibility of raising sub pay. Because like Begonia thinks we can get to 100, which is what we were before the pandemic. And we did not have as many issues before the pandemic, but we did still have days. We did have days, and we also we still didn't allow time on those, before breaks and things like that. So, I'm thinking more than 100 subs, it's probably gonna be even better. And if we need to pay people more to get them, if that would help, then I think that that's something that we should be doing, but maybe it wouldn't help and it wouldn't make a difference. I don't know.
So under this policy, teachers could request a day off before a 3-day weekend.
And then we have, you know, we currently have people who do that, you know, they call in sick on that day and we, you know, we can't cover it. And that's when we go into our, okay, we're gonna split kids up. or vacation, you know,
Yeah.
So we're hoping that with advance notice, you know, if the school knows that we're gonna be short staffed, you can make plans ahead of time. So it's not in the morning at 8:30 that you're trying to figure out who's covering the class. Because it happens already.
Yes, 100%.
A quick clarifying question. Did your committee ever talk about how schools are all putting in those sick days? 'Cause I know I asked that at community do your check-in and they just said maybe Frontline was coming online.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Requesting our own stuff.
For requesting our own subs. I'm a lot more willing to request my own subs 10 months ahead of time if I have access to it myself. But like if I have to go to my secretary and bring her the paperwork, I don't want to give her that paperwork 2 months in advance, even though I know I'm going to be gone. Because I'm afraid she's going to lose it. I'm going to give it to her 2 weeks in advance. So is there like?
Well, when-
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, isn't like when they receive it, don't they put it in?
You know what, I think every building is
Everybody does
different,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
It's not
okay,
streamlined.
and
okay.
I feel the same way you do.
Yeah, like I would like to have access to it myself, just because, or on a weekend, like, oh, I need to take this day off, and then Monday comes around and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, oops, I forgot. Don't know, it's not.
I think that could be addressed in 2 ways. Yes, we are in the middle of implementation of a new addition to Frontline where you all have access to it. I still don't know how that will cross over to absence management. If you were to ask me, can I give teachers access to absence management so they can they can start the process rather than just handing paperwork to the secretaries? I'll be all about that, absolutely. Yeah, empower you to do your changes to.
Yeah, because it's just it's a request. I mean, like other districts do it, you put it in.
Yeah.
It gets forwarded and then you approve it or not.
Right.
I mean, some use both, the paper and online.
And then that way I can see my stuff.
And you can see if
you know,
it's.
my-
accepted
choose
or
your
failed.
stuff.
You
I can
put
choose my
stuff
own
plans,
Yeah.
all that
Yeah.
stuff.
There's a lot of. Yeah.
I think we are quite behind the times when it comes to that. I mean, I know my mother-in-law worked in Aurora before I started teaching and they were doing it then.
Wow.
So,
I did it
Yeah.
before. I did it here.
2001 until I moved up here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
First time I've. not
yeah,
done
this is the first time I haven't done it.
So do we need to?
As long as we don't have to find our. own
For
coverage,
13 years I did it.
we're responsible to Find our own coverage. Right. But I know districts that do that.
For what?
That if you don't find a sub, then you don't take the day off, you have to find your own sub.
CCS is.
How do you find?
Yeah.
A fairy godmother?
Tell you what, I'll be stocking my fridge, coffee maker, snacks.
Warm cookies.
Can we start going through?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, let's do it.
So can we vote on whether current year leave will be paid time off to be used as staff sees fit? Counting fives. Okay, it passes. The next issue is whether we continue to pay out up to 4 unused PTO days at $100. Fives passes. And the next one is continue rolling up to 6 unused PTO days into accumulated sick leave, which can be used as defined within the sick leave policy. All five, that passes. Oh, you already, sorry, you switched it, right? Changing the language in the birth section to be inclusive and aligned with other policies. All fives, passes. No change to payout amounts at the end of the year or end of career. It passes, thanks. Encourage staff not to take days, I don't know if this is a.
I don't think that's a vote on.
Right. And then the last
No,
one.
we changed that. I mean, the current policy is that they can't.
Right.
Yeah, the wording would-
Oh,
Doesn't
yes.
change
It's
that.
a policy that says.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess, so we do need to, because right now it says you cannot take leave.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
so now it's changed.
So now it's encouraging staff not to take days on high need days. Thank you. Salaried employees would be docked if no leave days remain, and there's no ability to get them through the sick leave bank. That's like, they're not sick, they just want to take a couple extra days off. The docked rate would be the guest teacher substitute rate if it's an emergency or sick leave. But if it's not approved and not an emergency situation, they would be docked their daily rate.
And yeah, the first part is if they are sick, like if it's medical and they've burned through all their leave and no more sick leave bank, then they're
Yes.
docked at separate. Yeah, okay.
Again. Okay, there's a two, does that require further discussion? Thank you.
Actually not a change from the current policy. The first part is.
No, it's a change because. We're, right,
Sub rate versus daily rate.
currently it does say sub rate.
So currently, if it's a situation where someone's out because they're sick, like for some medical emergency or other extenuating circumstance, and they use all of their own leave and they've exhausted sick leave bank and they continue to need to be out, then they're only docked at the sub rate. That's in the current policy. That was carried over. And then
What was the change?
Punchy.
the change. Yeah,
Yeah, what is the change? Yes, that's a good question.
If they've asked for leave,
right.
they don't have any pay time off left and it's not approved, like this says, we don't have, we can't do it, but they end up taking that day anyway. Then they're docked at
Daily rate.
their
Situation,
Yeah, then they're also like,
that's a tricky one.
just gone.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like they've really messed up. Really gone bad.
It's like.
Like, yeah. Okay, so well,
No.
Yeah.
Well, no,
That's
if you
the
like,
person who says, my child is. My child, okay, I'm just making this up. My child is away at college and they're having their very first. Their parents' weekend, thank you. And this teacher has no days left. And you can't get that through sick leave bank. And there are no subs, like the principal saying like, we don't have enough subs, I really need you to stay, can you please stay? And they're saying, no, I just gotta go to parents' weekend. And it's not an emergency situation, so they can go, but they're gonna be docked their
Yeah.
daily rate rather than the sub rate.
Yeah, great.
So the changes in the rate that they are.
Mhm.
Yes, okay.
it wasn't
Exactly.
specified in the current policy. It said they could approve. it
I mean,
without
that's
pay,
pretty.
which I think in
severe
practice was
circumstances
day rate.
right there.
Pretty niche.
We had a
Yeah.
lot of discussion around that in that group.
If somebody says I wanted to go on powder day, because
Yeah.
Aspen says get 12 inches, and we say no.
Yeah, powder day.
And then they-
actually, and.
And they don't have any more,
And they don't have any.
time.
And they just get, they just, they go, they're the one.
Yeah, they get out there.
So, so if they don't have any more pay time off, but they do have accumulated sick leave, they could use that?
No,
Not for powder.
Yeah.
If
Sick
they're
leave,
sick,
yeah.
It just seems like an unlimited grant of sick time instead of reduced rate,
Okay.
which I'm not sure.
For the part at the substitute
Yeah,
rate,
I'm willing just to say I'm sitting.
That's-
paid-
I mean-
Get paid $150 less, but it's just unlimited sick leave. I don't have to contribute to sick bank to get it, and I don't have to, I just have to say I'm sick.
I mean, that's exactly what's in our current policy. People of our
If
current
not,
policy.
then correct, yeah.
It's right here. If any employee is out sick, then sick leave and the extension has been approved, the board will deduct the substitute pay for each day missed for a teaching position.
But this is, if
So we
it's
pulled
not
it over.
approved.
Yeah, my sticking point is that, just feels kind of. like-
No, for that part, it has to be approved. For the subrate, it has to be approved.
Okay,
For the other
gotcha.
rate,
Okay,
Yeah.
it's unapproved.
right.
But if it's unapproved and you take it, don't you think you're maybe not working there?
Yeah.
But like,
Like-
like you're willing to take that extra paid off, you know, I don't know.
I
think
mean-
that we're.
Continually giving ways to beat out and put more burden on teachers who are showing up. I just feel like it's, I don't know, like we're.
I think what we heard is this was happening anyway. And it came up around the high needs days where a supervisor would say, no, you can't take that Friday off before break. And they'd say, well, I'll take it anyway without pay.
So
That's
this
where
fits
that
in-
conversation, like that's where this conversation came up, but I don't know.
I mean, I agree with the PTO, that's fine, it's just kind of around this language, I'm willing to take the dot, I was calling it sick.
Yeah, it's encouraging dishonesty versus going for approval.
Which is what you're trying to stop.
And I guess that maybe would go into another policy, if you have agreed that.
That's space, and you run out of leave, like there's just unlimited other leave that we can just continue like that.
I think we do have an absence policy, like if we have somebody.
With sick,
Like,
right?
well, or just you have a teacher who is taking a lot of absences, then you could have a conversation with them, right?
That we
Yeah.
actually put in here now and it did not make it to the.
Like if they keep taking unapproved days, like
3 days.
I have, this is more important than work.
Right,
Taking
right.
unpaid leave, at some point, I think that enters a different policy.
If it was
Right.
habitual, yeah,
Yeah.
because like I can,
We actually page.
So that wasn't in policy, the 3 days, and then you could request evidence of illness, and we put that in.
In the instance that a teacher has exhausted all their current PTO and the teacher is using accumulated sick leave, evidence of illness may be required for payment in excess of 3 days. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah,
Yeah.
That, but I'm just saying like, if they took unpaid, like just like if they're just gonna have no leave left and it was a personal reason, like obviously a parent's weekend is not. sick.
Graduation.
Or graduation or whatever, you might be like, oh, my aunt Lulu showed up, so I'm gonna stay longer and I'm gonna do that, like. And then it turns into like 2 weeks of unpaid, non-approved time. I think that enters, I'm just pointing out that enters a different policy. I
right,
think,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So the concern around the non-approved part, I think. Is maybe not important.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder, like, to Nathan's concern, how much people would look at it as, oh, yeah, I could do this for 2 weeks. I am thinking more about the people that don't have any more time, and maybe they've had a lot of illness, and then it is parents' weekend. And 5 people have already asked off, but they're like, this is my first child going to college and I'm going to parents' weekend. I mean, I'm kind of thinking about myself next year and I'm trying to plan ahead, but
Well,
you know.
parents' weekend is in October, so you.
Yeah. And now it's just a week like that. I'm just saying, what, I could have broken a leg or something like that. So it seems like
One of the things we can break your leg.
it's already on the calendar.
No, if you broke your leg, you would get your leave through sick leave bank if you were a member.
Right, which I am. So I'm covered, but I'm just trying to give people the benefit of the doubt,
Yeah.
like that it won't be abused.
But it really, I mean, people laugh, but if it is being abused, you could say, I'm just not gonna renew you. I mean, that seems like the risk that you would
I mean,
run.
we are an at-will
You can't.
You can't.
No,
employment,
No.
right?
I mean, if
I don't
somebody
think
said,
you're
I want the
in
day off, I'm not gonna get it off, okay, then I'll just take it off. I mean, isn't that like just insubordination?
Pause.
But there seems to be something.
Yeah, I don't think that. It's not as simple as that. It is insubordination, yes, sure, but.
Does it mean you're gonna lose your job? No, right? That's that.
Crazy.
It seems like.
That's what we're hearing.
It would need to be a body of evidence.
On job. Yeah, I don't think they're.
So are we having a problem with the way this is worded or with the spirit?
Put up the actual language that we wrote in the policy, because I feel like the bullet point doesn't exactly.
Yeah,
This is already on policy. Why are we voting?
Yeah,
Is it?
Wait, I thought it was.
We changed the language. That's why I think we should put up the full paragraph. Because we did change that paragraph significantly, but We were, and then we cleaned it all up this morning. And I can show you exactly where it is if you want.
Oh, well, I did not look, I watched it on YouTube. Got it. And now. But it's this.
The old policy says supervisor can approve dates without. But that says approved. For the old one, it's.
Extreme personal. It's extremely personal.
It's about the. If you run out of days. You still take time off. But. It's not like the maternity leave was on the- this one is about like, it's not out of days.
Yeah.
Take on it.
Like that is. Yes, I believe, but.
Yeah, I.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trapped. Days it feels like the ways it's saying is.
It's funny, because Brian was here that was not, this wasn't my reaction.
Yeah.
And I was going to meetings like at CU after working all day.
Yeah.
Or I coached after working, on like, it just was my reality of it, like, side was a lot of my life, but now it's.
But now you have a different reality, which is really nice for you.
It really is. It's everything that's being wanted.
Yeah.
We made it happen.
Yeah.
Cause
Yeah.
I used to live outside of Evergreen and so.
Oh, my gosh.
40 minutes. Now.
Yeah.
That was when the weather was perfect, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just really nice to.
So you were at.
So when I told my students I was leaving, they were like heartbroken, and so then I was like, you know, like live where I could, and then finally I did the math, and I said, this is how many, since I have worked at this school, this is how many months I have been in my car. Yeah, I added up all of the times, yeah, of all the days. Yeah. Amazing for you.
Yeah.
You know, then they were like,
Okay,
but they
that makes sense. That's probably good. lesson for them, like this is what you want in life. Not sit in your car. Right.
I mean, I will say this was the thing I used to listen to.
Oh, yeah.
I got a lot more good radio. So now you get to the.
Yeah. I know, I listen to books a lot and I'm like, what can I do to get in my car and listen to my book?
It's just like nobody's like asking anything. You're just like,
Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's actually nice in that way.
It's like on my way to work. Now it's like. After I figured out before I leave. Or before I come in.
Yeah.
It's the 5 minutes in the town, like.
Right. Yeah, because you live in town, right?
Right, but. Then we just add it.
Is that it here? Oh, is it? No, it's not. It's not. It's fine, you-
This line.
I think it's not. Is it IB? Is it in the IB policy practice?
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be hard. I don't know, right? But like. If I say.
So the current, this is the new one we're proposing, but the current policy says. If any employee is then out of sick leave and the extension has been approved, the board will deduct substitute pay for each day missed for a year. That's what it currently says. So. Yes, it has to be approved. What we are suggesting or recommending is right where the cursor is and below. If the teacher was out of all options for paid leave and in an emergency, obviously they can go to the sick leave bank, but if they're not a member of the sick leave bank, then it'll be the same. They'll be docked for the substitute daily rate.
Strike that.
Wait,
I think it's the part
It's
above that, sorry, it's above that.
It just changed where. it was.
If the day is not approved as paid time off, and it's not an emergency or medical situation, salaried employees will be docked pay at their daily rate.
I guess I'm talking about the guest teacher substitute daily rate. We deduct. If we're giving PTO, sick time, you exhaust that, you go to sick time, you exhaust that, you go to superintendent, you exhaust that. And I just feel like at some point you're out of leave.
Would it help if we said, like,
I feel like we're like trying to say you always have leave,
yeah,
even though
I
you
understand.
can accumulate up to 720 hours or something like it's. I know things happen to certain people, they get those, but at some point we provided you resources, you use up all the resources.
Yeah, but if you're just starting in your teaching career, you might not have leave built up. And so, I mean, I'm looking at that paragraph above the folded part where, and I think that's what you were just referring to, where you were saying the guest teacher daily rate will be in unapproved situations. And you're saying that you're not for that language? Is that what you're saying?
We're providing you time out, and you can accumulate it at rates that I don't think you see a lot of other places. And you use up all that plus sick thing, plus you appeal the superintendent. This is like option number 6, something like that. For out of office. Like at some point you use up the resources.
I mean, would you be advocating for at that, I mean, that if that were to happen, which, I mean, it could happen, right? Would your advocacy be that, okay, now we're gonna terminate that position?
No, it's an unpaid time out, or you appeal to the superintendent, like appealing to the superintendent for extreme circumstances, or for somewhere. Is like your last,
Isn't it unpaid if we're docking their daily rate of pay?
not if there's a half, like we're only taking away the sub pay, so you're still getting paid something.
As if you're sick.
That's if you're sick, yeah.
Again, you have PTO, sick time, sick bank, you can appeal, this is like level number 5. Like eventually, like, we're just. Like we're trying to.
Well, this part
I would
reads,
call it, I don't know, I just, at some point you're out of the league.
You're saying strike that and it should fall under the clause that's up higher that says
But I
if the
think that-
employee does not have available sick leave.
Yeah.
They may appeal to the superintendent for paid administrative leave.
But I'm reading that as like, if you're out of current leave, which is PTO, PTO, personal, whatever, and you're not sick, it's not emergency or medical, then it's unpaid at your daily rate.
But the one below it, you can say, where it says, event of emergency or medical situation or extreme personal necessity, which I could say it's extremely personally necessary for me to go to my child's college.
But it says they're still gonna get deducted, or they're gonna still have to be docked. Just at the sub rate, it's not
At the sub rate.
So that's the difference. That's what you guys changed. You made it at their daily rate.
No, that wasn't the original.
It's always been the daily rate.
The sub daily
The
rate.
sub daily rate has.
But you.
No,
Yeah, but I
it's
mean,
not.
it's the bulleted one.
When you're gone, you don't get docked the sub daily rate. You get docked your daily rate.
If this is like,
Unless
if
you're
you're
sick,
not a
or
member
unless
of
you're
the sick leave bank,
Okay, okay,
the
okay.
sub rate will be deducted.
And does sick leave, and maybe this, I don't know, does sick leave bank only apply to like, I've cut my leg and I'm bleeding out, or does it apply to like our staff members that are struggling with their mental health?
It's on a case by case basis. Is there a committee that
Yeah.
decides?
Okay, so it's designed by committee.
So this is just if you opt into the sick leave bank, like your first day of employment, right? Don't you like answer that question?
And all employees have the opportunity, if you did not enroll on your and you were hired at the beginning of every school year, we reach out to everyone. And during the first month, you can enroll.
Got it.
But can I clarify with this, is the change, this kind of addition of a new opportunity for unpaid time off? Or is the change that you will be docked your rate rather than the sub rate?
That's not the change.
Either of those are changed.
Neither, yeah.
That's kind of like. That was not a change.
So I do think there is a change though. If I look at the current policy on page 2. The big middle paragraph. The big paragraph in the center of the page.
I'm with you.
Yeah, and if you go down to the very bottom of that paragraph, the very end of that paragraph. It says if an employee is then out of sick leave, so it's like detailing, these steps. So first step, personal leave is deducted, second, use your sick leave. If you're then out of sick leave and the extension has been approved.
We got that one.
But that's the thing that's different, is the extension approved or not. But this policy, the current policy, as far as I understand, as far as I'm seeing, if it's not approved, it still doesn't say what happens. Currently, it doesn't say what happens if somebody is in the situation that we're talking about.
And it's not approved.
And it's not approved.
Yeah,
It still doesn't say,
100%.
you're losing your job or whatever.
So what you're proposing is that we
Oh.
add in verbiage that says that you'll only be docked the sub rate if it was an approved emergency time off and you're out of other sick leave.
Yeah, versus if it was unapproved, then it's your daily rate.
Right now, the change was they took away approved, so the principal can say, I appreciate, your college, weekend for your kid is important to you, but that's not what the absence under this policy, for whatever reason.
I would also be in favor of taking out the extreme personal necessity language.
I would.
Because that was kind of commingled in the old policy with that leave around breaks.
That argument could be made as much.
How do people feel about if taking out the not approved part, because it says if it's an emergency. If it's not an emergency, because I don't know, it's gonna be very rare, but if somebody says, I got a college weekend. We gonna, so goodness in a bind, but you can't change that. Versus like something else where it's like, can't be today, sorry, I don't know, like.
I think a question is-
Right, to say like, I'm taking it anyway. I don't know, it just puts in a weird.
I mean, these are the kinds of things that typically happen around like travel probably, and not like a emergency, like a death in the family or a wedding or things like that, but it's like, oh. It's cheaper for me to travel on the Thursday of a 3-day weekend, I guess, right? Versus like Friday, so like can I leave on Friday, which is like, I feel like that's probably the kind of circumstance.
Yeah, especially with like prices right now, right, where they're
Right,
like,
and
the
so I think-
daily rate would cost me less than how much more I'm gonna have to pay. the place to get.
Right, I mean, I didn't think about it like that, but yes.
So basically, if it's not approved, somebody can choose to take it anyway.
And according to our current policy, I think that can happen now too, right?
It says.
Does it say?
It just
The current
talks about
policy says supervisors can approve leave without pay.
But it doesn't say what happens if they say, no, you can't take that, and then the person still doesn't show up.
They get done. The current policy does not read that way.
There isn't language in the current policy about the amount of the pay doc, and that's why that's why this came up.
Yeah, and there's not language in the current policy that says if not approved.
Yeah,
That's not.
it just talks about approving.
It just talks about approval, like then I can say, yeah, I hear you, what you're saying, that your plane ticket's cheaper. Yeah, go ahead, just know that you're taking it without leave. Or
Without pay, yeah.
Right.
Like, but I guess if I say, I'm sorry, like, we need you at school, I understand that puts your family in a harder situation. If somebody says, I'm gonna do it anyway, it's unpaid either way, but then there's this added level of like, I don't know.
I think that goes
that
into
takes
the
a lot.
performance improvement plan if it becomes like a habit. That's like a separate issue, I
So I
think.
just didn't know if you wanted to name the whole like, hey, it's
That's-
okay, it's not.
that would just
approved, if it's
Yeah.
not, they just have that.
I hear what you're saying.
It's just, that's an addition from. our-
That's an additional piece of it.
So.
Do you see now why this is such a fun group to be in? And we met for 4 hours last night on this, and after we've been only meeting on this, that's all we've been talking about until this week, we started talking about IDB policy.
What we talked about for months.
If you can't fire the person, but it would have to go through this long policy, I mean. And otherwise, it's whether or not the administrator says you can or can't, what if you put in something, if you are not approved, you get docked $800.
We talked about that.
I mean, and so then, yeah, and then the administrator can say, we're just gonna let you get docked at a sub rate because we understand you want to go to your child's graduation. And they still can make it approved, but like, I mean, that's because if we can't say.
It's
I
gonna
know.
hurt you. Yeah, then why?
It's an observation. The most typical situation I feel like as an administrator that I've been in is somebody who misses often. And does run out of time. And it's a frustrating thing. And then some, I mean, it's not, I've actually never had it happen with a new teacher. It's typically been someone who just is out a lot and then they want to go to a high school reunion. Or something like that, and I'm in a position of.
How do you currently deal with that?
Yeah, what do you say?
Oh, what expects I haven't directly been in that position, but I would say like that has happened around now that we're removing that, like on the weekend coming back from a 3-day weekend where that's happened. Yeah, and I've said, you can't do that, you're gonna have to take it. They've decided to take it non-paid. So that has happened in my experience.
Yeah.
And when you say non-paid, it's at their daily rate,
Yeah,
not at
that's
the
what
sub.
Yeah, it's at
Okay.
the daily rate.
Or are we gonna move extreme personal necessity?
Yeah.
So what if, but in that case, that's where it's a shift, because we basically said we discourage people from taking those days. And so if we don't approve it, like if somebody says like, I'm choosing to take this, make my 3-day weekend into a 4-day weekend now, and you don't approve it. If they have leave, they're gonna get paid,
No,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
if they call in
That's-
sick.
Do.
Yeah, if they-
It's all.
If
all
you
leave.
want to take 2 days.
And I guess I haven't been in the situation of somebody nulling out on their
This
leave.
week, I
But-
mean, this year.
I've got a few people who are close.
But
And I do, if somebody hits that, I'm with Nathan on this, if somebody hits that rock bottom, that's tough, you have 10 days, 12 days, and you've used them all and unless it's an emergency at that point, I don't
You
think
shouldn't be getting
you
paid.
shouldn't get money, any
Yeah,
money,
you
I
shouldn't
mean,
get
12 days is a lot.
But I'm saying like in this new policy, the scenario could come up. That like after Thanksgiving break, a teacher says, I need 2 more days. Right, and I have the days.
They get to
And
do
you
that.
say, no, we need you at school, we don't have subs. And they say, well, I'm gonna do it anyway, they're gonna get paid.
Well.
No,
but
isn't it,
it's-
isn't that paragraph staff should try avoiding
Yeah, 'cause
requesting
that's-
time
yeah,
off,
yeah,
but that's,
that's-
which I think
that's-
if you move higher, like.
There's. If it's gonna affect your bill. That's
Only if they
Huh?
have no more needs.
That was the first thing we already agreed on. That it said like, yeah, if it was gonna affect the students or whatever.
I feel like that's.
Right, but we didn't say what would happen if it's not approved.
No, we
In
did
that-
not.
in that
Yeah.
That's
part.
true.
That's what I'm saying, it wasn't- yeah, it was just like.
Okay.
well,
Should that be?
Filing. One is I want to give it that first and you all can kind of wordsmith. The other option is to go in front of the board for a
Taking the lead,
deeper
I'm
consideration.
trying to have the conversation, like, I'd rather know ahead of time in the morning.
Yeah, I don't think we should work.
I guess,
Exactly.
no, I will admit that I came in late, so I'm late in the spiral. But like, what is our specific, like, I feel like there's like 4 different things being thrown around right now, and I want to know like, what is the thing that we're trying to, like, what's the thing?
Yeah, I think it depends on who you.
It's like a
ask.
domino.
Well, then I. feel
Well,
like
somebody
maybe we
try
need
to
have the
articulate.
say-
The one is if, somebody asks for leave, they have the leave, they have paid time off, and the principal says, we already have like 7 people out that day, I cannot approve your leave. We did not say what would happen if the principal does not approve that leave, so we could add that in there.
Oh,
that
I
if
would
it's
say
not
with that, like,
they're paid off like they are.
they would have called in sick under our current policy, and I
Right.
think we just struggled for the day, they still
Right.
get paid, it
Right.
is their day to
It's-
take still, that's
Right.
what this new policy says.
And it helps the principals know ahead of time that they're
Right.
gonna be short that day.
Right.
So that's why I think we didn't put that in there.
That's exactly what.
Okay,
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's the one.
so that one's taken care of, it sounds like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the second issue is if you're out of your paid time off. And you want to take basically another personal day. It's not an emergency, it's not sick leave. You should be we're saying you should be docked at your daily rate of pay.
Well, I guess if it's not approved, they could also just.
No, they're out.
They're out of everything.
And I think Nathan, your concern is saying, well, the possibility of somebody using that, like, I'm gonna do it today, and then I'm gonna do it the next day, and then I'm gonna do it the next day, and then I'm gonna do it the next day. And they're just gonna keep doing it, so they're not getting paid. They've also don't have approval for it, like.
I mean,
This is
wouldn't
for
you-
a personal thing or for a sick thing?
Mine was around this last paragraph, not regulation.
Actually,
They changed it.
So you're good with how it is
Yeah.
now?
Oh.
Okay,
It was around you can keep calling in sick even though you're out of all your time. You're only gonna get docked at the sub rate, not your daily rate. Now it
Okay.
says that it has to be approved, like an approved extension of.
Yeah.
And we also-
Okay,
So that's. It sounded like before, it was kind of at the employee's discretion. They're on sick, and I keep uncomfortable with the doctor. Yeah.
Right, right.
but
Yeah.
there's something about you need some kind of, after a couple of days, you need some kind of proof from the doctor.
Yeah.
That is in the policy now, that
After 3.
after
consecutive
3 days,
yeah.
it permits the supervisor to ask for a proof of illness if you're using like accumulated sick leave. Before more days will be paid out after the first 3. So like if someone has a bunch of sick leave, they can't just call in over and over, like go on vacation and call in.
Oh, that's
sick leave.
with sick leave, that's.
That's if you have accumulated sick leave, 'cause there's no longer current year sick leave, it's all delineated.
So
Ready to vote on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this last one.
Okay, that's good.
On the salaried employees.
Yeah.
Good job.
wait, it doesn't, oh wait, if not approved and not, they will be
Don't look at
docked.
this language.
Okay.
No, don't look at
It's
this
like
language.
conversation
Okay.
inside, not this-
Don't
Okay.
read anything. Just vote.
Close your eyes and vote.
Exciting.
Okay, now, one thing Stacy just said is she thinks we should move on the second page. Where it talks about that trying to, should try to avoid. Time of occupational development day. She thinks maybe we should move that up closer to the top.
Like right next to PTO, maybe taking a discretion of certified employee, they should try to avoid requesting or discouraged, I think. And then encourage, maybe in that same paragraph.
Well, I mean, I would agree with that, except for the fact that like we're in a huge sub crisis, and if. I would rather take a PD day and not have to have 4 people cover for me. On there, if we're trying to like limit teacher workload and being overwhelmed, like right
We're not
now
saying-
in this moment.
I'm not saying don't do it, it's saying move it to a different place to maybe.
That's fine.
More permanent.
Yeah, as long as you're at wordsmith, you can move it out.
I would
Yeah,
not
there's no
discourage it, but-
limitation on, there's no limitation on taking them, so they may be granted now, it's not prohibited. In the old policy, you couldn't take.
Yeah.
Text my wife also. brought my house.
Okay. Yep, all right.
No, there's one more thing, I'm sorry.
No.
It's really easy though, but it's this thing that's in that currently. We talk, the current policy talks about, refers to certified employee, or, sorry, to, employees who are like bus drivers, early childhood, things like that. And we talked in a recommendation about how, we think that would be something that they would be, that all employees would be open to, and we want to write a policy that all employees would be open to. But we don't, because we don't have them in this room. We want to get feedback from them, which Are you committing to doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, we engage them before the policy passes. Through the board, and if those other employees don't want the changes, then there would, like, this policy would become two-part, like, there would be one part that's for certified staff and one part that's for everyone else. And everyone else would keep what's current, and then the certified staff would keep. the
About
changes.
what we just talked about, okay.
I mean, the goal is to write one policy for
Right,
everybody.
right.
But because those people aren't here.
Yeah.
We don't want to speak for them and say that
How will
we
that
know best.
So all of the chiefs on the executive team are checking on with all of their respective departments, to check in, Jared and the bus drivers, Fabio and the excluded nutrition service. And it's checking in with ECE. Yeah.
And if they're okay with it, those highlights will shift from saying certified employees to just employees.
And I will say that, like, so it's not a rush process for them, that this will likely not be on the agenda for next week's board meeting. So generally what we do is include it in the board packet on Friday, and then it's on the agenda for first read on Wednesday. I think we still could do that because there's a second read, which will give them an additional 2 weeks, but it might feel better for them to have a little bit more time to collect the feedback, and we can plan to put it on the, I guess now, is it April 1st is the next time we meet?
Yeah.
For first read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say historically that hasn't happened. Changes have been made to the policy that apply to everyone without that process happening, but we want it to happen.
Yeah, it seems positive.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we done now?
I appreciate all of you. Good job, everybody.
Yeah. She says we're not done.
We are under strict instructions, Rob, to make sure nobody leaves this room without a timeline and a process for how this information is getting communicated out more broadly to your communities. So his questions were, who's writing the memo? Will there be an accompanying PowerPoint? Who's putting that together? And what is the timeline for communication and relationship to board meetings?
Can I make a recommendation? And I think especially because this meeting has been broadcast, so I think a lot of folks will watch and know what's going.
Yeah.
Know what's going on, that perhaps our team can take the lead and run it through this group, but to like maybe put out a press release tomorrow that says, hey, we concluded the IBB process for this year. These are the things that the group agreed on and is recommending to the board. And that would be a recommendation that maybe we sort of get ahead of it. I think we could use that same information for the board memo. And then I would urge each of our teams maybe to update our slides in the deck that Megan created and put into the folder, maybe by tomorrow night, just so that we can include it in the board packet on Friday.
I went ahead and did it for our group.
I did it.
Right.
Thank you.
How will you word the things that are gonna go out to staff tomorrow then? If you're gonna say, here are the things we decided and we haven't put them in here yet. Shouldn't we do this first and then you pull from that?
The
problem is, I think the thing is that I just realized is. Usually we have this meeting and no one knows what happens until we like go out, but like people know. It's not a secret now, and so it is like, I get that impression of like, let's let people know at least like a summary of that piece, and then more detail would be in the board
Yeah.
packet.
So
next
with
week.
slides, would it be possible for Kelsey or whoever would take lead on that to then send it to a representative to preview?
Yes.
Before it goes out? So that-
Yeah, she could
Who
pull that
wants to be
information
that
from the notes.
one of the.
I feel like it should be an association for her to pull it. I just think
At labs, like
do
crazy.
your part
Yeah.
in your group, then and do that by a set time, whenever that is.
Yeah.
And then pull from that to make your communication.
Yeah, and then we can still send it back to this group to make sure that the language is right.
So I mean, I already have people texting me, asking me how it went. So
Did you say we're still in it?
Yeah.
It is going.
So, they better pay you for your
Say it's
time.
great. Oh, no.
Anyway, am I allowed to share like some of what we discussed, or is that not good practice?
It's new this year. I mean, we've always said that we're gonna have one unified message.
Yeah, okay.
Should we share recommendations instead of detail?
You mean like when we do eventually make a formal thing?
Well, no, just like generally speaking.
Share what instead of?
Recommendate, like our recommendations instead of like, oh, I was talking about this and this person's talking about this and.
I won't paraphrase. I'll just wait for
Yeah,
the.
I mean, I think it goes back to.
Right there, there's a presentation that, I know last year, I think every school made a copy, you go to CRES and say. Here's the presentation, only thing that's different, it says like CRES staff presentation.
Yeah,
I saw a couple of those last year, people had copied off Engage, so that way it's the exact same. Slideshow, so if you change one word on accident, if you made your own presentation, it changed the whole meaning, like. It's the unified message that makes.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it's okay if somebody asks me a specific question, they're like, I was listening in, whatever happened with this, if I can answer their question, or if best practice is for me to say. Wait until the memo comes out.
I mean, it just goes back to that norm of relational confidentiality, operational transparency. So if somebody asks you, what did such and such say? I thought I heard them say this, it'd be more just like that operational transparency. This is what we decided.
Right,
Go
okay,
back through and listen to that if you want. It's on YouTube.
yeah,
Okay. Like.
it wouldn't be about
I think
what
it's-
people
yeah,
said, it would be more about like the recommendations, yeah,
Which is coming out anyways.
right,
So-
So I don't see any problem with that. I think we should communicate those things if people ask us, but I don't think that we should have should go back to our school tomorrow and be like, let's have a meeting, everybody. We're gonna
No,
say
no, no.
We've decided, whatever that unified thing is. And
board
so
needs to
what
approve
I'm
it,
hearing
too.
is, step one is by sometime, you move like the recommendations for your group into this slide deck. Step two is Kelsey and or Jesus takes that and makes a communication to the whole staff regarding our big recommendations. Step three is then we take I guess this presentation
Yeah.
and we select a time period to go to our schools and present it to our schools and say, okay, here's for the people who didn't read the memo or didn't listen to the meeting, who's gonna be, 99% of the people who are addressing anyway. This is what we're saying, and we just say it at this time. We just all agree it's gonna be in this week or whatever.
And maybe we say then by, like say, hey, we include, maybe the announcement tomorrow is we included at, the IBB. Process, and, we will release a more detailed description on Friday. So that we're not rushing through this and people aren't staying up till midnight to finish the thing. Yeah. There's time to get it right. That's fair.
yeah, I think we said by tomorrow night.
Yeah, so I'm just saying like for the official, like.
Yeah.
release,
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
would be Friday.
So and when we go to the board, in the past, we have had IBB members there, like supporting. And I say this knowing that it's also conference week next week, so that would not happen. Yeah, but I'm just, I guess saying those words.
Yeah, I mean, our team is all planning to be there at the board meeting on Wednesday, but I do think it'd be great if we could have at least one RFCEA rep per subgroup. From the board that is there to co-present to the board.
Can we all conferences till 7:30?
Yeah, I know.
That's a late one anyway.
What time is it now?
Everyone's late.
What time does it start? 6?
But what time would?
Yeah, what time would that part of the presentation be?
Estimated, I think 6:30 or 7.
I'll be here for mine.
Probably 7.
6:30 to 7, you're saying?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Working on the agenda yesterday, and what we were trying to do is put it on the front end of the agenda. Meeting's supposed to start around 6.
Okay.
And so I think as early as 6:30.
Do we have this as the superintendent report, replace the other topic? So it's
Yeah.
early?
The other topic is just the panorama, right?
It's a student survey, results.
Yeah, if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
Give you the panorama data another,
It's a lot of
another
stuff,
time.
yeah. I can be there because, conferences, but again, I'm not sure if that's who you want to I don't,
For our group.
yeah, like. I mean,
Nathan,
I could, but I mean, if we prefer to have
a teacher.
You and
I mean,
I'm not offended, I just want, but I can't be there. If.
Yeah, just saying like Nathan, Begonia and Stacy are already gonna be at the meeting. But I think, so you're welcome to come in addition to, I just wanna make sure it'd be great if we could have at least one RSCA rep person to be there.
is it on,
And
it's
more-
on the 16th?
everybody comes.
We don't have this next Wednesday.
Oh, I thought conferences weren't starting until the night of the 16th.
Depends on the school.
Okay, so then I could actually be there
Bye.
on Wednesday, the 15th.
Hey, who wants to be on the IBB group?
Oh, to go forward with
Yeah.
for the master.
Probably not a good time to ask.
Yeah.
Maybe I is everything here.
So Megan and Miles.
I'll be there.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
And Begonia.
I'll do it.
Nina.
I'll do it.
Heather.
That's the problem.
Who needs to?
Yeah, Rob.
Better be.
Stephanie said.
With 7. Maybe.
Annie, do you want to do it with us or should we ask another board member?
The 16th.
I could, I thought I had heard one, but.
Oh, yeah.
No, it could be us.
This one. Robin.
But
It can't be 3.
So many.
Just
Yeah.
can't be 3. Can't be 3. Can't have 3 board members in a row.
There's
I guess we'll watch. No, do publicly.
It has to be like a public meeting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could. Is there anything?
Is there anything else for the good of the group? Like,
Unless it's a board meeting.
are we still trying to determine staffing for the board meeting? Is
No.
every group accounted for?
Yeah.
Board meeting? Or is it-
Yeah.
Megan, do you have what you need for your work group?
I have me.
Great.
Names.
I just want to say, I remember at our kickoff, Megan, you were in my group, I think, when we did the walk around the room. We had written on a piece of paper, like at the end of this.
Oh,
like,
the aspirations.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
yeah.
how would we define success and something like that? I don't know what everybody wrote. I hope that everybody is able to reflect on whatever it is you wrote. And that's where we are right now. What I wrote was that my hope or definition of success would be that we achieve better working conditions for our teachers. And I think that we've done that. So I'm very proud of that. And very grateful for all of you for all of the time you've spent on this. And again, just thinking about how we can improve that for our teachers. Obviously, I think what is good for our teachers is good for our students and for our schools. So thank you for your work. on this.
Yeah, thank you. We survived.